Okay, the State Board will reconvene, and we're now ready for item 21, the State Performance Plan and Annual Performance Report for the students with disability. And I guess Kristen Wright will present this.
Good morning, President Kirst, members. It's great to be back here with you today. This is my favorite topic, as you all know, students with disabilities. And I just want to point out that I've been coming to the board for probably more than 15 years now in various capacities. And every year we've moved up in terms of the agenda items. And so I just want to thank you. It's really nice to go first and not last. And I remember the days when we were the very last item on the agenda for many years, and there was no one here. And so I think that in and of itself is an incredible signal about where we've come as a state and about really where we're at in looking at equity for all of our students, including our students with disabilities. So thank you for that. I just want to also say publicly a huge shout out to President Kirst and to Trish and Bruce for your incredible work that you've done on behalf of our students. We're going to miss you all so much, but we couldn't have done this and moved as far ahead as we have without your incredible work and diligence on behalf of our students, so thank you. And Karen. Oh, of course, and Karen. I'm still in denial. So today I just want to talk to you a little bit about a couple things. One, we've broken this up into two parts. We'll be presenting to you on the state system, within the state system of support item about some of the work that we're doing in terms of the what then. And then I'll come back again in March because we actually have the state systemic improvement plan item, which then will really be getting into the meat of the what then and then. But right now, what we really need for you to do is approve this annual performance report, because this, without your approval, doesn't go to the feds, and then we don't get our $1.2 billion that we need to serve our students. So this particular piece will give you the lay of the land, and in just a minute, I'm going to invite Shiloh to come up, our data administrator, who lives and breathes this data, so that when you have questions, you'll be able to talk to her about that. But I want to just provide you a tiny bit of context, and then she'll come up and take over. So a couple things I wanted to point out. This is the data. This is the data that the feds give us very specific parameters around reporting. And this has come up in the past around things around graduation rate and other things that are not necessarily consistent with some of our state level accountability. So when you see graduation rates or something that's a little bit different, that will be why. And Shiloh will talk about that a little bit more. We're also not going to speculate this morning on the why behind the data. That's going to take a lot more research in terms of why are there trends, maybe why are there trends in autism or something like that. So we're not going to, those are not for today, but we're happy to do additional research. So please let us know if there's issue areas that you'd like us to delve more deeply into and bring back to you. So this is a report on our outcomes. Every state has to provide this information, and then we also have to provide the status of each local educational agency and post it. So soon you will see that on the website, where each LEA, you can go on to the CDE website and see how every single LEA is doing with regard to these indicators. Hopefully one day you'll be able to click a button on the dashboard and you'll see the underbelly of all these indicators as well. So as you know, this is my favorite slide in the entire world, that each child is a unique person with unique needs, and the purpose of the education system of this state is to enable each child to develop all or his or her own potential. This is in Ed Code. This is not something I made up, and this is something that I remind myself and others of every day, because we are serving those students with the most unique educational needs. And so in general, we're talking about our students with disabilities that make up about 11.2% of our student population. It's a lot of students, and that's around 774,000 students. And Shiloh will talk in a minute about the uptick, while our overall enrollment has slightly declined, our students with disability enrollment continues to climb. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Shiloh now, and I will be back at the end to close out, and then you'll see me again at the beginning of the system of support item to talk about what we're doing as a state to address the issues that we've seen within this data. So thank you.
Good morning, board members. I also am very excited that we're first because as having a data item, usually if it's right after lunch or at the very end of the day, you get people who start to sleep. At this point, everyone's had their coffee, so people were a little bit more perky with the data. I love to actually show this slide, and a few years ago we showed it we called it the Pac-Man slides. It was 3 pie charts. And the reason is when we're talking about the LCFF student groups, we typically are talking about students who are free and reduced price meal eligible, foster youth, and English language learners. And there isn't a discussion of students with disabilities. When we start to run the data a few years ago, because many of our folks in special education said, you know, we're not part of this. And we said, well, no, wait, you are. And if you look at these student groups on their own and identify the percent of them that are students with disabilities, you will find that they actually make up a portion of those student groups and a greater proportion than they are in the total population. So as Kristen said, about 11.2% of all students are students with disabilities. But if you looked at inside each one of the LCFF student groups, you'll notice students who are free and reduced price meal eligible are 13% of that population. Students who are foster youth, students with IEPs are about 27% of that population, and students who are English language learners are about 17% of that population. And this is from the 17-18 data. So every year when we've presented this data, it hasn't changed. So the message I always like to state with this is your students with disabilities are part of those groups. And so as we're developing things, plans and programs to support them, we should also be thinking about supporting the students with disabilities within those groups. I also like to show this set of data because it shows that 71% of students with disabilities are in one or more of the LCFF student groups. And what that really says is that they're really so much a part of all the different groups for which districts are developing plans and supporting. Kristen stated before, there's been a significant change in the number of students with disabilities over the last 10 or 12 years, and you'll see this in this chart here. One of the things that I like to point out is that over a period of time, you'll see while there has been some increase in the number of total students, it's remained relatively flat over the last 13 years, kind of bumps here and there, up and down. But students with disabilities has increased year after year. We see between 10 and 20,000 more students with disabilities every year, and that has remained pretty significant. And so now we have 774,000 students with disabilities in California on any given day, and that includes students who are age 0 through 22. So we do include our 0 to 5 population in that number. If you're looking at simply students who are K-12, 699,000. But that has grown significantly in the past decade. So I like to show this slide because people always ask me, what does that look like? What is the breakdown? And so this information shows you the breakdown of the students of the 14 federal disability categories. Our most common or prevalent disability is specific learning disability, followed by speech and language impairment. And of course, because I've been here before, but if you guys have any questions, just feel free to ask them at any time. I also like to point out that there has been changes, significant changes over the past 12 or 13 years in the types of disabilities that are most prevalent in California in terms of their increase and decrease. And so we've seen a 223% increase in the identification of students with autism and with other health impairment. Students with ADHD are part of the other health impairment category. So that's one of the reasons we've seen an increase there as well. We've seen a decrease in other disability categories as well, so a decrease in speech and language impairment, orthopedic impairment, deaf and blindness impairment, visual impairness, and deafness. I like to show this information here. People always ask us how it is the ethnicity breakdown of our students with disabilities. And we're going to talk a little bit about disproportionality later on in the presentation, but one of the things I like to point out is we do see an overrepresentation of students who are African American who are identified as students with disabilities, and a underrepresentation comparatively to their total population of Asian American students. So something to kind of note, and we will talk about disproportionality later on and how that's changing. We do serve preschool students in California. So preschool students, under the definition of IDEA, are children ages 3 to 5 who are eligible for an individual education program. There's about 86,000 students on any given day in preschool programs. And so one of the questions that we've been talking about recently is how do we measure that versus the total population? And sort of breaking that down, I have no comparative data. So keep in mind, I cannot compare race or ethnicity because we don't have any general education comparative data for comparison. But the most common disability is speech and language impairment, followed by autism. And then the race ethnicity breakdown is pretty close to what we would see in the general population. We do see about a little bit of an underrepresentation in Asian and an overrepresentation in African American students, although I do not have good numbers. The best I would have would be the census, which is about 10 years old now. So today I'm going to be talking about the annual performance report. I will not be going through every single indicator, thank goodness, but I will be going through a number of key indicators that we will see either changes from last year or that we find that are sort of indicative of some things that are happening in the state. There are 17 indicators, and as Kristen said, we must submit this report to the U.S. Department of Education on February 1st, regardless of whether or not the government is open or closed, or we will not be eligible to receive our federal funds, and that is about $1.2 billion. 98% of that goes directly to districts to serve students with disabilities. There's 5 compliance indicators, 11 performance indicators, and 1 indicator that is both performance and compliance. Targets for compliance indicators are either 0 or 100, and then targets for performance are set by a stakeholder group and approved by the state board. We rebenched our indicators in 13-14, and they go through 18-19. So next year when we come before the board, we will still have the targets, but we will likely be talking about how we're going to bench targets for the next upcoming year. So the data that we use for the annual performance report comes from the CalPADS, the California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, and also the CASEMA system. I am very excited to announce that this year, 18-19, is the last year that CASEMA will exist. We are moving all of our CASEMA data into CalPADS, and actually it's really exciting. It's been 4 or 5 years in the making, and if you work at an LEA, you know that there's 2 separate systems, and they go to separate places, and it's kind of frustrating. And so we're really excited because what's going to happen is special education and the general education side of every district will be able to see the totality of their data and be able to ensure that their data is accurate. And one of my big pushes over the last several years has been high quality data and improving the quality of our data. This is one step towards that, and I think it will make a huge difference. So next year we will still be talking about CASEMA data when we come before you, but after that, starting in 1920, all the data will be collected in CalPADS. And so this year we're talking about 17-18 school year. There are a few lag indicators. There are graduation, dropout, and suspension expulsion, which use 16-17 data. And that has been sort of a bone of concern or contention when we're talking about data with districts, because the U.S. Department of Education requires us to use lag year data, but the dashboard and a lot of the other indicators that they're using for developing their plans is current year data. So we'll talk in the system of support about how we're aligning those 2 sets of data to ensure that the districts can be really clear about the information. So we have a set of compliance indicators, our disproportionality indicators, both for suspension and identification, child find, early childhood transition, and secondary transition. I want to talk a little bit about disproportionality. And so for this is one of our disproportionality indicators. It's a little bit different than the other disproportionality indicators, so I'll talk about it separately. But we did see an increase in the percent of districts identified and who had non-compliance. So one of the key factors with these indicators is that it doesn't solely measure whether or not they have disproportionality. It measures whether they had disproportionality, and then when we reviewed them, we also identified non-compliance in their student files or their policies and procedures. And we did see an increase. I think we are kind of looking at how we can improve this over time. We'll talk a little bit about this with disproportionality. Indicator 9 is our disproportionate overall representation. We had fewer districts identified and who had non-compliance than the previous year. And then indicator 10, which is our disproportionality by disability. We had quite a large increase in the number of districts who were identified and who had non-compliance. Again, we're not really speculating, we just are looking at the data very clearly, but we are looking into why this might exist, and we're working with our SPP TAP contractors to determine what are some of the root causes for this increase in non-compliance. Part of it is maybe due to the number of districts we identified. So I've been here a few times talking about this, but it's always worth repeating that in 2016, the U.S. Department of Education changed the regulation for significant disproportionality, and it required the use of a risk ratio alone. And if you know a risk ratio, it's kind of like a percentage. It says, okay, what's your risk of being identified versus the rest of the population in your LEA? One of the problems with it is because it's a percentage, it's highly susceptible to error. And so obviously when the first indication that the U.S. Department of Education was moving in this direction, we did, as a state, make comments saying that we were opposed to using a single calculation methodology for identification. The U.S. Department of Education went ahead and solidified those regulations in 2016. It also required that we set a minimum N size and a minimum cell size. So when we talk about the definition, we sort of think about the California Education Commission ensure that all LEAs identify students with disabilities and provide resources and supports they need to have equal access to education regardless of race or ethnicity. And so that's one of the reasons that as the U.S. Department of Education has sort of been going back and forth about disproportionality, we've sort of stayed the course. And so if you remember last spring, the U.S. Department of Education said, well, we're going to slow down the implementation of these new regulations that came out in 2016, and we're going to push them out to 2020. And for us, it didn't make sense because we were kind of, the horse was out of the barn. You know, we had already published a lot of the data. We'd already talked a lot about what we were going to do. So we just went ahead and pushed forward with the regulations as written. This December, or November, the U.S. Department of Education published a notice of new proposed rulemaking that they are going to look again at those regulations and potentially change them. I have no speculation on what that would look like or what it will be. What we are doing right now is that we are working with the regulations as they are written today. One of the issues that we have as a large state is it's hard to make big changes. So if we're a state that's small, it's easier to make those quick changes in calculations. It's affecting fewer LEAs. Making these changes every year has been very difficult for us. So how does this affect in terms of the APR? So one of the things that we did, and probably one of the reasons that you see an increase in the number of districts who are both identified and who have non-compliance, is that we implemented the same calculation methodology for significant disproportionality as with disproportionality. The only way a district becomes significantly disproportionate is because they've been disproportionate for 3 years. And so it's only time that gets you there, not intensity. And so what happened was, 2 years ago, we had about 130 districts identified for the one-year disproportionality calculations, and as you'll see, last year in 17-18, we identified almost 900, and about 27% of them had non-compliance. So a lot of that increase is really due to the fact that there's just more districts. We're still looking into some of the root causes. And so Once a district becomes significantly disproportionate, remember there are fiscal implications. They must set aside 15% of their IDA funds and use them for a coordinated early intervening services plan to address the causes of that disproportionality. So in some ways, it's really important that we use time as the thing that moves you into significant disproportionality, because we wanted the one-year calculation to be an early warning system, right? So if you're identified for year one, it's time to take a look at your work and your policies and your procedures and make some changes so you don't make it into year three. And so as you can see, that is the process we've been moving forward. The first year, we will hope districts will look at their root causes. The second year, hopefully they'll change their practices and their policies. But if they don't, by the third year, they would become significantly disproportionality, which would be the fiscal consequence. So as I said, the first year with the new methodology, we had 945 LEAs. Last year, we had 677 LEAs identified in at least one area of disproportionality. And so our focus monitoring and technical assistance units work with those districts to identify the disproportionality, to identify the noncompliance, and also make corrective actions so that they can improve. We're also working with a contractor through the Nassau County Office of Education, the SPP TAP system, to also help those districts make the changes. This year, we had, I believe, 60 districts were approximately identified for significant disproportionality. But as we continue to implement the new methodology, we will be adding more districts into that calculation, because now we have 2 years of new methodology and 1 year of the old methodology. Next year, we'll have 3 years of the new methodology. So, absolutely. I know that there always is a question here, so I want to make a pause.
All right, so I just want to ask a question. This is an issue related to local practices on how districts identify or refer students to programs to receive services in their special education program. Is that correct?
So yes, there's 3 areas of disproportionality. Yeah. There's suspension, expulsion, there's placement, and there's identification. Okay. So the identification piece is the referral and identification.
And then on the suspension expulsion piece, how is that being addressed?
So again, those districts would become significantly disproportionate and be required to develop a root cause and set aside their 15%.
Okay, and then you said that there was a net decline between the first year when you actually tracked and reported this data from 900 and something to 600 and something. I'm assuming those 600 and something districts were originally identified in the first year. What was the difference for the districts that were not identified when you did the second year of reporting? What actually happened in those districts to change how they were identified?
So for about a quarter of the districts, one of the things that we found was there was calculation issues around small cell sizes. So we were identifying very, very many districts who were very small. And so what happens is if you only have 4 students in your district of a specific race or ethnicity, then one of them, if you suspend them or if they're identified, you look like you have a 25% identification rate. So we've worked the calculation to address some of that. So that was part of it, but I think some districts also did make some recognition of their policies and practices. Some of them also cleaned up their data. We did identify some districts who had misidentified some students as being multi-ethnic. This is part of that CASEMIS to CalPADS thing. You'll have some thing in CASEMIS in one way and then something in CalPADS a different way. And so we've really worked with districts to really align that to make sure you have the same race and ethnicity in both systems. And that way the calculation is much cleaner. So I think it's partially the calculation changes we made, partially the changes that districts made on cleaning up their data, and then partially was some of the changes that some districts made where they could address some of the root causes.
Okay. And you and I have been talking about this for a while, so I knew that was the information, but it's really important to make sure that we're clear on the level of granularity of information we have about the districts and the difference in the size and the student populations we're talking about, because on paper it looked like, wow, we really did something amazing, when it was really something more, quite less sophisticated and more simple on how some of this was resolved. My concern remains, though, with the 600 and some odd districts that remain identified now. I know that we have been living with this question for a while, and a lot of work is being done to support them. But what I'm feeling is that there's kind of a disconnect between what they are doing for purposes of compliance with this report and this program data, and what they should be paying attention to as they write their improvement plans and their LCAPs to pay attention to these students. Because suspension and expulsion issues are school climate issues, and then school increased or improved services to students are related to their practices for referral and evaluation of these students. So if there's going to be an improvement on this particular issue, it's going to have to be integrally connected to what we're tasking them to do, to pay attention to their whole program and their program plan with their LCAPs and their school side councils. So I do remain concerned, because those numbers still tell me there is an issue with how students of color are being treated and handled by their districts, and their districts are still not figuring out how to answer or address that question. So even though we're doing the work that's required to address this in this compliance plan, it's more than a compliance issue that needs to be looked at on this particular concern.
So one of the things we did in the division, which I think is going to really help address some of your concerns, is that we really took a set of folks in our division and we made them solely focused on this activity. So they would be focusing on the compliance, but also on the root causes and working with improvement. So I think, and that happened this last year. So I think you will see us focusing a lot more on some of those root causes.
And we do have another meeting coming
We
up.
do have it next week. I'm very excited. So yes, so you'll see, I think, a lot more discussion that will address that.
We'll hear more on this in the next item as well. So
Yes,
let's,
there will be some
let's hold and yeah.
discussion about that as well. I did want to sort of just put onto the, I don't want to take too much time, but I just want to put out there, when we make, when the U.S. Department of Education does make changes to the regulation, obviously we in California are going to do what's right for us. We hope that the board will support us as we move forward in doing the right thing as that kind of moves on. But just kind of keep out there that they are intending to make changes to this. Okay, so performance indicators include things like graduation, dropout, assessment, suspension, expulsion, our least restrictive environment, our preschool assessment, parent involvement, post-school outcomes, and then some of our resolution sessions and mediation. This is all located in the executive summary of the item as well, these tables. So indicator one is our graduation rate. Now this is very similar to the dashboard, as it uses the 4-year adjusted cohort rate. And so we saw a decrease in the number of students who graduated from 65.5 to 65%. And we did not meet our target of 90% this year. And then we sort of on the other side of that is our dropout rate. We did meet that target with fewer than 11.2% of students with disabilities dropping out of high school. And actually that decreased. So we went from 13.7% to 11.3%. So that is a little bit of positive news. The statewide assessment is a performance indicator. There's two parts to it. It looks at both participation and at performance, and whether or not students are proficient. Now, this is one area where districts have had some confusion because it does use a different methodology than that of the dashboard. It only looks at the percent of students who are meeting standards or above, versus looking at the difference from meeting standards and looking at status and change. This does not do that. And so last year for our participation rates, we did not meet the participation rates. We were at 94.8% and 93.8%, and that was a decline in both sides. And so we're looking into why that might exist and what might be happening. One of the things we're looking into, or we would look into, is identifying districts where we're having low participation rates and working with them to improve that. So, and they may be talking about that in the state system of support item. Indicator 3, this is sort of a lot of data to sit on this slide, but I just kind of want to point out to you that the ELA results, we did see an increase, or we saw a decrease from last year, but we're still above what the target would be. We are still seeing very low numbers in the high school districts' math targets. Keep in mind that that is only grade 11. So it doesn't count the other grades. So there might be something happening just with the grade 11, and that's why that percentage is feeling a little bit lower. We did meet most of the targets, except for the unified and the high school district's math results. But the way that we had to bench our targets based on our first year baseline data, the targets are relatively low. So keeping in mind that while we're meeting them, we do hope to see some improvement year after year, and we're working towards that. Indicator 4 is our suspension expulsion rate overall. This just looks at the rate of students with disabilities who are suspended 10 days or more. This is another indicator for which districts have had some frustration because it's very different from the dashboard indicators. But in this, we did see an increase in the number of students who were suspended or expelled over last year for more than 10 days. And then the preschool least restrictive environment indicator, if you look at the least restrictive environment indicator for K-12, you'll notice that it's actually stayed pretty flat. We had like a little tiny bump, but not much. And it stayed flat actually for the entire time I've ever been analyzing this data. It's not increased that much. So we're talking about how we can improve that. And then we're really excited to have some folks here from our contracting agencies to talk about their work in the state system of support item. But one of the things we did see is we did see a decrease in the students who are in regular preschool. And that has obviously been concerning. We saw a 7% increase. While we met the target, it's still a 7% decrease in the number of children ages 3 to 5 who are in a regular preschool program. And we saw an increase in the number of students who were in a separate program. So we are obviously looking at that. And one of the biggest pieces is that preschool students' access to regular preschool declined by 7.8%, and that is something that is concerning to us. We're looking at why that might be. Finally, I was kind of trying and kind of bring it back around some good things. We do measure how students do or what they're doing after they leave high school. And so what we did see this year is we did see an increase across the board of students who have access to higher education, who have access to competitive employment, and who have access to any types of education and employment. So we did see an increase from last year of this. This is a survey methodology. So a lot of times folks say to us, well, you're not getting all the students, you don't know. But I will tell you, we do get about 16,000 students who respond to us through our survey of the about 30-odd thousand students that exit. So it's in terms of a survey methodology, I don't want to go into sampling, it is a pretty good response rate.
Yeah, question on that.
Yes.
The National Student Clearinghouse, they gather, that's the most extensive base, and they include some forms of higher education that are not traditional colleges. They pick up more of the for-profit institutions. Do they identify students with disabilities at all in that database, do you know?
I'm not sure. One of the things that we are looking into for this upcoming year around this data is to connect with other databases that might provide us more information on these students. And so we have been working and talking about MOUs with the Employment Development Division, with the community colleges, to sort of bring in some of that data. One of the problems is that our SSID doesn't always translate, right? So we don't, there may not have their SSID, so we don't collect Social Security numbers, and so we can't connect easily to that employment data.
I suggest you contact McCall Kurlander at
Okay.
University of California, Davis.
Okay.
She is just made a report on also a National Student Clearinghouse data, and that's the best because if you take any federal money, you're in that database. So I think the national databases might be worth looking at.
Yes, and we've also been working with districts and LEAs to help improve some of their identification as well. So we're looking into how we can improve our data around this area. So our next steps right now is that we would really love to have, we request that SBE move to approve our APR for this year so that we can really talk, we can submit it to the U.S. Department of Education on time. That we would like to dive deeper into the data and report back to you on our state systemic improvement plan. So if there are areas for which you would like us to dive deeper, and based on the data that you saw today, we would love to look into it and bring it back for our March item. And then we're working on our stakeholder engagement with data and proposed improvement activities, including the advisory commission. So that's kind of what we're next with. And then, did you want to talk, Kristen, about this piece?
Which one?
Last one. You just want to go over this piece?
Yeah, so in terms of as we're thinking forward and sort of the challenges and opportunities, really the biggest one is to really take advantage of including students with disabilities in everything that we're doing. And so moving away from those separate initiatives that are just for students with disabilities and really being intentional about how we are ensuring, maybe not necessarily, it's really the each and every student conversation again. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to shamelessly plug that one more time. So is that, I think we're done with this
I
one.
think that's
Okay, that's the end of the presentation. Board member questions?
I know we're going to discuss this further in the next item, but I'm interested in learning a little bit about the 20% of disproportionate representation of racial and ethnic groups in specific disability categories. What were those specific disability categories?
So typically what we'll find is, now those are, the 25% are districts who are identified for disproportionate and they had non-compliance. But I can tell you, this is the most common question people ask me all the time, so I try and keep it in my mind, is the most common ethnic category that the race or ethnic category that is identified for disproportionality is our African American children. And the most common disability is students who have a specific learning disability or who have an emotional disturbance. So that alone is a little bit telling about some of the root causes.
And with your language, I'm wondering with your EL students, there's 17% of them that have been identified, right? English learners, 17% were identified as also students with disabilities. Have we seen, the concern's always overrepresentation or underrepresentation in that particular category? What are we seeing?
So I don't know if we've done the analysis exactly on that. We do see that there, in terms of comparing, we see more students with disabilities who are EL than what we would see in the total population, because it's the 17% versus the 11%. And we've been having some discussions as we've been working through the EL guidance. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So we always want to see, what we would expect to see is the same rate of disability amongst all populations, right? And so one of the areas that definitely the state agreed that we needed some work was around the connection between students with disabilities who were English learners and students who are English learners who may have a disability, and being able to really tease that out, because a lot of it's done through testing in language. And so it's really difficult to sometimes tease that out. So actually, we just finished up a year-long work group that has developed an EL special ed manual that is heading over for editing and press, that will be out in June, and that we'll be doing a lot of statewide training around that. And so what we hope to see because of that is really folks focused on it. And if it's any indication by the different conferences that the EL and special ed teams have attended, those were busting at the seams around people interested in wanting to understand that dynamic. So, okay, great.
Board member Valdez.
Thank you so much. This really speaks to the idea of that whole integrated system at the local level, so that when we're looking at all of these areas, it's just not the special ed department. It takes the whole village, if you will, within the LEA. So I really, really like the way you broke down the data by different groups in different areas. And so what that does is that really helps leverage decisions when LCAP is decisions are being made, it really informs that they're included in all of this, and we need to keep that in mind. And so that was really compelling to see that. And I think that I would recommend that. I love that the case miss is going to be aligned, so that's wonderful. And another level of that is that as districts are using their student information systems, which I know is their independent contracts, there's only a few contractors in the state that most districts, I would say, are using. And that's the third level of the high, you used data integrity, or a term that you used. High quality data. So to have that high quality data, to have data integrity going from, CASEMIS, CalPADS, it is that SIS that is the hard thing to reconcile when districts are trying to look at their numbers. And a lot of times the vendors are saying, well, we'll get to it. And I think if there was a sense of urgency, because it's only a few, and if we could have a common voice united, that this is something that they should get to, I just think that that would be a campaign that we would want to be involved in.
Just on a side note, some of them will have to start talking and getting to aligning in the quality data, because the data is now going to go into one place, into CalPADS. If they have data that's inconsistent, it's going to be fed back to the districts. And in some instances, if it is inconsistent, they'll have to work with their SELPA and they won't be able to certify. So I think there will be a pressure that they'll have to address some inconsistencies between both the student information system and the special education systems there, like the SACE or the CYRUS systems.
Perfect.
This will also allow us to be much more intentional and specific, because we will have all the data in one place. When we get requests to run different data regressions, we have to pull data from different sources. And so it will be so much easier, and hopefully over time, even in DataQuest, we'll be able to just run a lot more.
Right. I love that. And then one other thing is, as a resource, I think that EL resource book with special ed that's coming out from West Ed, I guess, in collaboration, is just, I heard about that last night and I was very excited. I think that's going to be a great resource within that. So I thank you for all of this work.
Board Member Sun.
Kristen, you started out the presentation to say this is about looking at the data and looking at some preliminary trends, but it's not about a speculation as to why behind the data. And so I'm curious if we have plans to get at the why behind the data. And is there something, and I know this can be more comprehensive research on that, but is there anything coming up?
Sure. And I think one of the great opportunities we have is, and we'll talk about this a little bit in our next item, is that with all the leads working together, we will have the benefit of true real-time data coming from the LEAs about their root causes. So as all the LEAs are working through their differentiated assistance process, we'll be able to capture that information, because that's really truly what we want to be able to do, is provide the kind of support that is super relevant to the LEAs that we're serving. So it definitely is a combination of, from a higher level, why are we seeing the trends in autism or whatever, but it's also the local level is, what do they need? Like, what are they seeing that the true barriers are? Is it just true basic systemic issues around some of the stuff that we've seen in districts where they're things to do with their data system, or their processes and procedures around how they get information from each school, or something like that? Or is it something more high level around specific instruction for a specific disability type, or something like that?
Yeah, and I think that information that we glean from that will also go back to the more general population, if you will, because even in general population, students are very, very different from each other. So getting at some of those root causes, I think, will help the entire system.
Absolutely.
Member Cardenas.
I have thank you for the work that you do. I really appreciate it. I'm very interested in the, the disparities within, like, who have IEPs racially, because I really agree with Board Member Ting about the fact of the why students are being diagnosed, specifically Black students are overrepresented in this. And the fact that you say emotional disturbance really goes into biases when diagnosing or when telling students. So I feel like we really need to go deep into that, because the fact that Black students are being told that they have emotional disturbance is really about, racism and bias. So can we look deep into that? And I feel like we need to really be having these conversations within our districts about this, because this is an issue that keeps reoccurring. And I believe it's also, which other group? I don't know, because I know that I have seen other data before about Native American students going through the same things as well. So it's really interesting to see those different, this data and really going deep into that why. So.
Absolutely.
Any other comments? Do we have any public comment? Yeah.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for always offering these insightful reports. You have a way of conveying and interpreting really complex information in a way that we can digest, and I appreciate also you're always anticipating our questions. So you're very well formulated reports, so thank you. And I get the benefit of hearing reports in between our meetings too, and always coming to the Advisory Commission on Special Education. So I just want to express my gratitude. And I also want to express my support for this executive summary. And I'd like to move approval of the CDE's recommendation to approve this executive summary.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and second, so we're ready for public comment.
We have one speaker on this item, Gina Plate.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Gina Plate, and I chair the State Advisory Commission on Special Ed. I also oversee special ed at the California Charter Schools Association. And first, I just want to use this moment to thank you, Dr. Kirst, for your passion and your leadership. And over the years, as I think about the Special Ed Task Force, your commitment to one coherent system, your continued just language around serving every child, it's been an honor to serve and be a part of that. So thank you for that. Let me just quickly mention that at our October meeting, thank you, Dr. Sandoval, for your leadership in those discussions. State Director Kristen Wright and her staff came and did a presentation and facilitated discussion on the information that you just heard. And we just definitely applaud the work that they're doing, specifically how they're using the data to drive their activities. And you heard Kristen detail some of those. The language that they're teaching us all to use to be committed and how to think about serving every child, we applaud. And we're particularly interested in the disproportionality discussions and the preschool discussions around least restrictive environment. So we voted at the commission unanimously to approve the SPP and encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. I think we're ready for vote. At this point, all those in favor, raise your hands. That carries. And now we'll proceed to item 22, the update on the California System of Support for Local Educational Agencies. Melanie will start. And you have a new last name.
Do.
Yes.
The feminist in me really struggled because I got married almost 3 years ago. Good thing my husband's teaching and does not watch the state board meeting right now, but it took me 3 years, so we can talk about that later. But good morning. President Kirst, esteemed board members, I am Melanie Green, the Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division at the California Department of Education, and I'm excited to present item 22, an update on the development of California's system of support. And I just like to say, I've never presented on day 2. So I'm really excited. I'm moving down in the world, you know, I hope not. I'm excited for day 2. So thank you for having this item, and I'm excited to dive in. So historically, this item discusses the general framing and evolution of the system of support as designed under local control funding formula. Today's discussion begins with updates, an overall description of state-level data, and then goes deeper into how the specific elements of support are responding to those statewide trends. Today, we'll specifically discuss support for students with disabilities and support for mathematics teaching and learning. At our March meeting, we'll continue to frame our discussion in data and focus on support for English learners. It's important to refocus on the goal each time we discuss our system of support to ensure that our work stays aligned. Today, we'll reflect on inequities and how support can be leveraged to get each student the help they need to succeed. Oh, thank you.
We've discussed before how support looks different under the local control funding formula. We've discussed how it's a local process with support providers working alongside a community with the LCAP as the main driver for improvement. Our system of support also comes with a new structure to help connect LEAs to resources with county offices as the first line of support. As you've heard yesterday with the changes to the LCAP, there is one planning process, and the federal ESSA requirements provide California with an opportunity to enhance our planning tools and guidance to ensure that school-level planning is tied to district-level planning. As of today, all of the leads put forward in the 2018 budget are selected, except the SELPA content leads, which will be selected by the end of this month. All the leads will meet with each other, the California Department of Education, and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence on February 12th. If you're looking for one place to find all of this information, please check out the California Department of Education System of Support webpage, which includes a comprehensive frequently asked questions.
Yeah, could you explain what the leads are for the audience?
Absolutely. So at the last meeting, I had a graphic that illustrated how the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence work together to coordinate specific leads put forward in the 2018 budget. These leads were designed to support county offices in their work with districts and helping them improve. So specifically, we have geographic lead agencies that cover statewide and are charged with ensuring that county offices are getting the support they need in working with districts in their county. We have the Community Engagement Initiative, which is focused on increasing the resources and availability of support for engaging in authentic community engagement. We also have special education resource leads, which have two types. The first type is statewide support. Those were selected, and those are similar to the geographic leads in making sure that our SELPAs across the state are getting the support they need. But then also we have specific content leads that are going to be selected and aligned with different specific areas of focus needed in special education. We also have an early math resource lead, additional money for school climate, and then a Title III English learner specialist lead, which is charged with coordinating the work of the Title III specialists across the state. So the idea is that California is putting in resources to enhance the support for counties and districts as they work with their schools and in their creation of their plan and then implementing their LCAP, their plan, and getting better for kids. I didn't include the graphic, but I can always, that is something I can always include in March, just so it continues to come up. Yes.
A question by board member Rucker.
So as it relates to each of the county office leads, which is the county office lead that's related to special education?
So for the statewide special education, there's the El Dorado County Office of Education in partnership with West San Gabriel and Riverside SELPA.
Okay. The reason I'm asking that is as it relates to the previous item, how are they engaging with districts that have been identified in that compliance process? How are those leads engaging with districts in this system of support to address that concern?
Great question. And
you don't have to have that answer today. If you could come back with that for March, I just want to put that on your plate.
Absolutely. And two things. One, it will come up a little bit when we talk about support with students with disabilities after my opening, but then also that will be part of the February 12th meeting of bringing everyone together. How are we going to work together? Because these leads could very easily become isolated and siloed. Very easily. And so how are we working together, the California Department of Education, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and the leads to ensure, A, that we're working together and that we're responding to what districts need and counties need. So I appreciate that, and that's something we need to keep at the forefront.
Yes, go ahead.
So follow up, and I know we might be getting a little bit ahead, but that was when I read the item, that's like what my questions are. I'm like, well, who's the hub that's collecting the information, the feedback, because it talks about receiving feedback from the LEAs to know what are the needs, what's working, what's not, making sure there's some coherency across the TA that's being provided. And I thought, well, but who is coordinating that? Who's the hub that receives it, sends it out to the leads, to the department, the collaborative, and then it goes back into the LEAs? That's very unclear to me how who's that ultimate body that would be responsible for collecting and disseminating.
Absolutely. And so part of that work is the relationship of the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence and making sure that the leads are coordinated and communicating. But then at the February 12th meeting, we'll also begin to discuss, so what is this actually going to look like? It's great to say that we're going to communicate and we're going to make sure that we're responding to LEAs, but how? From the logistics of like, how do we email each other to when do we call each other? You know, in the healthcare services system, some systems have this every other Friday, like, I forget what they call it, but like this hot topics call. Is that something we need in the beginning? Maybe we need something for the first 6 months that's different for the next year, year and a half. So I appreciate you bringing that up because that's one of the things we're going to tackle at the February 12th meeting. We'll bring ideas, and by we, I mean the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, but then there'll be discussion with the leads about, so what do you think? What do you need? One final, so I just want to make sure that folks know that we have a system and support webpage for California Department of Education with the frequently asked questions. We also have updated resources on the accountability page, Cindy's page, a lot of great flyers and one-pages about elements of the dashboard, so I hope folks are also using those. And then one final update is that the California Department of Education staff has begun training with the county offices of education on improvement science. This training will continue into the spring so that the California Department of Education staff are aligned with the county office's approach to improvement. Now I'm going to transition into a very brief overview of the statewide dashboard and differentiated assistance data before we discuss the support for students with disabilities and support for mathematics teaching and learning, which is the focus of today. As I mentioned in the beginning, in March, we'll continue to frame our discussion in data, and we'll talk about support for English learners. So you see this item transitioning from, we've been talking about the pieces and how they fit together, into, so what support is happening and what does that look like? I want to be very clear, this is not a holistic data analysis of statewide data. As a former principal, I know that comprehensive data analysis takes time, it takes pre-work. This is really just a brief overview to frame our discussion about support. Let's begin with the statewide indicators. You'll notice overall yellow performance level for chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, graduation rate, and college career indicator. You'll notice orange performance level for English language arts and mathematics. As you know, you can continue to scroll down the page for the dashboard to see the baseball cards for each indicator and where student groups are for each indicator. When you dig deeper into English language arts and math, you'll see that math is 36.4 points below standard, and English language arts is 6 points below standard. This data frames our discussion today on the support for mathematics teaching and learning. Again, if this is comprehensive, I would dive into these more. I would talk about status and change. I would talk about student groups. I'd probably even dive even deeper to specific districts, but that's not the point of today, is just to provide the general framing. When you transition to our data for differentiated assistance, which is detailed in a December State Board of Education memo, you'll find that 374 LEAs are eligible for differentiated assistance in 2018. Of those LEAs, 239 are eligible for assistance for the first time in 2018. 135 LEAs maintain eligibility, and 93 LEAs that were eligible for assistance in 2017 are no longer eligible in 2018. Remember, 2 new indicators and 2 new student groups came online this year. So as a result, the business rules for calculating all the indicators were revised. So it's not really appropriate to compare how LEAs were eligible in 2018 versus 2017. Continuing with the data, 11 LEAs have been newly identified because they met the local indicator criteria, and 2 LEAs have been newly identified based on a combination of state and local indicators. I want to pause here before we continue as a reminder that all LEAs in California are expected to dig deeper into their state and local data to understand underlying causes and make a plan to get better for kids. The LEAs that are eligible for differentiated assistance get additional support from their County Office of Education as they go through that analysis and underlying causes. LEAs are most commonly eligible for support based on the performance of students with disabilities, foster youth, and students who are homeless. Remember, as Shiloh mentioned in the first item, that these specific student groups overlap with other student groups. For example, within the students with disabilities student group, 71% of students are also either socioeconomically disadvantaged and/or English learners. Students with disabilities were also the student group that identified the most LEAs last year, and today you'll hear about how the support that was started last year has evolved. And remember, one other final point. The core of differentiated assistance is looking at your data and underlying causes across all student groups and all indicators. Just because an LEA is identified for one or two student groups doesn't mean that our analysis stops there. And I think that's something we talked about last year, and I think we need to talk about it every year. And I think we also need to think about how we can better support through using the leads, ensuring that that's the training that county offices and districts are getting. So we briefly reviewed the statewide data. I think I just did it in about 2 minutes. And we did it at a very high level to show the connection between the dashboard results and the support provided. For our support discussion today, we'll begin with a discussion on support for students with disabilities, and then we'll transition to a 2-part discussion on support for mathematics, teaching, and learning. So we'll start with discussing our support for students with disabilities.
I'm back, Melanie.
I'm here.
First, I just want to say thank you, because we had this conversation about making sure that what we talk about and what we focus on and the level of support and assistance that we provide is based on the data. Because we've got it now, we really have to take advantage of it. So I really appreciate that. And even though you went through it really quickly, can you go back for a couple? I just want to
Any particular
one more. Maybe one more before that. No, anyway. That the couple things that struck me. First of all, I want to give a shout out to all LEAs who identified themselves on local indicators.
This slide, right here.
Right, because I know when we talked about, not everything's got to be a state indicator, and we trust LEAs to do the right thing on local indicators, to really identify, and to your point, keep digging, to say, yeah, this is what we expect, and we're not there yet. And it's sort of a touchstone, in my view, of continuous improvement. So I really wanted to take that opportunity to say that. You also talked about that it's not appropriate to compare between 2 years because we keep adding and we're changing and all of that. But I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to ask if that's true of the LEAs who are no longer eligible for assistance. Because to me, I wonder a little bit about those on the surface of it, and I know Shiloh always says, don't just take what you see and run with it. But whether that's really an improvement that they said, yeah, gee, last year we were identified for students with disabilities, we'll take that because that was our most prominent indicator. And we really are going to work on that, and we're really seeing improvement. If that's really happening, I don't know, Jenny's out there nervous that I'm going to ask her this question. But whether that's what's happening with that, or it really is, it's just a function of how we're collecting stuff.
I think it's a good question. And I can say I was sitting with a county at the beginning of this week, and they were talking about their districts that are currently eligible for differentiated assistance. And they said, we have one that's no longer eligible. They still have more work to do. That was the first thing they said. And they said, but last year they did focus on their students with disabilities, and they had a practice where students who were in resource K-8 were automatically into the certificate of completion track at high school, automatically. No thought given to what they needed next or a transition plan. It was a process, a policy that they had. And so even though the county office was very honest about the district has more work to do, but there was one piece of their system and their policy that they changed, and they have more work to do around that change. So I only say that because I think there's so much within each data point, and potentially that's something the geographic leads and the SELPA leads can help us aggregate when you talk with counties and what's going on with their districts, what's happening inside those numbers. So we might be able to have a better picture of that, but that's just one story from the beginning of this week.
Well, I just hope that those kinds of things we celebrate, we call out. I know in our work at CCEE, we are always asked about best practices. What are people doing? And I know people, they're kind of looking for a magic bullet, which is not what I'm suggesting here. But I do think, just the example you gave, Melanie, is really a good one of some things that just become ingrained in LEA's practices that really don't make sense on behalf of students. And to give other LEAs the opportunity to go, wow, we've been doing that too, and we really should think about it.
Please, Lacombe.
Sorry, I know you all want to get to your part, but I have a question about the leads, and I want to make sure that I ask it now before we go too far into the technical assistance. there was a mention of an equity lead, and to be honest, it was the first time I heard of it. And I was like, what? We have an equity lead and it's one-time funding, but there was really no description of what is the role of the equity lead. So I would want to learn more about the equity lead. I know that we were hoping to have Title III specialists or the Title III lead in this meeting, and they're coming in March. So maybe if it's possible, they could come in March as well. And also, and again, it's one-time funding. I'm not sure what the scope of the work is. For the Title III lead, is there funding one time? Is it ongoing? And how much are they funded for?
That's a great question. So for the equity lead, we can definitely bring them in March. There were 2 equity leads. It's one-time funding, and they have a very specific in the application, they created a very specific program where they would work directly with districts and schools and trying to see a change in outcomes. So one of the programs is working specifically on equity audits with Joe Johnson out of San Diego, but we can definitely bring them either both or maybe one to talk about their specific work in March. One of the reasons we're including them with the leads is because even though they were one-time funding, we're sure that they're doing work that other folks can learn from. So they'll be in the all leads meeting on the 12th, even though they're not really of like the same structure or funding piece as the other leads. It's our attempt to say, hey, come on with us and let's see if what you're doing we can also learn from with the other leads. And then for the Title III lead, I think it's ongoing funding. I know that the budget's reauthorized every year, but it's out of the federal Title III funds. I would have to get back on the exact numbers, but I also know that having the Title III English Learner Specialist was a way to make sure that just because these are federal funds, they're completely tied in with the other leads, and that the Title III specialists that are out there throughout California, their work is informing the resources that the geographic leads have. Their work's informed by the SELPA leads, and the SELPA leads' work is informed by their work. So that's another reason, I think, why the Title III English Learner Specialist lead was created to then coordinate their work with the other lead structure. So they'll be at the February 12th meeting as well.
Yeah, great. Because I'm thinking like, well, what is the funding compared to the need? When I was looking at the leads, LA County, and of course I am biased, but there's 81 districts and we're under one lead. And I thought, how is this lead going to get to all those LEAs and provide all that support when LA County alone, it's 81 districts. So capacity for me, of course, we have limited funds, but capacity is something that makes me a little nervous.
But I think that's a good thing to bring up, and that we need to regularly talk with the leads, because if we're making these plans of working together and getting folks' needs, but like they then turn around and say, well, do we have the capacity? Like that's not going to work. So I think that's something we can also have an honest ongoing conversation with them, and then also just see how future budgets turn out. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Valdez.
Just a clarification on the lead, just that whole idea, the notion. My understanding was that the leads were going to build capacity for the other county offices. That's still what we're talking about,
Absolutely.
Right? In terms of far outreach and so forth.
Absolutely. And when we think about the geographic leads, yes, the geographic leads are working with the counties in their area to get them the support they need to work with their districts.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I'm going to begin by saying this all looks really good on paper. What I'm concerned about is that all of these leads and at the level that the county offices are operating in the structure you have created, they're going to spend a lot of time talking amongst themselves. And the work that has to happen with districts on the ground, I'm not sure where the capacity is going to be built into the work these counties are doing to do this. And I'm saying that as I'm looking out in the audience, I see Peter Birdsall. Peter and I have had this conversation about capacity, and in the presentations that he's made here, he's been very hopeful and very clear about the work that they're doing and the work that they are doing well. But as this system of support begins to unfold and actually begins to go to ground for implementation, one of the gaps in our understanding about this work really has been an ongoing evaluation or understanding of what is the capacity of the county offices to do this work. Because here's what I heard, and I just know I have to have missed something when we gave this explanation. We have an equity lead. The assumption is that the county office that is the equity lead is going to help the other county offices develop their capacity on equity. Okay, so let me tell you how that sounds to me. In my family, it has always been a very clear expectation that the students coming up through our family was going to go to college, which meant they had to take Algebra 1, they had to take geometry, they were expected to take calculus and a foreign language. And when we arrived in all of those classes, guess what? We were the only one. Now, for those of you who are trying to figure out the only one, what? Look at me. So we were the only one. That's an equity issue. So I'm not really sure what it is that county offices are going to develop their capacity to have a conversation about just on equity. But there are 15 other topics that we have 15 other leads for that are developing this capacity for these other county offices. I'm not really clear on how this work is going to actually be developed on the ground. And I'm concerned that we're going to spend a lot of time creating organizational charts to show how the work is being divided up. But it seems like 40 people are going to show up in a district office, sit in the back of the room and say, just ignore us and carry on, we'll talk to you later. So I'm very worried about what this looks like because I don't see a connection yet among all of this disparate and separate and distinct work. It's not that I believe we're going to create silos. I believe we're already replicating some silos we've had before.
Okay, so we don't go down this equity lead thing.
Yeah.
The equity lead was created, 2 or 3 years ago in the budget. It was requested.
I got that. I understand all that. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're trying to do with the equity lead, and we have work to do on this, is integrate it into the system. We don't exactly know how that's going to work yet.
That's what my concern is.
So because that was created at a different time in a different place for a different purpose, right? So we're trying to figure that out. It's just like everything we've done on this whole project. It's part of the evolution of the project, continuous improvement. So we can't answer on the equity lead all the questions yet. We're getting there. We want to integrate it into the system. We think there's some models, like Melanie said, that might be really useful to see on a statewide basis. So we can't answer all that. So I think it would be best on that topic if we do, like Feliza said, we bring that back when we bring the Title III folks. And between now and then, we'll have had more conversations with all of them so we can present that to you. But so we're not going to be able to answer that, Melanie or anybody else isn't, because we're trying to figure out that was created for a different purpose, different time, before we had our system of support underway. So just so full disclosure, we have work to do on that piece of it.
Okay, so what I got out of that is you need me to hold my question.
Correct, because we agree with everything you said. It's a challenge and we get it, but on that piece, because we're trying to take something from the past and build it into our future, so we have a continuous, so we don't have 1 million people showing up in front of district people and saying, who are these people and what are they doing? So we need to bring them into our system, and we're just beginning that work with them.
Okay, so then let me, so I will hold my question, but I will leave you with this particular charge. For the parents of color who have come to this board and told you that the schools are failing their students, this is where their concern lies. And this is where we have to hold ourselves accountable. We can live with that question at the 5,000-foot level, but they are living with that failure every day.
Board Member Holliday.
So this may be a really naive question, but do the leads have a good understanding of how much they are supposed to go out or how much they are supposed to wait and have other county officers come to them? Is there a sense of how much push or how much waiting or offering or what. I think that sort of gets at the heart of some of the things, some of the questions that are.
Absolutely. And for this presentation, only because of time, I didn't include my slides from our last meeting that talked about the geographic leads charge and how they specifically held their hand up and said, I want to take ownership for student outcomes in my area. I want to take ownership for the counties in my area, their work with their districts to make sure their schools are improving. So what I can do in March is also kind of do just a quick step back on the charge of the geographic lead agencies. I'm going to do a summary of the work on February 12th of how they're ensuring that it doesn't result in just different structures talking with each other, but actual change at the student level and some of the metrics they're holding themselves accountable for. So I can kind of take a step back at that March meeting and go back over some of that information, especially because I know as we talk about it, as they're selected, it becomes clearer. So I think it'd be helpful to go back over some of that information. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, another question was triggered with the side conversation with board member Sir, but sir. It's too early. So before I get to the question, I just hear more and more, and it makes me a little more nervous because I was part of a large district that went through 2 reorgs, and within one district, we still didn't quite meet the goal, right? And so I'm looking at the scale of California and thinking, gosh, this is a huge undertaking, and I don't know that we're going to get it right away, and I know that we all have to be patient. I know that's something that Dr. Kurz constantly reminds us of, but we're living in a time of urgency, right? And so, anyways, I want to go back to the Title III because you said federal funding, and then we said, oh, that's always typically compliance. And so then I was thinking, well, what about state funding and support for EL students? So I went back and started looking at the leads, and I'm assuming they will all be tasked with helping all of our students, and ELs are part of that. But are we adding state funding to the Title III leads other than just federal funding? Because again, that defaults into compliance. But state funding will give us more of that system of support. Are we adding any funding there? And if not, why not?
I don't have any influence over the budget process. If I did, I would have a whole probably different type of role. I'd wear bigger heels. They're already big enough, just to let you know. But I only say that because there wasn't any in the 2018 budget.
Yeah, but what about
none
the
of the
100 million? There was 100 million? Yeah.
I think we talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, and I'll just say for me, because I don't have to be quite as cautious or careful about this. This, in some ways, is the legislature's response and the governor's response to needs we saw when the dashboard got released. And I'll just say candidly, ongoing concerns, or rightfully or wrongfully, about whether or not county offices were capable of doing what we were asking them. So what we get is, and to me it's a little bit of be careful what you wish for. We're here from Sacramento to help. And the LEAs are going, holy cow, what are all these people doing? And they seem to have different roles. But the idea is that all of the folks, the geographic leads, are supposed to help county offices do what they're supposed to do. They're training county offices, and they're training them across the needs of LEAs. That's what I want to reinforce, because I think it's easy to say, oh, we're only going to work on special ed. We're only going to work on math. That's not the idea at all. The idea is, again, to do this very deep analysis. What do LEAs need? Some LEAs will need lots of help with English learners. Some will need lots of help, if not all of them, with African American students. So I don't want us to get kind of hung up in, well, why didn't we get this? Because honest to God, we're recreating categorical programs every time we do that. So I worried when I saw the budget with all of this going, oh yeah, this is what's going to happen. People are going to set themselves back down into silos, as people have said, and think, well, that's all I have to work on. But that is not the intention. So I'm also reminded of how messy LCFF and the LCAP felt when we started. So roll back the tape now about 4 or 5 years and go, wow, we've come a long way since then. And let us be patient and persistent and humble, as Dr. Kirsch has told us, about seeing this roll out. And I do, again, I want to really commend the department and the collaborative for thinking this through and dealing with the messiness every single day to try to get us to that goal of focusing on each and every student need.
But can we clarify, there was money in the budget, asking the executive director, 100 million for counties? Did I?
To fund,
Yeah.
to fund the leads, that's how they're funded.
Yeah, okay, so there was money, yeah, I mean, that's a sizable amount of money for personnel, so it's not just federal money, and the legislature is very aware of these needs.
Correct.
So I'm sort of optimistic and with that. Go ahead, Ortiz Lacombe.
Yeah, sorry, but I just have to say this because, and I know there's money and there's a substantial investment in this, but if the EL student group was not clustered with reclassified students, that would be one of the groups that would have surfaced as a group, a student subgroup in need, and then the money would have followed. You know, so that for me, if we hadn't added the reclassified students as part of the student subgroup for English learners, I think that they would have been the group in the reds and the oranges. And although I want to recast my vote and say no, because I did abstain for that, but I feel a sense of responsibility in that our methodology contribute to the under-identification of EL students because they fell more in the yellow versus the red and the orange, where they would be if we had not included students that reclassified up to 4 years.
Absolutely. So am I still on? I'm still on. Now I'm excited to transition. So we had the overall framing. Now we're going to talk about, so what is some of the support that's happening? We're going to start with talking about support for students with disabilities, and then we'll transition into a two-part discussion about support for mathematics teaching and learning. And as I said earlier, in March, we'll talk about support for English learners and potentially any other issues that you think is important for us to dive into.
Good morning again. Kristen Wright, Special Ed Director. I want to point out that I am not standing up here alone. It's so exciting. I have a partner in crime now. I'd like to introduce you to Carla Estrada, who's the Director of Education for the California Collaborative and who has been an incredible partner in this work. And so she will be co-presenting this item with me today. And so our system is truly being reset, as you heard from Melanie, and you all have done such incredible work around before our eyes. It's really been reimagined. And so gone are the days, again, when I stand up alone telling you that special education division is going to fix special education in California, or the expectation is that we do something around compliance to do that. This is truly an all-hands-on-deck effort at this point. And so one of the things that I think about is the table, and we always talk about special ed being brought to the table or now part of the conversation. And hopefully after this year, we won't say that anymore, because special ed is actually one of the legs of the table. And so it's a nice place to be instead of coming in after everything else has been established. And I just want to point out that you'll hear after this presentation from my colleague Stephanie Gregson, who has worked tirelessly to help include and embed students with disabilities in all the work that they're doing, and has been an incredible partner as well to the division around this work. And so as we are really looking at this framework taking shape, we're going to talk to you today about the structure. And as Member Burr pointed out, we are still in that beginning phases of this. So we don't definitely have all the solutions, but we're setting up a structure that is going to be able to build capacity amongst our regions to be able to help support this initiative to try to improve outcomes for students with disabilities and our other student groups that come up around the dashboard. So we today would like to stand here in solidarity with the collaborative, with the state board, with our partners in our county offices and our SELPA partners to really show you that we are planning. We have started to move on initiatives. We're in the process of selecting our final SELPA leads, and Carla's going to go into some additional detail about that. But let me just first bring you back to last year when we were telling you that hopefully in the future we would be able to align our data and change our monitoring activities. I think you remember me coming back and saying our division had gone under a sort of large reorganization where we have specialty areas. Those folks are really in their first year of really owning their individual unit work around this. Disproportionality is obviously a big piece to that, as well as our comprehensive reviews and still our compliance issues, because I think it's important to point out that we are funded under IDEA to monitor all of our districts and charter schools and county offices in the state. And so we take that responsibility of federal monitoring very seriously. I'll also tell you that we've been asked a lot in the last, this past year, to speak nationally about the work California is doing around coherence and alignment. So I've been sitting on a lot of panels with some of the other leading states where people are saying, how are you doing this? And so California is certainly, again, in the forefront. So thanks to you and your vision around all this work, we're getting a lot of accolades nationally around the special ed work. I'd also like to point out that I'm going to skip to one slide forward and show you this slide, and you can look into this more later, but this is basically how on the side where you see all the same colored blue data was what the reporting that you saw in the earlier presentation. And now for our technical assistance and monitoring selections, we're really using the dashboard data so that it really makes sense to LEAs, that we're not using two worlds to identify them or give them the federal determination statuses that we're required to by law. So we did have the opportunity this past year. Shiloh did a lot of boot camps across the state, and it was a really great time for us to learn. We partnered out of that work with some of our other districts, including Member Valdez. We've been doing some great work with many county offices and LEAs in terms of learnings, and we're using that to advise our work in the division. We've also been meeting collaboratively with our other partners regularly, with Carla and SELPA, and even our state MTSS lead, around talking about our consistent messaging. What are we trying to do here, and how can we showcase the kind of support, aligned support that we want to do as a state? And really, I want to point out the last bullet. I don't know that there's ever been more acronyms in one bullet in the history of time. I don't even want to say it out loud. But we will be giving a prize to the person who can most quickly name all the acronyms in that sentence. However, we definitely are looking forward to help supporting, and we see our role as helping support our county offices and SELPAs to provide that targeted assistance. So we know that for this year, 65% of our LEAs were identified for differentiated assistance for our students with disabilities group. But we also know that that doesn't mean that it's a student with disabilities treatment or a special education treatment. And so we do have some consensus across the state that this is all of our issue, and that our students are also English learners and students who are foster youth and homeless youth and socioeconomically disadvantaged. So it's such a pleasure to turn it over to Carla, who again is an amazing partner in this work, and I know you'll all get to know her and feel the same way, hopefully.
Well, getting the pleasure to work with Kristen makes it a lot easier, and definitely something that I'm excited about. Well, good morning. I really appreciate, board members, the opportunity to be able to speak to you here today. I'm Carla Stroud. I'm one of the directors of education within the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. And I really want to dive deeper into the state system of support to understand where do these intersections begin to happen to make sure that all of our students' needs are addressed, but importantly, how do we help our LEAs be able to feel that they have all the tools they need to be able to do that? So in the state system of support, there is no special door for special education. We are one system, one door for support that is built on multi-tiered systems of support and universal design for learning. That is clear. How we support our local educational agencies in attaining successful outcomes for students is critical. When all students are successful, students with disabilities also have the opportunity to be successful. We've seen that. In our schools, you walk into campuses where you see great learning happening, you see the real opportunity that any student who has different learning needs can truly be successful. In the state system of support, we really truly aim to provide the spectrum of assistance and guidance to LEAs to meet the needs of all students in order to meet that diverse need. Not one LEA is designed the same way. In the work, when you're working directly with LEAs, working directly with schools, each place is different. And so within this system of support, we have to understand how do we make sure we have that differentiation within our system. It's also important to ensure that we continue to build the capacity among the variety of state agencies and resources available to LEAs in addressing the needs of students with disabilities. I always remind people that the students of yesterday are not the students that showed up today. And so even overnight they change. And so it's important as state agencies that we continue to evolve and improve in our practices. This is an exciting opportunity to work with SELPAs and build capacity among SELPAs as support to LEAs and as collaborative partners with county offices of education. There's an important investment that has been made, and we thank you for that investment. There are two types of SELPAs that were identified, and Chris and I, as we were trying to think about what's the best way to design this type of SELPA lead so it doesn't become the siloed experience, we wanted to make sure that we thought about it in two different ways. One, we know that systems are important in order for districts to be successful. We know that for any organization, you need to have a certain degree of systems to be successful. So we want to think about, so what is a need that SELPAs could support in? The other piece was, we know that there's also particular content support. Some of this work is really tough to be able to do. It is something that the complexity within, from looking at the fiscal budget piece to the classroom and the teacher that's standing in front of those students every day, all can be very complicated. And so how can we help people to see and how they can be able to address some of the data indicators that are showing a real serious urgent need? So, because we know that the strength and health of systems is key to successful LEAs and fundamental to ensuring the LEAs are set up to meet the needs of students with disabilities, we identified SELPA system improvement leads who are identified to work collaboratively within the state system of support, in particular, SELPAs and COEs in building capacity and also to be reflective and attain healthy special education systems and be able to also be a connector of resources and tools and best practices in the area of data analysis, governance, and continuous improvement processes. They're also there to be facilitators to learning and partnering with COEs and among SELPAs within the state system of support. These SELPAs leads were identified as El Dorado SELPA, Riverside County SELPA, and West San Gabriel Valley SELPA. These leads were identified due to their experience in continuous improvement cycles, professional development, data analysis, and governance. And I think another very important element that's important in their leadership is also being able to work collaboratively within different types of spaces, because this work can be really humbling. You have to be able to know where are the opportunities and also know where do we really need to make sure people understand the urgency in this work. So we feel that we've selected SELPA leads who are able to do that. We also recognize that although building a strong foundation is essential, we must also understand the unique aspects of special education and the complexity of addressing the problems that surface when examining equity issues impacting our students with disabilities. For example, disproportionality, suspension, the least restrictive environment. For this reason, SELPA content leads will be identified. The due date for this identification and announcement is January 22nd. And they will be identified in a variety of different content areas, but we're really looking for people who've had the expertise to be able to implement within their own local areas and who are really equipped and ready to bring it to scale and truly become a hub of technical assistance for other SELPAs as they build the capacity of their LEAs within their districts. But you can really learn a lot from someone who can be very reflective and transparent of lessons learned. And that's really what we're looking for in these leaders. Again, these SELPAs serve as valuable and meaningful opportunity within the state system of support. and we look forward to seeing their work with SELPAs and their partnership with geographic leads and county offices of education. So let's also look ahead to some of the work that's in the pipeline that we'd like to also share with you, so you can also be reflective partners with us, but also be supporters of that work. Any questions before I move forward, or do you want me to wait?
Are you going to go into how the SELPA leads will work with other SELPAs or?
It is actually transitioned to some examples, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have more specifics.
Yeah, so I do have a couple of questions. So the SELPA leads, the idea is that they would help other SELPAs and LEAs, is that right?
The aim is for them to actually work directly with other SELPAs to build their capacity as they're working with LEAs. There are some wonderful things happening across the state of California as someone who is trying to understand all the things that are happening. But if you don't know what the North is doing or the South is doing or Central is doing, or, you know, it helps to have someone who can really be that hub of curating some great resources. And also when they see a gap, be able to be responsive so all SELPAs have access to those materials and that learning.
Okay. And I'm curious, we had 243 LEAs who are eligible for differentiated assistance based on special education population. How many of those are single district SELPAs?
That's a great question. Yeah, we'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I think we have found last year, based on last year's data, we had quite a few.
Yeah.
But this year's data, we also have some additional indicators, but we can come back and provide that information.
I'm kind of curious because we all know that special ed is underfunded. You know, we have had a system of SELPAs risk pools regionally throughout the state, and then as we're finding districts are growing and wanting to access more, they're kind of seeing a trend of districts going out and becoming their own SELPAs to try to access more funding or try to be a little more independent in how they're delivering services and things like that. And so I'm just curious, you know, if that is something that districts or LEAs are trying to do, and how does that work within our region of regional support assistance?
It's going to be an important fundamental question for the board and the legislature and the policymakers around you've anointed SELPA to serve a specific role. And I want to point out that under IDEA, SELPAs are considered the grantee. And so SELPAs are by law assuring that all the needs of the students with disabilities are met in those SELPA regions. And so they do have a really important role. But I think the questions, and I think we may be putting out a February memo around this issue to give the board a better grounding as you start to hear more waivers and other things around SELPA status, because I think it's going to be an important fundamental question. If you're setting up SELPA as an important sort of parent or helper role, and then everyone's trying to be their own SELPA, like where does the rubber meet the road around that? And that will be something you guys will have to decide and talk about.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I just want to also, you may be illustrating a little bit more, but I was harkening on our conversation around the other item. And I think the idea of these leads for here, equity for EL students, all that is a bit misleading because it almost feels like we're going to send this lead in and they're going to fix this one little thing. And what in school reform, what ends up happening is when we look at the data, it's usually an indicator of something much more systemic. So the pressure points of whether you identify because of EL or you identify because of special ed, it's because there are certain student populations that might be stress points to the system. So they're the first leading indicator for you to go in and look at it. But if one were to dig a little bit deeper, it's a larger systemic, cultural, leadership, whatever issue that's much, much larger. And so I feel that when we say these leads, we need to think about this not as we're going to go in and just kind of tighten the screws here and then do the wrench here. It's not about that. It really is about identifying, and it is going to be up to the LEAs to do the work. They're doing the work. They're identifying, they're doing the work, and that we're here to support and provide that maybe additional resources, but they have to do the work. They have to do the heavy lifting.
Board Member Holliday.
Thank you, Ting. I've been sitting here going, this is worrying me. We've heard the word categorical. We've heard the word silos. We've heard, all sorts of people push back on all of it. We know these are not silos, and we're not sending in the troops, to fix this. And we're not building the car one part at a time, but instead we're considering the whole design and all that. And yet, where's the safety net for all of that happen? Is it at the county office level? Is that where it happens, or are we relying on the LEA to do it? So these leads go to the county office, build capacity with SELPAs, and yet to understand that there are usually systemic problems with an LEA, and it's not just one thing that can be fixed, but many things that have to come together in unison in order to have, as you say, you walk into a school and this is working, and then all the little problems are much littler. Where does that coaching happen? Where does that let's pull this thing together happen? Is it at the county office level? Are they the ones responsible for helping an LEA understand? Don't just work on this. Don't just target this one area that you have been identified for, but instead let's look at the whole picture here. What other pieces are missing in this that we can pull together? I think that it's not to do with what you're talking about. As I said, I've been sitting here, but it's more what Sue's been talking about and what Ting just brought up. And so I hope that's helpful.
The reason I bring it up in this context is because, as Kristen said over and over again, special ed covers across the different subgroups. So I think when we're looking at examples of where we are in support for special ed students, we are looking more at another level of systemic support. It's not about that student population.
And I think we just want to make sure that there's enough expertise across all the regions to be able to address the issues that come up that are really around special ed. But by no means do we mean that if a district qualifies for differentiated assistance, that then you send them to SELPA. The reality is that SELPA is part of their solution, but it also has to be owned in whole by the LEA and the county. So I think it is that partnership that we're all trying to figure out. Everyone's doing the dance, but I think the structure, the bones are there for this to really work. We're really excited about it because, again, we're now a leg of the table, not coming later. So.
And it's a question that we continuously struggle with as a state system of support in our conversations. And it is our hope that we continue to struggle because we need to continue to circle back to that question. Because in the end, it's how LEAs are actually doing and how are they feeling they're being supported.
When we had the special ed task force, there was a lot of talk about the SELPAs not, over the years, their role of sort of technical assistance to the districts had eroded somewhat. And so they have not really been in this kind of an approach that we're talking about here. So how does this relate to a rethinking of the basic SELPA role?
I think SELPA is excited. I won't speak for them, but I do know from speaking with them a lot that they are very excited about increasing their own capacity. There's been I think a 2/3 turnover in SELPA directors over the past few years. And so this sort of movement towards a little bit of a different role than in the past, this whole idea of it's not just about you ensuring compliance and data validity, but it's really being a partner. They are very happy to be at the table and welcomed. And so there are some of those that we're recognizing that have already been doing a lot of work around this. And so those are the ones that have been chosen to be the leads so that they can build the capacity and they already have a lot of tools developed around this. So we're just trying to leverage what we already have available and then sort of push it out quicker because we understand the urgency.
Yeah. California is the only state in the country that uses special education local planning
SELPAs,
areas.
yes.
Yeah, SELPAs. And so we're really out here on our own on this kind of a concept. Board Member Valdez.
I'm thinking selfishly today. I'm in my own context, in my own world, as I oversee special education. And I think about, as an example, on our PIR, least restrictive environment was something that we needed to, increase, if you will. And by doing that, it caused an increase perhaps in suspensions and expulsions, because now students are sitting in general ed classrooms. Teachers may not have all of the resources and skills yet to be able to appropriately handle situations. So when I think about that, and I think about, so we're identified for differentiated assistance. So now county office, and I have my SELPA, but now I have a content, and I have what was the other group called for SELPA special ed? I'm sorry, the systems person. And it really involves both entities. So in the DA experience for districts, looking at the whole picture in a scenario, they would work with the county office for the differentiated assistance, and these two different special ed SELPA leads would inform the county office to help give them the tools to help the LEA? Is that kind of like, I'm looking at a flow chart. How might that happen?
How might that look like? I would see it more as the geographic leads working with the SELPA leads to identify this is actually the primary area that our county offices are seeing that their LEAs need support with. So that would be the first step. And in a second, we'll share a tool, for example, that is really making it available to everybody. Because even though you may not be identified for differentiated assistance this year for students with disabilities, you might. And so we want to make sure we're being proactive as well in this work. But you would work with your geographic lead and your SELPA lead, the county office would, and then they would work with their LEA. Depending on the situation, this is where the SELPA leads can be helpful, is they can either be that additional support in building that capacity of the county office, or in partnership with their local SELPA, local county office, working with that LEA, but their real primary role is to build capacity and be a thought partner, be someone who has that expertise at the table to understand some of these complexities, as well as the experience to say, let me tell you a couple different ways that people have addressed similar problems that that county office is having or that LEA is having.
So every LEA is not going to the SELPA lead.
That's right.
Correct, but I also think that all of the whole system is predicated on relationships.
That's right.
And the relationships with the county office as well as their local SELPA, and that really is going to make the system work or not.
That's correct. And that's why I say it's an ongoing evolution of just continuing to improve and really make sure that our end users, our LEAs, really see us as a resource.
And we've asked our SELPA leads that we've already selected to make sure that there's Tier 1 resources available. So even when they're, what Member Valdez was talking about with PIR, the Performance Indicator Review, that's one of the special ed activities that look at the different indicators like least restrictive environment. We're trying to really make that aligned so you're not making these whole giant plans in isolation, that they're really connected. And so thank you for that question.
And the geographic leads, for example, have already been asking, this is what's been awesome about the system of support. They're already asking, how can we align better with the PIR process? How can we get that information so when we're supporting our county offices and they're supporting their LEAs, we are informed with where are some key areas people just keep having trouble with that we should all be trying to figure out how to help them solve.
And we hope that our internal, like PIR, could be some early warning systems that folks can start working on specific, more granular things to avoid some of the issues later.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. So Kristen, I would really like to also highlight some resources, as she shared, that are level 1, available to all, and that's what we're working on to make sure that that is occurring. So ultimately, the goal is to deliver on the educational promise for all of our students. And we have much work to do to attain this goal, and for our students with disabilities in particular. However, as Kristen shared, there is good work happening across the state of California. And so how do we leverage those things that have been effective, and how do we make sure they're available to all people? As I shared with you, the ability to meet the needs of students with disabilities is first dependent on how they're meeting the needs in general of all their students. It sets you up for being able to address differentiation and creating an inclusive learning environment. A key role for CCEE is to provide technical assistance to districts in high needs. CDE also serves to support districts identified for needing targeted support. And what we're finding is that we're needing to provide differentiated support that truly meets the needs around healthy special education systems. And what that actually looks like is important, because what we find is, as we're trying to dive into the instructional quality, something keeps sidetracking us. And what we find is it's a lot of these healthy special education issues as it relates to systems, whether largely across the system or in particular around special education. So one of the key tools that we're working on is working on a reflection and self-assessment resource. It allows for coherence around what are important systems that contribute to healthy special education systems. So that's important, because depending on who you access as a support, can look very different, the type of guidance that they give you. And we believe in the state of California, we really need to bring that together and be really clear with people so they know how to either be reflective if they're doing really great work and seeing where they could improve, because we can always improve, as well as make sure that as county offices and SELPAs are working with their LEAs, they have a resource available to them that will ensure not only that there is a coherent vision in this work, but also how to be able to take that first step, which you all know is critically important, and especially in high need areas. The next is building a strong foundation, building from a strong foundation. As we all know, there has been differentiated assistance work happening across the state. There's a facilitator guide that was being used by our county offices in order to be able to support their LEAs, and that there was also through CIS and CISES's work, improving performance with students with disabilities, a handbook that really dove into how to examine through continuous improvement, special education data. These are two very helpful resources. How do we learn from what has been effective about these resources and what hasn't? What has been meaningful to LEAs and what hasn't? And how do we improve that? And this is something that our SELPA leads are really eager to work with the geographic leads to be able to redefine and bring out and offer additional training to ensure that everybody has this kind of experience and resource. And lastly, we've also been creating a data analysis tool and resource. One of the things that, Kristen is so great about, just really making things very accessible and really thinking about how do we make it accessible. And so one of the things that her department in collaboration with CCE is looking at is how do we make sure that data becomes something that is readily available and really helps dig into the intersection between LRE, academics, disproportionality, something that helps you be able to do that without being a Shiloh data guru. It's where you're hoping that you can find someone like Shiloh who can help you do that. And so it's something where, could we do something like that and make it easily available? Because if you're going to drill into a conversation of problem of practice and you don't have good, meaningful data to look at, it becomes very difficult to truly get to a root cause, for example. And so we're very excited to be able to actually invite Shiloh up to just give you a brief understanding of what we're working on.
And as part of the, as Shiloh comes up, as part of the SELPA leads that have already been selected, part of their proposal was to bring on someone who's we've worked with a lot, who will be able to help develop some of these tools to make them really actionable, so that we're really looking at those indicators and making them something that people can work on.
So, good morning again. It's still morning. So we did, as Carla and Kristen talked about, we did 6. So last year we had 163 districts identified for differentiated assistance for their student with disability student group. When I looked at the list, I was like, I've worked with a lot of these districts. And so, and I knew their data. And so we looked at the data between their special education data and their general education data, and we identified 65 districts that we thought would need some support around data. And we invited them to a boot camp. And that boot camp was not just bring your special ed folks. It was bring your director of technology, bring your superintendent if they can come, bring your director of special education, bring your CalPADS coordinator, because we're going to talk about how data looks at your district. And so here's the things that we learned. We learned that lots of districts need to have in-depth conversations about what their data looks like and where their data comes from. So we developed a self-assessment tool, and we've been working with a gentleman from Collaborative Learning Solutions who is
helping us develop some of that self-assessment. We also worked with the Federal TA Center, the IDA Data Center, who's one of our federal TA providers, to develop this self-assessment. Along with this self-assessment, we also developed we're developing a toolkit that will help districts walk through how to improve their data systems, right? Because a lot of them think, okay, well, my data system's a mess and I don't know what to do. The self-assessment gives them a place to start, and then when the toolkit will give them the ability to walk through how to improve it. And so we're really hoping to roll that out this spring through some of the SELPA lead work. The other thing that we noticed, and so we went in, and one of the places that really felt so good to me was when we went into Tulare and these Central Valley districts, they literally brought entire teams, superintendents, directors of technology, CalPADS coordinators, special ed directors, directors of their assessment and accountability sections, and they dug into the information and they said to us, you know, this is great, but we don't have a data analyst. You know, we don't have someone who can dive into this data. How do we look at it? How do we do that? And so we worked with some folks through the Harvard School of Education who looked at some of the data for us and pinpointed a couple of areas that we could look at. And so we've been working with Dr. John Eiler to see if we can develop this into an online tool. So any district could log on and look at just two simple pieces of information for their students with disabilities: the race and ethnicity breakdown and their placement breakdown. And so you'll see this is very, very basic what you have, visualizations of what we're thinking, that a district could log on and see, how does California look? How does the differentiated assistance cohort this year look as a total? How does my SELPA look, and how do I look? In terms of these two data points, our race and ethnicity for students with disabilities and our placement. So it's really just the beginnings of that, but our hope is to make it a very interactive tool, something where you could hover over and see a percentage, you could click on it and maybe bring you to something else, but something that really allows districts to do some of that basic data analysis so that they can dive into their data in a richer way. So that's what we wanted to bring to you today, and so that's what you're seeing there. Questions? Good.
So it's a taste, a flavor of what is to come. So just wanted to let you know that we definitely are diving into this work. And I will point out, one of the reasons that we focus on LRE, and we've talked about this before, is California does rank fairly low in the nation around access to students in general ed. And there is now some really good data out there. We'd love to bring that to you in the future, even within California, about the students that have more access to general ed, just how much better they're doing around their achievement. So there's just so much correlation there. And so we have a lot of work to do around that. But really what that's about is having the whole system ready to be able to teach the variety of learners. And so, we're happy to be followed up first by a team that we're really proud of in the division that have done some incredible work in this area, the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project. We've been working on LRE as a state since the beginning of time. But this last few years, this team, and we've just expanded it this past year to sort of be a north and south, is to work with districts on these basic themes that lead to better access for students with disabilities. And so we, as a state, have to show that we are treating our folks who are struggling the most around achievement and least restrictive environment. And so we assign some of our districts to some of our contractors, which is at Riverside County and El Dorado County Office of Education, Kristen Brooks and Kevin Schaefer, who I'll invite up now, who just want to give you a little bit of a flavor of the work that they've been doing. Because I just want you to know that we've been doing some great work, but now we're not doing great work in a vacuum. We're doing great work together as a whole, and I think we have a lot to learn from these folks and the work that they have been doing directly with LEAs over the last few years. So I'll hand it off to them.
Okay. Before we start, I think the board would like to take a break, so we'll...
We're so honored to
Yeah, nothing personal. It's 10:30 and 2 hours is about our limit. So we'll reconvene at 20 of 11. Okay, the board will reconvene. Three, four, five, six. I have six. Okay, we'll begin with the presentation from our guests. Go ahead.
And that for our presentation. We're so excited. It's an honor and a pleasure to present to you today. My name is Kristen Brooks, Executive Director from the Riverside County Office of Education.
And I'm Kevin Schaefer, Director of Program Support with the El Dorado County and Charter SELPAs and supporting Inclusive Practices Project.
So today we're just going to share a quick overview of the project and then spend the majority of our time really talking about lessons learned from this on the ground, boots on the ground work. So please feel free to stop us anytime and especially give us the cutoff when at least I get on my soapbox about inclusion. That's very near and dear to my heart. So, right? All right. So moving forward here. So our project, Supporting Inclusive Practices, is a technical assistance project that we work with districts throughout the state of California, upwards of approximately 39 districts at this time, and it is a joint effort between El Dorado County in the north and Riverside County in the south. So there are 3 directors on board. Dr. Seema Cuddy is another director who couldn't be with us today. And so really our focus is, just as the slide shares, building, implementing, sustaining, monitoring, and scaling up practices of integrated systems. So we're talking about students with disabilities because we're talking about this being a project out of the special ed division.
Need to move the mic a little bit. We're having.
How's that? Okay. Better? Is this one on? Both of them are? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, great. So although it's out of the special ed division, when we work with districts, we're talking about all kids. So we're talking about students with disabilities, we're talking about students of color, we're talking about students of poverty. So the resources and the supports that we've designed for districts are not specific just to one subgroup, because what we're really working at is systems change management. And that's really at the heart of what we're talking about. So as we mentioned before, we're not working in silos, kind of picking apart one point, one aspect of one district to sort of fix or remedy. We're really talking about the whole system and all students within that system. It's a very organic process, working with our districts, moving the needle in indicators 3, 5, 6, and 7. So we're talking about least restrictive environment and achievement for students. These last couple years, preschool through 3rd grade, but in the past, the project has gone up to grade 12, and moving forward will be preschool through age 22. So we're talking about the whole gamut, because inclusion doesn't just stop in 3rd grade. And so when we work with our districts, it's not a toolkit. It's not here's what we know best and here's what you should be doing in your district. It's where are you at? Let's look at your data. Let's talk about your culture. Let's move this needle forward as a group and as a project, not from a compliance lens. Compliance is always there, but from that equity and access piece for all kids to have the best education. So this is really our conceptual framework here, and it comes from the Index for Inclusion, Booth and Eanes Co. And it's this, of course, it's a triangle, right? We love our triangles and our pyramids in education and in California. But really looking at these 3 aspects, culture, policy, and practice. And we start with culture. And this really is, if my sleeves were longer, I'd push them up. It is hard work. It's heavy lifting. The culture is the toughest piece to address. As you guys mentioned, everything can look really good on paper, but what does it look like in practice? And so what is the culture that our districts have established? Is it really a culture of inclusion, and we're talking about great schools for all kids or good schools for some kids? Right? And so what is your culture? What do you believe about kids? What do you believe they need to learn, know, and do to be successful and independent? And then how do we translate that into policies within our districts? And then how do we then translate that into the practices in the schools? Because if we're not having conversations about kids, we're having the wrong conversations, right? And we can have fancy policies that we post on our boards, on our walls, but what does that really mean, for kids? And so we're really talking about culture to policy and to practice.
And in many cases, we start with the vision and mission of the LEA. Our question becomes then, what are the behaviors and the accountability systems that demonstrate that we're working toward that vision and mission?
Absolutely. So this is our blueprint. We have many documents and many resources, but this is really our guiding framework for our project. So when we work with our districts, and let me just back up and say kind of how this structure is set up. So I mentioned there's 39 districts across the state. 8 of those districts are classified as, quote, exemplar. And they're stationed throughout, across CSESA regions across the state. But those exemplar districts are exemplar for, it could be a number of things. It could be a fully inclusive K-8 campus. It could be that they have implemented universal design for learning district-wide. It could be that they have really created systems change and increased their LRE numbers across time. So there's some type of exemplary practice or program or model where they can then pay it forward to other districts. So we've identified these 8 across the state, and then the remaining districts, those 31 districts, are those who have not met those benchmarks, or looking at their dashboard data is not reflective of increasing numbers of LRE. They're needing, some support in those areas. And when we talk about support, we mean at the site level, working with teams, walking through classrooms, looking at data, going through action plans, and really creating tangible artifacts for districts to be moving forward. And having that coaching over time. So they're in a 3-year cohort model. So they come on board as a sort of a beginning improvement LEA, and then by the end, the hope is that they become one of the exemplars, right? Maybe not in that 3 years, but at least over time, so that we can build that capacity across the state. And so this blueprint here is really walking us through what this process looks like, and starting, as Kevin just mentioned, with envisioning. I believe one of the board members had mentioned that there was some struggle with looking at LRE, and well, now that we've implemented some things, now we're seeing numbers tank. And so what we find is that sometimes districts are implementing programs or practices in response to their data and not starting with envisioning. They're not starting with that cohesive leadership team, with that clear vision around what they believe about kids, what their goals are, what their short-term wins that they're looking for might look like, and how they communicate that across the district, both vertically and horizontally. They're not communicating that sense of urgency. A lot of times we hear districts say, well, we're going to go slow to go fast. And we absolutely believe in that. You don't want to go too quickly, but we don't want to go so slowly that we're not making any progress, right? So they're, as you mentioned earlier, our kids are getting older and our parents are waiting for us to do something, right? And so we don't want to just have a meeting to have a meeting. There are always action items, there's always follow-up, there's always, let's make sure we're following through on these action plans. But really starting with envisioning and what we want it to look like, and that everybody's very clear about what that looks like. So we spend quite a bit of time on envisioning before going through building and implementing, but then much more quickly through scaling up and then paying it forward as an exemplar. So just quickly, some of our outcome results. You just heard some presentations around the indicators. And so this is specific to indicator 5A, which looks at the percentage of time students with disabilities are spending in general education 80% or more of the day. And so when we look across 3 years, as I mentioned, 3-year cohort, so we're just now getting some of this new data from our districts participating for these 3 years, we're seeing increases on average of 12% all the way up to 20% across a 3-year time span. And when we look at how the targets were benchmarked between 2013 and 2018, we were looking at a 3% increase statewide, whereas within this project, we're seeing anywhere between 12 and 20%. So those are some pretty significant outcomes with this, again, boots on the ground work with districts. And we build those relationships, again, very organic process where we can have those courageous conversations around equity. Why are our districts disproportionate? Why do we have our students in self-contained classes that are primarily made of students of color? So having those conversations takes that relationship based and trust first before you can move the needle and really create change and not just create documents that get stashed, stored on the wall to say we check the box on that one. So really seeing some great gains there. And then the opposite, in this data piece, we want to see those numbers go down. We want to see the reverse because this is students in regular ed less than 40% of the time. So we do want that number to decrease. So we're seeing those changes there. What's interesting about this data, as you have some more time later to look at it, is that even our exemplar districts who are meeting or achieving those benchmarks, they're making progress as well. So talk about continuous improvement, right? They're continuing to move the needle as well. So very exciting work.
So we have learned a lot over the last 4 years with the SIP project. So we just bulleted a couple of the points of the lessons that were learned, and we started with our first bullet, which is the mindsets. And we talked earlier about what is our why and how do we actually support an LEA in identifying what their why is and then what the behaviors, the accountability systems, and the communication pathways look like within that why. What are the behaviors that we would expect from our staff, from our stakeholders, that when we walked onto campus, we would truly feel that this is the mission and vision of that organization. And we look at that through the lens of equity and access, least restrictive environment, inclusion. We look at those indicators that Shiloh had mentioned earlier, not just indicators 3, 5, 6, and 7, but how do we bring the conversation together around all of the indicators and how they interact with each other, and how we create plans, whether it's our plan through differentiated assistance, it's our PIR plan, it's our significant disproportionality plan. How do we bring that information together through one lens so that we're supporting students through special education, English language learners. We're considering our culture, our climate, along with our academics. So we're looking at those connections, and we can't do that without creating the relationship through the coaching and understanding the context through which that LEA is working. And like we said earlier, it is a different context for each LEA. How do we help them through their priorities move the needle forward? We have to create that relationship. It's not a one and done situation. We can't hold a conference and expect there to be change. It's how do we hold hands, become part of that culture, and help to move forward. That's part of the mindset bullet. We just talked about one and done, say and spray. Conferences. That is not a process that is going to assist LEAs in moving forward with the coaching process. When we look through the lens of implementation science, training is one thing. But if we truly want to move the needle through the competency driver, we have to provide ongoing coaching through the lens of the context in which the work is being done. We also have learned that throughout the organization, there has to be a shared vision, a shared goal, shared next steps so that everyone is on board through the communication pathways that are created in how we move this forward, not just through the lens of students with disabilities, but what are the connections that when we work with students with disabilities and create those inclusive structures, then how does that also benefit other students who may not be part of the special education conversation? Additionally, compliance is not the end-all be-all. We really have to look at the performance and the structures, and not just creating the structures without a plan, but how do we proactively, planfully create those structures based on the data, develop priorities and initiatives that actually make sense within, again, that context of the individual LEA. More is not better. More things are not going to be helpful, which is why we can't come into the work with an LEA as something layered on top of. We have to come in as an integrated, aligned support that understands through an empathy interview process, what is the culture? What are the priorities within which we can help you move that needle? And then finally, we talked a lot about the various QAP processes, the PIR, the disproportionality, significant disproportionality, DINK, as well as the differentiated assistance plans. There are a lot of access points through which we're asked to provide our support. Our first question and the data that we're currently collecting is, what does your dashboard look like? Where do you fall within students with disabilities within your ELA, your math, your graduation, your suspension? And then how do you also have the same conversation around your performance indicator responsibilities? Because you could also be writing a plan around suspension through your PIR, through your significant disproportionality, as well as your differentiated assistance. And we've worked with LEAs who are creating 3 or 4 separate plans that aren't connected because they've created silos. So how do we bring those conversations together so we're creating a cohesive plan and a cohesive next steps by having conversations of this is what's happening in special ed, this is what's happening in the organization as a whole. Let's sit down and have those conversations that need to occur so that we can truly make a plan that is taking in all of the information necessary to make database decisions. So.
And just want to add that although we go in and work directly with districts and have lots of meetings and classroom walkthroughs and things, we do have other activities that we offer to all of the districts that are available statewide. So we do UDL boot camps. We're going to have a North, Central, South, a 2-day boot camp where folks from these districts can come together at no cost to them and receive that training on that specific topic. We just finished a 4-part webinar series with Katie Novak on Universal Design for Learning. We have done webinars on the first 2 concepts of envisioning and building these different programs. We have a workshop that's going to be at San Francisco State University, one of our university partners, around early childhood. A workshop, Todd Parr is going to be a presenter, a childhood author and things, so that people can come and access information in a way that works best for them, whether that's a live webinar, whether that's reviewing a recorded webinar, attending an in-person event. We're going to have a couple of days at Chime Charter creating inclusive professional development down south, where folks again can go at no cost, where something that may cost registration $300, $400, $500 is at no cost for our districts because it's funded through this project. So we're really trying to provide resources and activities, whether that's let's meet and dig through your data and create an action plan together, or that's let's go to this event together and talk through how this may benefit you in your work that's already been in process. So again, very responsive to districts when they come to us and say, here's where we're at. We're not really sure where we need to go. Let's talk through it. Let's create a plan. Okay, what's next now? What's available? So a lot of Tier 1 supports that are available, as well as this Tier 2 and Tier 3 support we're talking about. So we do have a new website since the last time that we presented on the project, and it's sipinclusion.org. So please feel free to go through that website, and you'll see in the section that says what we do, it'll have the events, and you can see all the different events and flyers, and feel free to join us at any of the free.
And join us on social media, SIP Inclusion. We are on Twitter and Facebook also.
Yeah. Okay, Board Member Rucker.
Dr. Kristen, I'm asking this question because I've always enjoyed your presentations that you do on MTSS. So with this alphabet soup that we always, you can't have a special ed conversation without having a conversation with the alphabet soup. So where all this alphabet comes in, RTI, MTSS, LRE, how does the drill down, how would you characterize the drill down with LEAs in these conversations that you all are having in this process that you create with them?
And that's a question we get often, right? So as Kevin mentioned, it's not one more thing. It's not one more initiative. We're talking about inclusion, equity, and access is the lens to view the rest of the work, right? Again, if we're not talking about kids, we're having the wrong conversations. And so how do we create the best access with the best Tier 1 supports out the get-go to be proactive and then be reactive? So like Universal Design for Learning, for example, a very proactive approach, curricular framework to design it to meet the needs of students across, varying margins, right? Different abilities and disabilities. And then you're always going to have to differentiate because kids don't always get it the first time. So how do all these systems come together when we're first viewing students through the lens of inclusion, right? And so RTI, response to intervention, it's Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, but Tier 3 is not for students with disabilities. You could be a general ed student accessing Tier 3 supports, and it's a very fluid system, much like UDL running through top to bottom, if that makes sense. But again, it's just not another initiative. It's not inclusion. Well, now that we have to include our kids, now we're going to see behavior go through the roof. Well, how did you design the system the first time? And I preach a lot about self-imposed barriers, that we created the policies and the systems and the programs, and our students aren't succeeding. Well, is that the student's fault? We did that, right? So let's go back to the barriers that we imposed on our kids and design it right the first time.
They want me to have my mic a certain way so I can. And so when you get to that conversation where you have to tell a district, that's not quite the right, how do you do that? How do you feel empowered to tell them we need to redirect this, or you need to think about how to redirect this? What does that look like?
It looks like a very courageous conversation and not afraid to walk in there. There's no ego, right? You can't worry about how an adult is going to react to a situation that's impacting a child, right? And so you do it very professionally and very nurturing, but really from a data lens. How do you argue the data that you're seeing in front of you? Your kids aren't succeeding. Your kids aren't being included. Your kids are on the back 40, and all the students know that that's where those kids go. That's where those kids are. That's the special class, right? And so just being very real about the data and about how our kids are succeeding or not succeeding. And so just saying, you know what, we've been on this hamster wheel, and we know that we've done it this way because we've always done it this way is not working for kids, right? Shiloh mentioned that our data's been flat the last 12 years, as long as she's been here. And so what do we need to do differently to increase that, right?
And then this is my last question. Because you are the lead on this particular topic, how does your conversation work with other county offices to develop their capacity to replicate? I'm going to ask this question on purpose this way, to replicate the expertise you have in the work you're doing with your LEAs. How does that, since the purpose of the lead is to help other county offices develop their capacity in the area that you're the expert on, how do you have that conversation to replicate your expertise with them?
So just sort of differentiating that, SIP is not one of the leads.
Okay.
Although El Dorado and RC SELPA, different from RC County, are systems leads. It's separate from the Supporting Inclusive Practices project.
Okay, now I'm lost.
Yeah, so we just lost you, right? So we're a technical assistant, so we're a contractor.
Okay.
So the contract flows through El Dorado in the north and Riverside in the south, and so Kevin works for El Dorado and I work for Riverside, but it's separate from the systems lead work. We have contract work, so we have a scope of work that's contractual in that manner. So when you talk about how do we build capacity, we still build capacity in county offices because we do have county offices who have been identified as receiving grant funding. And so we have contract work, and these districts also receive supplemental grant funding to participate and for use of travel and attending events or whatever it might be, or sub-release time when they're getting their teams together. So we do have a few county offices who have been specifically identified that we work with. And so then we work with those kind of lead teams, but also they'll have specific sites that they've selected. So for example, Tuolumne County just came on board this year, and they have selected 2 school sites that they want to specifically work with. So we're working at the county level with the team, as well as done classroom walkthroughs and tours and meeting with those site specific principals and teachers.
And we're currently figuring out how we fit into that system of support with the lead work, what our role is.
Yes.
Okay, Sue Bird.
But that's my question.
I thought maybe it would be.
Yeah, because that, as you were talking about, I'm thinking, wow, this is fantastic. It's just right on point. It's exactly what we're trying to get at. But it's not the special ed or SELPA lead answer. So, I don't expect you to have the answer right now, but I do think it is. It's what you see the kind of question mark bubbles over all of our heads going, oh my gosh, how is this all going to?
It's not a total coincidence.
Okay.
That we recognize the work that they've already done, and the work that they've done through SIP and on their own, in their own county offices, is all working together. These are not siloed people in their county offices. These are some of the core of the special ed work in these county offices. So you are getting this.
But it does, so it does give me the opportunity, Kristen, to answer, I think, what my answer is to Board Member Holliday's question about where does this all come together? And the answer is in the county offices, right? That's why there's $100 million given to county offices this year. We do have geographic leads to help build capacity of counties. So I think that's what I'm going to say. I saw Peter during the break and said, be prepared because it's all going to fall on the county offices. That's the way this system has worked. As you all know better than anybody else working in county offices, you're on the ground working with the LEAs, doing the classroom walkthroughs, all that's where it has to be. So I think if we can kind of keep that as the connection and everybody agrees that that's the connection, it's not quite as complicated as we're feeling it right now.
Rouse.
So first, let me just thank you all for coming to help address this. I really appreciate the department's focus on this item, particularly on 2 very large areas of problems of practice for us, which are special ed and mathematics, as we're going to talk about next. So I just first want to thank you and also kind of reinforce the themes that we're seeing, because I think the concern that many of us feel like we've been building out this structure, you're hearing that, but like, how's it really going to deliver? And then if you think about how all the pieces fit together, what I'm seeing is some common language now, some common approaches and common strategies, which is really hopeful and reinforcing as a former site and district leader who had different messages coming. So I hear equity, common problems of practice, taking a look at the underlying data analysis and what that means, and understanding the context of a local LEA, the leadership issues, what the capacity is. So we are seeing some key themes here that are crossing, which I believe we'll see also in our lessons and what we're learning in some of our communities of practice. So first, just a real thank you for the work. And also that as we build out the system of support, the more we can connect the pieces and use the same messages and understanding the difference in context when you're working with district and leadership to implement, it makes it more coherent. Because I think that one of the concerns that many of us have is the lack of coherence in all the different initiatives. All good, but if you work on all, you don't get anywhere because you're doing a little bit of everything. So just kind of reinforcing some of the main themes and approaches, and as there are opportunities when the leads come together, when the SELPA directors come together, because I think that's going to move the practice in the schools and the districts and in the classrooms where we need to touch the practice. So it's really reinforcing for me system-wide, and I just really appreciate Kristen and the team and you all coming, and it kind of builds the next level. Like what really, I've been out to Riverside County, and I just so respect the work in El Dorado of the two counties that are you're doing the work. And so I think that has some great potential and benefit of helping in areas where we don't have some of the same types of experiences in leadership.
Board Member Holliday.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Eileen. I agree. Thank you so much for all the great work you're doing. Another one of those messages that we're starting to hear over and over, or we should, I think, is empathetic vision. I think that is so important to start at the top, start with a large vision of where this school, this LEA, this district needs to go, and where all the problem pieces fit and where all the successes fit. And you guys are doing that, and you know, I wish you could train so many people so fast, you know, because what you're doing just sounds like exactly what we need. Thank you so much.
We're trying to get out there.
Passionate about it.
Yes.
Karen Valdez.
Yes, thank you. I really enjoyed hearing everything that you're doing and the lessons learned. Again, I was the one that kind of put out there that example of LRE goes down, discipline goes up, and it wasn't just a shot in the dark and we threw it out there. And let me give you one other level of just the intentionality, I think, of what districts are experiencing, and you've probably already heard these stories. But so in response to that, how do we look at restorative practices? How do we help these students be successful if they've offended and done something that either was suspendable or not, or, you know, what alternative to suspensions do we have in place? And so at one high school, we did put in a program last year, and it did seem to have a strong effect when we looked at the data, and it had the biggest effect on special ed students in terms of recidivism. So that was very, very promising. And then you get into the other layers of, well, but if they're in ATS, alternative to suspension, then what happens to their needs being met through their IEP and their goals and credentialing and all of those kinds of things. So those are the things that districts are struggling with in terms of not breaking the rules, but pushing a little bit on what has been status quo so that we can be very, very successful. We know it's not just the students, so then you get into the inclusionary practices, and it very much is cultural. It is setting from the leaders at the top of the district, the mindset and the vision, the mission and the vision that all students have every opportunity to be wherever they are from 0 to 22 in our system. And so I just really appreciate what you're saying today, what you're sharing. And in my mind, I see you more as the technical help for the SELPAs in terms of the SELPAs need to build capacity, but who's building that capacity? And we know that, and having worked at a county office, Riverside County office for several years, it's capacity building. And so there ultimately becomes a question of, do they have the capacity? And so if they don't have the capacity within this model, what is the level, or who do we go to? Who are the people besides the individual promising practices that are happening at the local level? How do we collect this? Who has really been looking at it from a research policy level? The board, we make those decisions, but who helps inform that? And I see both of you and the roles that you've been doing over the years as real resources for that project.
And one of the ways we address that too that we didn't mention is through continuous improvement cycles, where we have a PDSA worksheet that we bring out and we have the conversations around who is on your team, what is your capacity, what is your scale of change, what is the length of time in which you would like to complete your first cycle of change, which is in direct alignment with the lead work. So we're continuing with what they've already done through root cause analysis with differentiated assistance or PIR root cause analysis, and then moving that forward through a documented plan so that we can create those enabling environments in which teachers can actually do the work with a system that's already been created.
And just anecdotally, I just wanted to share that when you're talking about, it feels like one more thing or it's taxing on different administrators and things, and how you can get to the point where either you implement everything or you implement nothing. And so some of our districts are saying it's just too big of an elephant to eat. And so one of our districts, Arcadia Unified, right? Arcadia Unified, they recognized the need to move forward, and they started with one site, with one classroom, with one principal and one teacher. And they built out UDL across 2 years, and now they're training district-wide, and they were the ones with the biggest increase in LRE across all of our districts. And they started with one classroom and one teacher. And so I think that's really empowering, that it doesn't mean your entire system needs to be thrown to the wind and we're starting all over, that there are some really good pieces in place and some people that really know that change needs to occur. And so through the work of Everett Rogers, we know, diffusion of innovation, that it's going to start with our early adopters. If we get roughly 16% of our folks in the same boat, that innovation is going to carry forward. Right.
And so with that, I think that speaks to improvement science and having multiple iterations and starting small to scale up. So that scalability is really important. The envisioning component initially is really what's going to set the groundwork. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. And
we would also just like to thank Kristen Wright and
Yes.
Noelia Hernandez, the project manager, who allow us to do what we do for our LEAs. So.
They let us
Thank
be
you.
creative and innovative. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so we'll have Melanie Green come back and talk about the next component of this presentation.
We're going to transition now from talking about support for students with disabilities and talking about support for mathematics teaching and learning. This is in 2 parts. So first we'll be talking about the communities of practice, then we'll be talking about the mathematic frameworks.
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, Peter Birdsall, Executive Director of the California County Superintendent's Educational Service Associations, the County Superintendent's Association. First, I need to express our congratulations and appreciation to President Kirst for your service and leadership, and thank you very much. I've obviously been fascinated by the conversation going on here today, and so I'd just like to offer full board member meeting individually, however you want to do it, would be happy to talk about the issues that are being discussed here, and my answer would still be we are hopeful. And I think what President Kirst was trying to reference is of the funding in the budget for capacity building, about $70 million is allocated to individual county offices of education to build their capacity to support their school districts. So one of the reasons I think it feels like pieces are moving is the various leads are supposed to help build the capacity of the counties, but the capacity of the counties is changing very rapidly as they, in a good way, as they get these resources and figure out how to support their districts. So, I think that's an important part of the discussion. However, today, I want to just talk a little bit about our math and science work on standards implementation. I think there are 3 key themes I wanted to highlight, and I'd like to turn it over to Sue to give a much more detailed discussion of what the work is. But the key themes I think are important is, one, it's a statewide effort. I think one of the reasons the Bechtel Foundation partnered with us is because CSESA does work statewide, and working through our 11 regions, you don't have isolated pockets of implementation. You know that implementation activities are taking place in all parts of the state, all over the state. The second is an explicit commitment to continually improving how we work with school districts in supporting them in their work. So we had a lot of discussion here today about various terms related to the improvement science, but it's sharing lessons learned from the people that are part of this project, but also bringing in expert researchers from actually around the country and also bring in local educators that have had success to talk about what they're doing. So that commitment to continually improving how we support districts. And then finally, a commitment to local impact. I mean, this is not to be the state groups all talk with each other, but it's how do you make sure it gets to the district and the school and the classroom. So it's very much about teacher support and training, coaching, and school leadership, principal coaching, training, support. To get there, as Sue goes through it, you'll see it's not just the counties. Obviously, we view that as our primary role, working with the school districts, but it's a whole array of other organizations, higher education, teacher organizations, philanthropic organizations that are active in this area, and different districts partner with different of those. So we're trying to work with all those so that it does get to the classroom and the school level. So this is a really remarkably collaborative effort. We are really thankful to the Bechtel Foundation for helping support this. When we got the grant, we had the good fortune that at that time, Sue Stickle was retiring from the Sacramento County Office of Education and was recognized as a just extraordinary leader in math instruction and support around the state. So we contracted with her to help lead this effort. And so obviously we'll stay here, be happy to discuss all these issues, but I'd like to turn over to Sue now to talk about the, oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be using slides here. I apologize.
Yeah.
So the slide, that is to emphasize the statewide-ness working through the 11 CSESA regions, which is how we make sure that all parts of the state are engaged and are focused on all the counties and in turn the districts. And then the focus on building our capacity to work with school districts and then collaboratively engaging other folks to make sure we're having an impact at the school and classroom level. So with that, I would like to introduce Sue Stickle. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm Sue Stickle. I'm retired. I'm happy. But besides that, I have the good fortune, and probably one of the only things that could lure me back into working is the idea of working on mathematics. Because as those of you who know me know that I feel great passion about mathematics. And so this has been an exciting, exciting project. And our goals have been to increase the county capacity and then increase and do a lot of professional development and talking across sectors. Like we've involved the ILC from CTA. We have a rich membership, and it's all based on the collaboration between the Department of Education, the State Board of Education, and CSESA, and a whole host of other people. So we have some main project structures. There's collaboration committees, which are about 40 people, but about 30 people attend on a given day. And their job is to lead and help develop what it is that we do with the communities of practice. They are to also to consider issues that are occurring right now, and I'll talk about a couple of them as I go through this report. But they have been an ongoing committee. This is our third year that we're into for this project, and we have about another year and a half. The communities of practice, which there's one for science, and I think you heard about science in November, but there's also one for mathematics, the important one, no. The communities of practice, it is a community. When I first started, I thought, oh, how's this going to work? But it is a community. 80% of the 160 members of the community of practice have been a part of it and a continuing part of it for all 3 years. So it's not like people are coming and going all the time. And so what you see now is not people just coming and existing in their county or existing in their school district, but instead you see a lot of cross-population. You see people in the north talking to people in the south and realizing that, and what many of them keep saying is, we've never had this opportunity to do this on such a large scale before. And so I've heard this morning you all talk about bringing people together. This project, the Community of Practice, has done a phenomenal job of bringing people that have expertise, classroom teachers, people from county offices, district leadership, organizational groups, higher education, all together to begin and to continue to talk about how it is that we implement standards in our classrooms so that all students are successful. The communities of practice, I'm going to talk about a great deal. But I know people always say, so you have this statewide group. Nice to know. But how does it drill down and get to districts and schools and classrooms? And so we're going to talk about that today, because we've done some granting and what people take back from our communities of practice, and I'm going to give you some concrete examples, is helping to drill that down into the classroom. And then lastly, and we're very excited about this, we will be releasing our first resource, and that's a resource to help educators assist students with disabilities in learning mathematics at the grade level. And we'll be releasing that, and I'll talk a great deal more about that. So that's our structure. So who is the community of practice? I did a little math for you because I wanted to. So you see county office about 45%. But you see ILC and classroom teachers, you see district administration, you see professional organizations, you see CDE and State Board of Education. We're very happy to have people there that represent from the department. And then, of course, there's folks from CSESA and folks that give us continued grant support. So what's our focus? We met for quite a bit of time one day trying to just land on what issues we wanted to tackle in mathematics, because there's not just a couple. There's quite a few. And I want to start with access and equity, because truly access and equity is something that is a thread that goes through everything that we do at the mathematics community of practice. And some examples being that we've had speakers that have come and talked to us about how it is that English language learners and how it is that we can assist them in learning their mathematics, how it is that we assist students of color. And some of our projects have dealt specifically with that. For example, in Region 8, which is down the southern part of the state, what they've done there is they've spent a lot of time in all of their districts in Region 8 looking at their transcripts and seeing how it is that they cut off students from progressing through the course sequence in high school. And they've made specific plans to deal with that. In the county of Monterey, they tackled this project with one of their mini grants, and they have spent a lot of time in the county of Monterey talking about what it is that we do with placement issues and how it is that we cut students out of that sequence. And as a result, in those districts in Monterey, they are changing their practice and changing their placement. So those are just some examples of access and equity. I'll talk a little bit more about our speakers in a second that we've had that have dealt with that issue. But every single time our members, that's what occurs to them first, is how it is that we can bring this back to all students. Forever and ever, we'll be working on content knowledge and pedagogy. Those are big issues with us, and I'm proud to say that at our communities of practice, every single time, all of the members, we do math. And if you don't plan to do math, you're in a lot of trouble. So we do math because we think it's very important to model. We think it's very important to bring it back. Another big issue, another area of focus is administrator support. We absolutely think that while everybody's trying their very best, most administrators that step into mathematics classrooms, that wasn't their pick of the punch when they started working. And so consequently, they need assistance. And so we have shared tools. We had a speaker, John Sangiovanni from the state of Maryland, who brought a bunch of tools just this past September. This is important work because if administrators and teachers can't work as partners in doing some of this work, it's not going to work. And so that's one of our areas of focus. And then last, and it's one that we need to do more work on, and that's the area of communication. We're working on it, but we realize that getting out common messages as people leave these communities of practice, what they take back, It's essential that we have some common message, some common speaking points that they bring back to their classrooms, their schools. So what's happened at our meetings? They're 2-day meetings. We start early at 7:30 in the morning, because why not, on day one, and we give them breakfast. And we've had a host of outstanding speakers. I mentioned John. Grace Kelamanik, who wrote the book on math reasoning. In fact, we purchased the book for all of the members, and she's coming back this May, talks about the standards for mathematical practice and how it is that you make those accessible for all students. One of the best speakers I've ever heard. Ivan Chang, who works in the southern part of the state, spent some time talking about how it is that we teach mathematics and how it is that we shut down the minds of certain students and just the strategies that we use. And we need to, and then Jo Bowler in the same vein, we had them both at the same meeting. She talks about how it is that our expectations need to be positive and we need to expect the most from all students. You see, we heard from the true mathematics framework people. Ken Wesson came and did a whole piece for when we had a joint science and math meeting. And then we bring in, guess what, experts from CDE. The come and share, for instance, Melanie came and starred in like a whole morning with Nancy Brownell talking about how it is that these folks can take this, what we're learning, and take it back to giving differentiated assistance. We do breakout sessions, we do panel discussions, but every single time, it's not just sitting and listening to the speaker. We do math, and the speakers have to do math with everybody, but then we debrief. We have people sit and think about what it meant to them, what are some important takeaways, and then with their table mates. And then, of course, we share all of that information with what I call the wonderful Google Docs. Regional planning, in terms of they meet in regions for at least a quarter of the meeting each time and communicate how it is that we're going to take that learning back to local school districts. And then regional teamwork. Again, we hear this continually, and we saw it in the evaluations, people saying they hadn't had the chance to get together as a region, as hard as that seems, mathematics people and science people, and work together towards that end. So how do we drill down? So we have these wonderful meetings. We meet 3 times a year. It's, we have one just a couple weeks from now. But what we did as we entered into the second year of the grant is we started establishing regional and county grant programs so that regions, I'll take Region 3 for instance, they got together and decided what it is that they wanted to bring back from the community of practice to their local area. So what you saw then is Region 3 sponsoring their own community of practice and focusing on things like administrative support. And I happened to go to one of their meetings just because I was curious, and it's just down the road. And guess what? The same messages were coming back. And so who I saw in the room were district leaders. I saw some district teachers. I saw people from all of the counties in the region and bringing back that work. I should say Region 3 also decided to bring math and science together and focus it as more of a STEM thing that they were bringing back. But I mentioned Region 8 and their work. Many of the regions, they actually brought some of the speakers like Grace back to their own region because they felt the message was so important. So the results are that we're bringing a stronger capacity for district and classroom standards. You talked and asked Peter about building capacity. County offices, yes, they have this charge, but we all need to work together. And one of the things that this community practice does is it builds this capacity locally also. And then we have a growing service delivery system. and all of these issues in mathematics. So the resource. We asked our math collaboration committee, what should we create? Because we had this money in the grant. What should we create? And to a letter, they all said, we need more resources in supporting the teachers of our students with disabilities. Because right now, the math people said too, we don't have enough expertise to be able to deliver all of the differentiated assistance that we need. So, okay, so we said, so we put all our money in one basket. And that was developing some PD modules for K-6 teachers. The PD modules are going to be released in 2 weeks. And what we're going to do, and we're very excited, we're fortunate in that Kevin Schaefer, who you just heard from recently, Vicki Barber, there's a name you know, acted as our panel of expertise along with several other educators in examining and providing feedback about the modules. Our plan is to provide support for sort of an overview of all the modules at our meeting on January 23rd. And then what we want each of the regions to do is to develop a plan of how they're going to take those resources back to their schools and test drive them. They didn't like the word pilot, so we settled on test drive. And test drive them, and then gather feedback. That feedback will come back when we meet in May, early May on the 2nd and 3rd. And then we will refine the tool, and then we're going to be ready to release. We're going to be ready for showtime. We'll release it for everybody's use in open source. And of course, we'll be offering training on that tool. So you can't do anything unless you evaluate it. And so West Ed has been our partner in that work. They have been at all of our meetings. They take copious notes. It makes me a little nervous sometimes. But they also have been supporting our regions as they've implemented their work, implemented their grants. They are developing 4 case studies, which I think everybody will be interested in, and those will be released in February, or at least we'll see them in February. We just get updates right now. They have been giving implementation briefs, which I think you're going to hear a little bit more about for the leadership team. And then constantly, and Shari was here earlier, one of our partners, the director, Shari Staub, she actually maintains an constant over all of our sub-projects, phone connection, monitoring process to make sure that people are getting the work done, make sure that it's moving along, troubleshooting with them when there's issues so that we can do, continue to do a better job. And so what are we learning and seeing from this work? This is truly an example of who our community is. And so it's all focused on the students, which there they are. I knew they were there. I just thought, anyway, I guess that was drama. Anyway, the idea that all of these people coming together in these communities of practice to focus on the issues and the problems that we're experiencing, working to solve the problems, and sometimes actually solving them, but knowing that we're working together as a community to deal with these issues. I think it's wonderful. I think for the first time last April, I really felt like this was a community because of the buzz in the room and the people doing their work and everything. And that's continued through this year. I mean, you don't just start a community and say, you're a community. You have to build that community. And part of it has been the constant membership. So at that point, those are my slides.
Board Member Rocker?
Well, first of all, Sue, I want to thank both you and Peter for coming to do this presentation. about math. I was very excited knowing this presentation was coming, and I looked forward to it. I do want to turn and ask you a question about the communities of practice, because this is something under your tutelage and under the work that you've done both before and after you retired that has grown both in dimension and aspect, but it's going to change. One of the community partners you spoke about was the Instructional Leadership Corps that was funded by a Bechtel grant to the California Teachers Association. It's beginning to wind down because that grant is going to be over soon. How do you maintain this community as the partners that are engaging are changing the direction or even the function of their work as the funding changes? What's going to be the work that's done to maintain those folks? And for my colleagues on the board who don't know about the ILC, these are teachers who are selected across the state of California as a training cadre, and they do professional development activities on direct instruction and implementing the math standards among their colleagues, and they work collaboratively with their district as partners to do that training. So how does that change and develop?
That's the perfect question. And because that's how I'm spending my afternoon with Peter, and that's to begin the conversation of, like ILC, our work will be winding down over this next 18 months because Bechtel is funding down. And so how is it that we sustain and we've identify the best of what it is that we've done and then work to sustain that. And so simultaneously, while we're conducting over the next 18 months these communities of practice and the other projects that we're doing, we're going to be having this sustainability conversation and how it is that we can bring some of it back to counties, how it is that we can continue to have the work go on. And so very important to us. I don't know, you're kind of acting like you want to say something back there.
Well, since in my prior life I was a lobbyist, I can't miss this opportunity.
I knew you were going to do that.
So we are meeting this afternoon to discuss sustainability in general, and obviously there's a philanthropic community and the county resources, so there are several options. But I did want to also say the state did fund standards implementation history social science using one-time funding. That was awarded to the Sacramento County Office of Education, but it's using many of these same principles of working through the CSES regions, establishing collaboration committees and communities of practice as a way of bringing all these partners together to make sure we're having impact at the local level and improving the quality support for school districts. So Dave Gordon and his county are sort of test driving, I like that term, this model, this operating system for helping implement standards. And then Dr. Strauss has been part of the Standards Steering Committee where we've discussed federal funding that's available. So we're definitely not going to give up on looking at the resources within the counties and also looking at other philanthropic organizations. But the fact is the state has resources too, that if a priority is standards implementation and teacher and principal support, we would hope that would be reflected in the future. So,
well, the reason why I ask the question is because as you look at the math scores, the data says that we're not on the trajectory for performance that we need to be on in math, and that was putting it delicately. But I think that, so the reason I'm asking about the sustainability question is there was a vacuum of implementation leadership when the math standards were being implemented, and we were doing the work of creating the framework, developing the adoption, and developing the professional development. And we're standing on the precipice of that leadership going away and that same vacuum happening. What do you believe are the critical inflection points right now that one can create the sustainability or support the, I know you're going to have that conversation this afternoon, but what is your thinking about what are the inflection points that will inform developing and maintaining the sustainability, but what actually needs to happen to turn around our current trajectory in math and the performance that we're seeing with the math programs?
I will start on the the first half, and I'll be happy to opine in the second half too, I guess this, but the part of the sustainability from the county perspective, and this has been part of the work for the last 6 months and going into this year, we're providing training for the community practice on the improvement science methodologies being used as part of level 1 support for all school districts and also differentiated assistance. As Sue indicated, we brought in people to talk about the differentiated assistance process, and then part of this new grant is an explicit linkage to how do we link this work to the LCAP review, and particularly the priority for standards implementation, and how do you work as a partner with school districts on that. So you make it sustainable when you make it part of the ongoing system. And so, you know, counties will in part at least be able to sustain that through that activity. I think in terms of the specifics of the current performance in math, and I probably keep looking at Dr. Souse, but in our discussion standards steering committee, it seems like one of the key things we've missed is supporting school leadership to know about these. Yeah, I'll stop talking later. But we are making that a priority within CSAS, so we're making it a priority within the grant, and you know, we're hoping the state makes that a priority also, because it's not just that, but that's a key missing piece. We've seen that in the survey data. We've seen that anecdotally or subjectively in the conversations of the groups. So.
Yeah, if I could build on this a little bit, what I would like to see you do is step back and look at the magnitude of the problem, and then try and think it through. So what you say is very nice, but we have 325 to 350,000 teachers. Of that, most of them teach some mathematics, because you know there's some mathematics in the K-6 curriculum, and then you have people who are mathematics specialists teaching later in the later grades. So how many teachers do we have that need help? And it's, you know, it's huge. 150,000 somewhere, you know, that's probably a minimum range. So think about what would it take to really affect huge numbers? And because that's what we need. And projects and continuous improvement are nice, but you need a moonshot here in terms of the numbers and the spread. And I think you ought to look at some other examples of where this has been done. Yuri Treisman through the Dana Center in Texas, a very large state, by all accounts moved the needle on huge numbers of mathematics teachers in Texas. Now that was a simpler curriculum than we're using now, but at least that's an example of it. So the magnitude of this in terms of the numbers of people, and then the differentiation between the people that are mathematics teachers in, say, secondary school and think, well, we know math and we don't really need to change that much, and the elementary teachers who are confronted with the mathematics they really don't understand very well. That's a different group. So I think we need some big thinking that would be at least stimulative in terms of what would be needed, and your group's probably the only one that can do this. So it's thinking to big scale, and you know, that's what I keep ruminating about, and you know, and I think you need maybe a different cast of characters to do that kind of thinking than some of the people you've been bringing in. So I would urge you to do this, because this is the kind of big scale thinking that I think we need here to really deal with this. Otherwise, we're going to nibble at a big problem.
Yeah, I agree. That's where I was going when I was asking about the inflection point. And I knew that you were going to talk about school leadership, but the point of change, the actual locus of control for the implementation, is still in the classroom. And so it is on a scale of a magnitude that has been differentiated into, is it a credentialing issue? No. Is it a problem with the adoption? No. It really is about the support, whether you're talking about support that comes from the leadership or a support that comes in the form of professional development and creating a community of practice to support and improve the learning of those teachers to do the math. I think we need to take a look at what structures were put in place, whether or not they were working, and where the pockets of good work has occurred, not whether or not it can be replicated, but understanding why it worked. I don't think we've taken the time with the math implementation to understand what has worked well, and in the areas where it's clearly not working, what has been done to intervene to look in it, to go in a different direction. So I think we do have to have a conversation about what is the important and incremental support that's happening for the classroom teacher that changes their practice and improves the collaboration to make the implementation of the standards work. It's a conversation because math was the first one that we did. It's a conversation we have never circled. We've learned so much more with each successive implementation. We've frankly done it better. We have never circled back to math to look at where the gap was in the implementation activity to provide the support for teachers, because that's the reason why we're seeing a 36-point gap in performance below the standard, below proficiency statewide. So that's an epidemic of failure, not incremental pockets of failure.
Yeah, thanks. So I have some reflections on Sue's presentation that I think might get a little bit at some of the questions we've been asking. So one, in your description, Sue, of how your current group meets and what they do, that practice, that just brought me right back to my writing project days, right? And it is that type of building a community of practice, community of adult learners, doing the work that you would expect your students to do. And so when we're talking about sustainability, right, one of the things I thought about was the subject matter projects that have been defunded over the few years. And that to me was one of the best professional development practices, because it was teachers teaching teachers, and they were connected to a university. Usually they sat within a university, and so you had not just the teachers, but you had the teaching, the schools of education involved, and you had subject professors who were in those content areas who also worked with those teachers. And so you had those linkages, and you had that community, and then you had teachers who were the ones being the soldiers going out there and developing the work. And that feel of how professional development is done, where you really value that adult learner, is so valuable. And it's not about finding that one little magic bullet. It is about building the culture. And I've been thinking a lot as our conversations, there's a quote that culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? Culture eats strategy for, so culture is what we're trying to do here from this continuous improvement piece of it. And it does take a while for it to happen, but that is how you really do sustain the work and have that continuous improvement. So thank you for the presentation, the reminder of those practices we had 20 years ago that worked really well, I think, and that we kind of forgot about, that we should think about bringing back. And I would think about, as far as lobbying, sustainability, the subject matter projects were really a great avenue for that.
They are an important partner for us. They're still there, and they're an important partner. Yeah. And
yeah, they've been reduced by somewhere near 2/3 in money or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Other comments? Yeah, Karen Valdez.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate hearing about this. So my question might be even beyond where we are in the presentation. Is there a task force to bring together all of the things we've known in the past that work to come together to find the solution, if that makes sense? So like the UCLA Lucy project, I mean, there's been these math projects, right? And what have we done from that? Did we move on? Were there lessons learned from it? How do we bring all that together? Because you know, there is this problem, right? And we know that coaching is a huge component, that if we're going to provide PD into the classroom to get the transfer and the 5% that they remember coming out of PD, but the 80% transfer that happens when you do coaching, how is that a component of it? And so it just seems like those, like I think Dr. Kerr said, you know, we've got to do this moonshot and be big and think about it, but that scalability there are pockets of things that have happened. And so how are we using lessons learned of the past to be smarter for the future? So that's just a question. Yeah.
Board Member Strauss.
So first, let me just say, having gotten to be part of and continue to be part of the community to practice, it's a really wonderful structure with our giant state and all the different regions and varying capacities around context that we all know. Sue brought up a couple things that I think we're going to hear a little bit of also from Stephanie Gregson on, which are the WestEd resources. So the WestEd evaluations have actually found some of those lessons learned that are really helpful. And I had asked Stephanie when she comes up to kind of highlight some of that. But I would say having taught and then led at the elementary, middle, and high school level, when you get a math teacher teaching calculus and higher level mathematics, they have a good content knowledge and you work a lot on pedagogy of engaging kids. But when you look at teachers who are elementary credentialed and have to be good at everything, they don't always have the deepest content knowledge in mathematics. And we're asking to teach in a very different way mathematics, not just strategy-wise, but also some of the content that we haven't maybe been trained on as well. So I think it's a complex issue, as Patricia was talking about, around teachers in different stages of their careers, what we need to do. So there's not a one-size-fits-all that's going to fix the mathematics problem. At the Education Commission of the States, we heard from the Dana Center and what they were able to do, and those of us have done some work with the Dana Center. It's really, there are some great lessons that I think are worth learning. And by the way, the Education Commission of the States, since we're a member again, they offer us as a resource to survey resources of what people have done that effective that might be able to help impact. But I think the two presentations today that are being focused both on special ed and mathematics are really key areas that we need to continue to focus on. Because I think the board shares a concern about the slow progress of improvement, the big gaps that we see in mathematics. And so I think as the resources in WestEd become available and some of the findings that they're finding from, say, the Math in Common project, and we've been very lucky to have foundation support for this, it would be worthy of sharing the resources that the researchers are finding to take a look at what that means. And I would just say, remember Rucker and I were part of the first adoption of the framework of math, and hopefully we'll watch now as Stephanie talks about that. But we know we need to do an update. We've been, and it'll be exciting to hear about the next steps of what we're going to do now that we've been in this with the frame. We've done a much better job as we've rolled out the other frameworks that we want to do an update on.
Math always goes first.
Well, it was a while because we had that hold for a while.
I just wanted to assure Dr. Kirst, I'm very proud of the work that's been done with $3 million from the Bechtel Foundation. But having said that, we would be happy to work on the steering committee. Tom Adams is on it, Dr. Strauss is on it, to develop that larger, bolder plan. So we will be happy to take on that work.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did I cut somebody off? I'm sorry.
Okay, I think that's very good.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Gregson. I'm the Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division at the California Department of Education, and I got to speak on day 1 and day 2. So we've been talking about a lot this morning about systems and systems at all of the different levels. And I'd like to make the connection that those systems are there to support every student's experiences each and every day in the classroom. And that's about first instruction. And as we know, high quality first instruction is the key in closing the achievement gap. And since the adoption of the California Common Core Math Standards in 2010, we have learned so much. We have learned so much from research, and we have learned so much from the everyday instructional practices of our teachers. And so today I'm going to briefly touch on those lessons learned and how we're going to use those in updating the mathematics frameworks. And then Dr. Gianfranco Tonatore, the principal of Del Deo Elementary School. Dr. Gianfranco Tonatore, the principal of Del Deo Elementary School in San Juan Unified School District, is going to take you into the classroom. So in 2018, researchers from WestEd published 2 reports around mathematics on improving the dynamics of classroom instruction and the incremental shifts in classroom practice. In addition, we've had over 8 years of opportunities to learn what works well to support the implementation of the math standards. And so here are a few highlights of those learnings. Teachers' sense of self-efficacy is key. When teachers feel prepared and have the math content knowledge, they are able to organize more cognitively demanding classroom experiences and pay attention to our students' mathematical mindsets. Teachers working with other teachers to plan and facilitate the interactions between students and instructional materials and the standards increases rigor and opportunities for student success. So it goes back to that instructional coaching, that type of professional learning. And the administrator support is a determining factor. As a former principal, I'm very fully aware of this. And our administrators need to know and understand how to support their teachers. And that the answer is in the room. We don't need a magical silver bullet. We need to listen and learn from the people in the room. Additionally, we've also learned that math is opportunity. It's not an opportunity, math is opportunity. And so our higher education partners have learned this, that they've had higher graduation rates from students who have participated in college-level math courses with support classes versus going to a remedial math pathway. And so we are using all of these lessons learned as we prepare to update the California Mathematics Framework. We're using these lessons and the principles and tools of the improvement science, specifically those principles around make the work problem specific and user-centered. So we'll be traveling the state, meeting with focus groups of math teachers between August and September of this year, and we're making classroom visitations and school site visits to learn from our users and our students. And depending on funding, our updated math framework will be presented to the State Board for Action in May of 2021. And Dr. Tonatore and his staff are currently using the math framework to improve student achievement and are using the improvement science principles and tools to guide their work. And so he'll now take you into the classroom.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Gianfranco Tornatore. My dad is going to be really proud that I did it that way, so it's really great, you know. And I'm the principal at Del Deo Elementary School, located in the San Juan Unified School District. I want to thank you and to you, Dr. Gregson, for giving me an opportunity this morning to share with you some of the exciting work we are doing at Del Deo. Last year at Del Deo, in mathematics, 62% of all our students met or exceeded standards, which was an 8% increase from the previous year. In addition to making overall school-wide progress, we also closed the gap for our low-income student population as well by accelerating their growth in math by 13%. We are very proud to have shown significant growth on the CASP in math. At Del Deo, we knew that we needed to improve, that the answer was in the room, and that we needed to work together to find it. As a staff, we invested and engaged in meaningful professional development that allowed us to step out of our comfort zones, explore new ideas and ways of doing the important work that we do, and work together to improve student learning. This work was challenging because it required shifting norms, habits, and ways of doing and thinking that had been deeply rooted in the school culture. As a result, we began our improvement efforts by focusing on two transformational aims. One, establishing a vision for learning that was shared and supported by the school community. And two, establishing a culture focused on improvement by using disciplined inquiry practices. First, we worked together to create professional norms that we referred to during and in between meetings. We also revised our norms periodically to reflect the areas of growth and need. And this provided us an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to one another as colleagues and reinforce the importance of creating a safe and productive learning environment. Next, we created a school vision, mission, and set of core principles in collaboration with students, staff, and families. This allowed us to establish our collective beliefs about the direction and purpose of our work as a school, specifically what we do, how we do it, and why. These foundational documents also guided and aligned our decision-making process regarding where to focus our resources and efforts. And finally, we developed our collective capacity to engage in improvement work. We did this by relying on a form of disciplined inquiry called improvement science. The principles, tools, and methods of improvement science guided our conversations, provided structure and focus to our work, and helped us capture and spread our learning within and across the school. And furthermore, these tools allowed us to develop a shared understanding of our work together and situate it in the context of a larger system. As a staff, we identified an area of improvement by reviewing state assessment data, student work, teacher rubrics and assignments, and classroom observation data. Through this process, we learned that math proficiency was declining and was a common concern not only for teachers, but families and the district as a whole. To better understand the problem, we conducted a root cause analysis using a fishbone diagram that visually represented why the problem existed and in the context of a system. We also used the affinity protocol to engage the staff in the process and bring our collective ideas together in an organized way. What we learned here was that students were lacking number sense. They were able to solve problems using a standard algorithm, but they struggled with articulating number relationships, performing mental math, understanding symbolic representations, and using numbers in real-world situations. So from here, we shifted our perspective and used our understanding of the problem to create a theory for improvement. We used another improvement science tool called a driver diagram to create a visual representation of our improvement plan. Our hypothesis was that if we wanted to improve math proficiency for our TK through 6th grade students, then we needed to target curriculum planning and instruction focused on developing students' number sense. And we did this by testing 3 change ideas. 1, aligning curriculum and planning instruction to the math framework. 2, implementing a math instruction strategy. All right. I'm glad we're celebrating that. Implementing a math instruction strategy called number talks across grade levels. And 3, aligning our approach to math instruction to Jill Bohler's philosophy, which she outlines in her book, Mathematical Mindsets. And so we tested these change ideas from our improvement plan and conducted Plan, Do, Study, Act, or PDSA cycles to determine the impact on student learning. In our planning, we developed a partnership with the Sacramento County Office of Education and our school district. We also received support from members who had expertise in math instruction, specifically in the areas of the math framework, number talks, and Jill Bohler's philosophy. So at Del Deo, we have focused on using data to measure improvement and as a resource to deepen our understanding about where to focus our efforts, not to sanction, not to punish, and not to offer rewards. As a result, while we were proud to have shown significant improvement in math during the 2017-2018 school year, we are continuing our improvement efforts this year as well. And the formative data that we are currently collecting is showing improvement in the following areas. 1, teachers are using the math framework to guide planning and instruction. Teachers have indicated that the framework has supported them in being able to take charge of the curriculum and prioritize their time and energy on the major, additional, and supporting clusters. Teachers are also using the framework to align instruction, assessments, and tasks to the level of complexity students are expected to demonstrate at each grade level. One teacher said, "The math framework has been helpful. It tells us not only what students should know and be able to do, but also how students should learn the standards. And I'm also able to see the progression across grades, so I'm aware of where my students have been and where they are going." 2, students are showing improvement in developing their number sense. In addition to the standard algorithm, students are using multiple strategies to solve problems. They're representing their thinking in a variety of ways, and they're solving problems in the context of equations and word problems. Students are also enjoying math. One student said, quote, "Number talks are really fun because you get to express your thinking about a number. It's also really cool because you get to see what goes on in your classmate's brain when they're doing math, and you get to learn more strategies by listening to their thinking." Similarly, teachers have said that, quote, "Students are showing more confidence and enjoyment in math. Also, listening to students articulate their mathematical thinking gives me data to plan next steps. They are quick, efficient, and give me immediate feedback on what students need." And finally, 3, we are accelerating our learning by making our progress visible and collaborative. Grade teams shared that they often felt like they were working in silos, which we've heard about today, independently of other grade teams. We are intentionally providing opportunities for teachers to share their successes and challenges of their improvement work to create more alignment and cohesion across grade levels and content areas. Increasing collaboration has allowed for peer feedback and support while fostering a shared sense of ownership for the problems and challenges that exist across the school. So collectively, these shifts that we have made in how we do the important work we do have supported us in developing a culture focused on improvement and resulted in improving outcomes for students. At Del Deo, we are learning to improve, we are getting better at getting better, and we are working together to find the answer to the room. I just want to thank you again for this opportunity to share some of the work that we are doing at Del Deo and supporting us in our continuous efforts to improve. So thank you.
I really wanted you to hear from Dr. Tonatore because he exemplifies what we found in the research, what we've learned through all of our years in implementation with the standards, and what it looks like in the classroom. Because as I've said, and as he showed, that first quality instruction is what matters for our students' success.
How did you finance this? I mean, everybody says, well, we need more money, but did you just, it seems like you just reorganized things.
Right, so improvement science, it doesn't cost any money, but it did require me developing a level of expertise to be able to facilitate the work. So to facilitate the learning environment for my teachers and staff to engage in collaborative learning focused on improving student outcomes.
Board Member Valdez.
So within that, I have two questions. How did you develop your expertise in developing what the aim should be and how you use the different tools, the empathy survey and so forth? That's one question. And then the other question, what role did the district play in your development?
So prior to relocating back to Sacramento, I was living in New York City and for the New York City Department of Education and worked for the Learning Partners program. And this is where I learned about improvement science for the first time. And I had an opportunity to support school sites in this work. But it also happens to be discipline inquiry, something that I'm very passionate about as a researcher and as an educator. And so a lot of time also just in my own reading and just trying, just doing it. Exactly. And with regard to the aim, that was the collaborative piece with the staff. It's taking the time to set up environments where their thinking and their voices can be heard. What I love about this process is that it honors not only the individual voices of our staff members, but it forces us to come together and have one collective voice. So it's those tools and processes that allowed us to get from the individual voices to one collective voice.
And the great thing is that he utilized the math framework to build the content knowledge of both himself and his teachers, which is free.
Yes, and so I mean, I have used number talks in a district-wide, and it just made a tremendous impact. How did you get your site to embrace the math practices? Because that's really the fundamental, the shifts is what's holding up some of the buy-in to the content-specific standard level.
Quite honestly, I just created the environment for those ideas to emerge. I was unaware of number talks when I first started working, and a few teachers who had attended professional developments came to me and said, hey, you know, we learned about number talks and we learned about the math framework, and this is something, and Joe Bowler's work. And I think this is something that's connected to our core principles and what we believe in as a site and what we want out of our students and the type of thinking we want them to do. After that was mentioned, it was really more about sharing that work with the rest of the staff and getting buy-in and taking the time to really unpack what this work would be, and then the work began. So it came from them, from the staff. And the second part of your question was the support that I'm receiving from the district. I'm really fortunate to work with the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and directors who have allowed me an opportunity to not only share this learning with my principal colleagues, but I've also invested in my learning to make sure that I can continue to grow in my capacity to facilitate this work.
So when you think about scalability, is it possible within your district, or is it already happening?
I believe it's possible. It's already happening. I think what's important to note is around this idea of discipline inquiry, because improvement science is one form of it, and it works for me, and it's a way that I conceptualize and understand the world of education and how to facilitate professional learning. But it's related to a variety of other ones. And so I think if what San Juan has done, and rightfully so I believe, is to say this is one approach, take what you like, and integrate it into whatever types of discipline inquiry you're already doing at your site. So it's not something new or mandated, it's just more information to help support the learning that we do.
How did you use the Smarter Balanced interim assessments at all?
Smarter Balance, yes, we did. So we used the MAP, the measurement for, I forgot the acronym now we're doing, but the MAP scores. And so yes, we do utilize those, but in the same way that we use CASP, it's more of it's a conversation starter.
Not a benchmark.
Yes, exactly. It's a conversation starter. It's not so much of a benchmark. So we look at that information to see where we need to focus our efforts, but then it's really getting into the student work, the teacher rubrics, the classroom observations. That's where all of the the important information begins to get unpacked from that.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for your absolutely fabulous name.
Thank my mom and dad. You know?
I'm going to turn that into a song and just sing it all the time. I really enjoy saying your name. But on a more serious note, there were several things I heard in what you talked about that become very dangerous tools if used incorrectly. It would be really easy for us to listen to what you did in San Juan and say, okay, all I have to do is mandate all my teachers do number sense, read this book, and buy everybody a copy of the framework. But that's not what you actually did. No. You did not implement a practice. You went to work on the culture of engagement and collaboration with your staff. And I think when we hear these conversations and we get models about what's working and what's going on, people hear the easy stuff, like the stuff you can buy or the stuff you can hand out, but the intangibles about the work you did to change the culture of collaboration and create norms of an interaction with your teachers, that's the part that people don't actually understand. Could you do a little bit deeper dive on, because I'm sure it was just by the sheer nature of your personality and everybody just loves saying your name, so they want to sit in the room with you. But what actually, because I know I have worked in San Juan and done professional development, and I just know that there were teachers who were having a hard time coming along. They were in different stages of trust and engagement. What actually lowered those affective filters to create the willingness to do this work?
It's a great question, and it's not one thing in particular. I think it's everything from this establishing of the professional norms, the creating a school vision, mission, and core principles. And it's not, again, we've talked about, it sounds good on paper, right? It's much more difficult to put it in practice, and I've fallen on my face many a times. But it's just, I constantly repeat, please tell me, what are my blind spots? What is it that I don't know? Like, I know I'm confident in what I know, and that's part of my job. I'm confident in what I don't know, because then I know who to go ask if I need support. But help me in knowing what I don't know. And one conversation at a time, you start to develop, I think, that trust with folks that I'm not here to punish or to offer rewards. But in reality, we're just trying to get better at the work that we're doing. And so it really puts the onus on not only on myself, but on all of us as a community, that we're focusing on improvement and really focusing on professional norms about how to speak to one another, being honest with one another, assuming best intentions, and doing it again and again and again. And I'll just say that the point you make is the one I was thinking about last night. I believe we've made a lot of improvement on trust at our site, but it's fragile, and it can be broken very quickly. And so probably the thing that keeps me on my toes is making sure that when I engage with my staff, that I'm not making a mistake that would in any way deteriorate that trust that I have with them to do this work. Because if you don't have that trust, no one's going to engage in this.
So I'm going to make, Dr. Kirst, I'm going to say this next point very carefully, because I know I'm about to go out onto some very thin ice. A lot of what you talked about is going to inform some of the work that Stephanie's department is going to take on to revise the math framework. A lot of what you talked about, though, really points to what the professional learning section of the framework needs to address. Because we've done the moonshot. The state has put a lot of money up front into supporting the implementation of the Common Core as an effort to provide support and give districts the flexibility and the resources to do this implementation. But we really didn't talk to them about what it means to be purposeful in thinking out how to do it well. Based on your experiences, both your mistakes, and particularly your mistakes and your successes, what advice would you give and offer in directing what the framework can do, not just to provide better instruction on how to teach math, but to really provide guidance on the type of professional learning and collaboration that for math in particular will support educators?
I I think the discipline inquiry process is looking at it through the lens of finding an area of need of improvement for your students, using data, a variety of forms of data, not just state assessment data, but school-wide data. Multiple measures. And then using that to find one thing to start with. So teachers are feeling very overwhelmed. So always, I'm sure you've heard it too, that start small, fail fast, learn fast. And giving that permission for teachers to not have it correct the first time. So to provide those opportunities for teachers to engage with the framework in a way that allows them to start small, implement in a way that's manageable, learn from their mistakes, and then come back to it. I think the other thing too is, from my perspective, one of our next steps as a site is that the framework is a large document and a valuable resource, but now it's my job to provide time for my staff to actually engage with the framework and plan collaboratively, which requires release time for teachers.
And I heard very clearly that you did this yourself, literally without interaction or engagement from a county office or even at the district level. This was work you initiated at your site. You already asked the question about scaling up in your district, but I want to ask you the question about sustainability. I know that your workforce is not going to be stable. Teachers are going to retire, or people are going to move into your site or leave. How do you induct people who come into your learning community new to this work and new to this process, and they bring their own ideas or assumptions in? How do you bring them into that group, and do you have an idea or plan for that?
We have a school leadership team that rotates from every few years. That's a site elected position. That's one. We have our site council, which involves teachers but also families. But we also have invested in developing leadership capacity across the site. So we have a lot of folks that from each year might move from one leadership committee to another. So everyone is on a committee that's involved with the leadership or decision-making process. So to answer your question, when we get a new person on site, one thing, I'm thinking of one teacher in particular right now, we've partnered them up with one of our more experienced teachers to support them ongoing. I met with the teacher weekly for the first year to make sure that they had that support and were able to ask questions. So they receive support from me, but also from their colleagues because entering a new culture is very difficult, and every school site has its own unique culture.
And finally, I'm going to ask, did you adopt a math program?
I wasn't part of the math curriculum adoption piece. When I entered Del Deo, there was already a math curriculum.
What's the math program at Del Deo that was adopted?
The Envision.
Envision.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Valdez.
Just one other question. How long have you been at this school?
This is my third year at the site.
Okay, and where were they when you came in?
With regard to?
Just in terms of collaboration, working together, seeing that they had efficacy, if you will, because I think you've built that for your teachers.
Hard to sort of explain or to speak to what was happening before I arrived. My approach to entering was, you are all the experts in your classroom. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I just want to create a learning environment for you all to learn from one another. There was a lot of experience at the site. So really, it was just accentuating something that was already there. It existed. It was just bringing it to life. And so that was the approach I took.
All right. I think we appreciate this, and I'm very specific, and we learned a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gianfranco Tornatore. All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm more than happy to come here anytime and to say my name a bunch of times. So
yeah, we won't forget you, right?
So that concludes the item, and so I think.
Thank you. We have public comment on the item.
We do. Would the following people please line up at the podium? Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Marlene Bautista, Jacqueline Williams.
So we're going to shift back to differentiated assistance, right? Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, Californians Together. I'm the first part of a two-part presentation to you in terms of public comment. At Californians Together, we believe the results of the accountability system for English learners has been very inadequate. Year 1 of the LCFF had no accountability process. Years 2 and 3 implemented an LCAP template with very little direction for addressing the needs of unduplicated students. We read LCAPs and produced 2 reports with findings that the majority of LCAPs reviewed were weak or had absolutely no evidence of comprehensive programs or increased or improved services for English learners. Literally 2 years ago today, this board adopted the English learner definition for the academic indicators as an aggregate of EL data plus 4 years of RFIP data. Contrary to the recommendations of many organizations who appeared here, school districts and researchers. The concern for us was that the indicator would not accurately represent either group. And to verify this, we read LCAPs again and produced another report. What we found was, again, that there was very limited attention to English learners because they were yellow, which diminished the need for addressing those students.
Good afternoon now. Marlene Batista with CABE. Following up on what Shelley just said, there are yearly unintended consequences of this current EL definition, and this year is no different. Only 56 out of 1,000 school districts will be receiving differentiated assistance for their EL subgroups, and you and I all know that it should be way more than that. So again, diminishing the needs of the English learner only subgroup, which is red for both academic indicators. We can only assume that when the list of the CSI schools are released at the end of this month, we will see the same pattern of English learners not being addressed comprehensively by the districts in their plans. We urge this board to form an advisory committee to review the definition of ELs for the academic indicator, examine the consequences of the current definition, and return to the board with recommendations to rectify these issues. CABE and CalTAG are eager to work with you on this critical issue.
Do I have to push a button?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Williams, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the West San Gabriel Valley SELPA. And I am actually have the honor, along with my colleagues, Tamara Clay from El Dorado County SELPA and Leah Davis from Riverside County SELPA, to have been selected as one of the SELPA resource leads. And I wanted to just come before you today and introduce myself, and my colleagues were previously engaged. And thank you so much for the honor that we've been given. See, I'll cry if I talk about kids. Kristen and I have this in common, but it's near and dear to all 3 of our hearts, and we're excited. We're looking forward to our upcoming meeting with the GEO leads to build our consortium and our collaboration, and I'm looking forward to coming back to you with excellent results. So thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We join in the concerns expressed by Californians Together and CABE about the real lack of focus by the accountability system on English learners. We appreciate these updates on the system of support and have been grateful to be a part of the system of support planning group. However, we were really concerned when in the update memo, it describes some foundational principles from LCFF about how the system of support would be proceeding, in that there was no reference to community, parents, students as stakeholders in decision-making processes. Our letter from the Equity Coalition contained 2 sites from law that really reinforced the need for including that, and we ask that whenever the system is described as through principles or strategies, that we be included. I think that it will create more buy-in. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ephraim Mercado from Children Now. I would like to appreciate all the work that's been done by state boards, CC, county offices, CESA, and everyone in CDE as well, sorry. The table is being set with all the different leads and the different efforts, and that's crucial. I think today's presentations really showed a lot of the local efforts that are happening, that are very powerful on the ground and locally within the regions and the counties. To Karen's point on the equity lead, I think some of this will have to be retrofitted from past efforts that will be a little rocky at first, but I think it will be powerful in the end. One thing that we really recommend is the idea of thinking about the impact first, then the structure, as opposed to how do we talk to each other without really a thought about the impact on districts, schools, the classroom. In terms of the supports for English learners, currently there is zero funding from the state budget going to English learner supports. We wanted to work with you guys in Californians Together and COPY to really fix that. And also only the $4 million for the GEO leads is very limited given the scope of that work. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I actually just want to take a moment to thank Melanie and staff at CDE, Dave Sapp, the staff at the State Board, WestEd. I'm part of the System of Support Planning Group, and the conversations that are occurring, the work that's going on, the deliberate involvement of districts of all sizes and of personnel at all levels allows for some conversations, and they're messy sometimes. And there's no perfect answer because there isn't, it's about learning to work together and about building out our capacity. And I really think that this board has stuck to their beginning tenet, which is to build local capacity to drive continuous improvement. And if we'd already accomplished everything, then no one would have anything to complain about, so including us. So, so we want to all continue to work together, and I just want to say thank you.
All right. That completes the item, and now let's take a break till we have till 12:35, and hopefully we can get our lunches at that period, and then we'll open up item 23 for some discussion of leaving members of the board and proceed from there. Okay, the board will reconvene, and I'm going to open this up. We're going to move to our State Board of Education priorities for a noontime ceremony. So this is 23, item 23. We'll reopen the SBE priorities after item 24 for our usual member reports. I'm going to have to leave a little early for some family health reasons, but I wanted to just acknowledge that we have 4 of us leaving at the board, Trish Williams, Karen Valdez, Bruce Holliday, and myself, and how much it's been a pleasure to work with all of you in this effort. It's been a joint effort, as I've said many times. There are 11 of us. I'm so impressed with the way we've specialized effectively through our liaisons, how much time you've spent on that. I think the SBE priorities in the afternoon will demonstrate again what has been going on there and how the board congeals and works together. Our camaraderie's, I think, been terrific. And I also think our relationship with the California Department of Education has been really exemplary, and I think we've created hopefully we've broken the mold of tension between the board and the California Department of Education. It just, you know, even right up to 2010, it was really bad. The state superintendent didn't even come to the board meetings most of the time. I mean, so I think that's been a lasting effect. And so I also want to compliment the California Department of Education staff that we've worked with. Wilson Riles told me in 1976 that in some ways my staff as superintendent is your staff, and I think we've had that as a working motto in some ways all these years. So I'll miss all of you, and you're on television, so and one can be at home and enjoy all the meetings from the comforts of home. So I'll be watching and wishing you all the best. So I'm going to turn the meeting over now to Vice Chair Eileen Strauss to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
So I'm going to make some comments about Mike, and then we have a presentation by Deb Sigmund, and then I'm going to call on each of the board members, and we're going to kind of go back and forth, so everyone will get a chance to make some comments about Mike's service, and then we have some outgoing recognition for all of those who are leaving with us. So first, I have to say there's been a lot of publications in the last couple weeks about Governor Brown's outgoing legacy of his two 8-year terms as governor, and we've been reading in the last week or so, there's been some great articles about Mike and his legacy, and not over the 2 8-year terms, but particularly what his vision and leadership brought to the board. And for one of those board members who came to that first meeting, you might remember 8 years ago, it was busloads of parents and Parent Trigger. We've all shared a lot of experiences together. Some of us had worked together before, but some had not. And so I think what Mike was saying about the collaboration and connection that this board has together, I think is really remarkable, and I think it's been a commitment by all of us. I think Mike, I think, what do you say, has 55 years of educational policy experience, so how lucky the students of California and all of us who work in education were to have Mike's leadership, particularly in the issue of education policy and politics, because I think that focus that he's done in his career and some of the writings he's done have really helped over his experience, because some of us know that we may have had a little more energy in our 20s and 30s and 40s, but we gained lots of wisdom by experiences. And so what we got from Mike Kerr's leadership was all the wisdom of experiences, both at the federal and at the policy level, state, and at the university. So clearly local control funding formula and his thinking about continuous improvement has really impacted and does to impact all the work that we're talking about even today, and we will after this item. We have another item, but as I present, I always use a quote that Mike always talks about: patience, persistence, and humility. And I think those words are so significant in the work those of us who've been in this journey a long time know that it does take a long time to make changes. And the liaison roles that Mike just talked about, really, as we look around, we look to different leaders for charter expertise, science expertise, math expertise, ELA, ELD expertise, accountability, assessment. It's made us such a stronger board with bringing all those voices together, and it's really been Mike's structure that's guided that, and so I would just say we've benefited from that also. And to Mike and Tom Torlakson, who made a commitment that CDE and State Board were going to work together, and both the connection that they have, I think, from that first meeting 8 years ago to now, that we consider colleagues and friends, CDE, and in the same floor and in the same building, and I think we've worked so hard, and that's really, everybody who's had lots more history than I have at state government says that this board is unique. And so it's Mike's leadership and Tom Torlakson's leadership, I think, that's brought that together. And so when I think about the frameworks, these will really impact the current and future learners of California. So the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework is significant under Mike's leadership. It's never been brought together before, and the EL roadmap, very, very significant, and tools that will guide our work going forward. The mathematics, the science framework, and the implementation work that Mike has led, along with the support of the board. I think we can remember too, the 7.5 hour final history testimony on framework materials culminated some of the most amazing work in history social science that resulted in not just the framework but the aligned materials, and that we all stayed the course on that, and that's been a real vision that is that will come forward under the legacy led by Mike Kerr. What Mike brought to us was a network of experts and resources and readings and people to call, all from his experiences of more than 50 years. How lucky we were in California. And so as this one page turns and another one we read now, I've just been caught in the last couple days by all the energy and enthusiasm going forward, the excitement, and the common words that we hear that we've been working on, the next set of leaders is working on: equity, access, closing the achievement gap. We really are hearing about that and understanding that it takes time, patience, persistence, and humility. So Mike, I just want to tell you, as someone who didn't know you 8 years ago and has felt really fortunate to work so closely with you over the past 8 years, it's been an honor. And now I just want, we've been very fortunate to have Deb Sigmund, who was in the Department of Education when we began 8 years ago. And she's put together a retrospective. So I'm going to call Deb Sigmund up, and I believe each of you have received a booklet. And Deb is going to present. Welcome, Deb. Life is treating you well. You look great. We're glad to have you.
Well, thank you. This is the first time I've been in front of the board since I left, so this is exciting for me. Oh, yeah, thank you. Moving it down. I was on my tippy toes, so. I am Deb Sigmund, and I'm here today. I serve as the director of the California Comprehensive Center, which is a federally funded technical assistance center. And we have the honor and pleasure of providing the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education technical assistance, and have had that honor for a number of years. I am recently in this role, was co-director of the center for the prior year, and my predecessor, Janelle Kubinik, I know has come before your board on a number of occasions. First of all, I did work at the department as a deputy superintendent and had the pleasure to come before the board when, as Mike began his tenure, President Kearse began his tenure. And it indeed was a pleasure and an honor to always come before the board. You have always been so gracious. So thank you for that on a personal level, and to the outgoing members. For a person that's not been in the mix for about 5 years, it's been a pleasure to watch how the board and the department have done such remarkable work. And that brings us to this booklet, which is very small but mighty in terms of its content. And as we thought about what are kind of the themes, if you will, that this board and the department have focused on and have really illustrated with their behavior over the last 8 years. And you'll see this in the booklet. And I want to say, in terms of the work that you all have done over the past 8 years, this could be volumes. It isn't. We focused on 3 areas: standards, assessment, and accountability. That won't surprise you, given that I was responsible for putting this together. But I think if we think about the themes, coherence. You all have really made an effort to think about what impacts California students and families in a coherent way. Systemic. You've really done everything you could do to kind of build in these processes and foundations in a very systemic and systematic way. Consistency. So your messaging over the last 8 years has been very, very consistent so that the field knows what to expect and is very, having been a deputy superintendent at a local district, is appreciative of that consistency and coherence. Member Burr today talked about trust at the local context. I think in terms of everything that you have done, as well as the department, is this notion that there is a local context, that while you can recognize you're not there. And so you have to trust the folks who have been entrusted to do the work at the local district, that they're going to do the right thing. And I think the policies that you all have set out really reflect the fact that you believe that's who matters and that's who can make a difference, and that certainly has been a theme. Collaboration and engagement of families and communities and the leaders at the local district, that's certainly a theme. And I think what you have done, and we've taken the time to just write a few, as I said, on standards, assessment, and accountability. We have Mary Tribby and Carol Gallagher write about assessment, Robert Sheffield write about standards, and Eric Crane, who's in the audience with me, write about accountability. And while these are separately authored, you will notice these themes come through. That is to your credit, right? Because that is very visible in the work that you have done over the last 8 years. So I want you to know how honored we have been to serve you and to work with you. We look forward to working with you. There is work to be done. I don't think we can exactly say things are done. So we look forward to working with you in the department. So on behalf of the Comprehensive Center at Wested, our Chief Executive Officer, Glenn Harvey, who is here with me today, thank you very much. And I hope you appreciate this little retrospective.
Thank you. So just sort of in the order, we're going to show you a quick video, and then we'll make some comments. Each board member will have a chance to make comments, and then there'll be public comments as well, okay? So we're going to introduce a video now that's kind of highlights some of our board accomplishments. No, I think it comes again after item 24.
Yeah, we're going to 24 then. School finance reform in Florida in 1972-74, and then school finance reform work in Oregon. And this is when I was dealing with EdSource, the first area. I was traveling around the states advising them. We got really close just before Proposition 13. We passed a bill called Assembly Bill 8, which was an equalization bill using property taxes, where we equalized the property taxes. And then Proposition 13 just blew that up. You can't divorce anything I've done from my relationship with Governor Brown. So he will be a governor for 16 years, and I was his education advisor on school finance and issues in 1974. I play a public role, and then I play a private role with him. I think we would have done a lot in his first 2 terms, but it was once 13 through the bombshell in the room, and then we couldn't deal with it. So all of these concepts have been around for years. It was just translating them into the California context. There haven't been a whole lot of new input ideas since the 70s. It was just getting it done politically. So I'm finally at the ability to translate policy and talk into action. I have a position formally with the state board, informally with the governor and other organizations, including foundations, where I can put it all together from all those years and apply it. There's not many people who say the best years of a long career are between ages 71 and 79, but those will have been my best. My best was when I'm quite elderly. Yeah.
So I want to make a few comments about our outgoing board members, and then turn it over, and I'll be calling everyone. I'll get to calling everybody. So, our board together brings together amazing experience in public state policy and school and district and state and leadership, both teachers and leaders. We are so fortunate. And just a few comments, Trish. I just love your energy and your focus and your commitment. You have such a network. You've worked so hard on behalf of California students on the areas that you set as clear priorities. And I know we'll get to hear from you, but your leadership in next generation science and computer science and charters, it's been a pleasure to have you doing the work, supporting the work, and being the voice. Katressa had done all her research, because I think you do that day and night, and I just want you to know it's just been a pleasure. And to Bruce, I have to tell you, and I think I said to you the other day, when you make a comment, you just have such a thoughtful way of focusing about the impact and what it means for kids in schools, and your voice in environmental ed and school leadership. And I know you've had the most challenging liaison jobs with community reorganization and charters, and I just think we are so fortunate that you were really willing to serve us and to join us. I just so appreciate it. And Karen, one of our newer members, but your background in English learners and special ed and as a district instructional leader, so thoughtful, connecting to current practice. Like, you're living with the LCAP, you're living with special ed, you're living with these issues of over-identification. And so that current voice as an assistant superintendent is so valuable to the work we do. And I know we've all just so much enjoyed that you joined our board. So with that, my first board member that I'm going to call on for comments is Trish Williams.
So I've known Mike maybe the longest of anybody on the board. I'm not sure how Sue's known longer, but Mike had a close relationship with the statewide nonprofit EdSource when it first got started. I think that was 1977. So it was called the Coalition for Fair School Finance back then. And when I got hired as the executive director in 1992, because of his longstanding relationship with EdSource, he made a point of, EdSource was located then in Palo Alto. We were in Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and Mountain View while I was there. And so Mike made a point of coming over, introducing himself, helping mentor me. The crazy thing, I still wonder how in the world EdSource made the decision to hire me as executive director, the board, because I had only been in California 2 years, and while I had a master's in public policy, I had not worked in public education. So I had a pretty steep learning curve to get into public policy education in a state like California. And Mike Kirst was, I'm not sure I would have lasted 19 years at EdSource if he had not been willing to be right there and to mentor me and to direct me. I had all the energy and the inquisitiveness and the policy background I needed, and government and nonprofit work, but not California K-12. So he was essential to onboarding me onto EdSource. Played an essential role in providing me support and becoming a friend during that time. And then in about 8 years before we came on to the board, we started doing really large-scale research studies with some significant funding that EdSource had never done before, and I had never done them before. And actually, Mike had actually never served in the role of principal investigator on a research study. So just like I was totally unprepared to take on EdSource, we were all totally unprepared to take on these large-scale studies, but we were smart enough and knew enough people and had enough passion and commitment, and it was Mike, when the opportunity to do this large-scale study came to me, I said, I'm going to have to check in with my board on this. I'm not going to commit to anything I can't deliver on. And I went to my board, and John Mockler on my board said, no, this isn't what EdSource does. This isn't the kind of work we do. And I said, wait a minute, I think our mission is clarifying complex education issues. Our mission is not we publish 8 reports a year. So I think this is could be an appropriate avenue for executing on our mission. I went to Jerry Hayward. Some of you may have seen him last night at Mike's event, and Jerry Hayward said, oh, go for it, Trish. It's only hard the first time. Then you'll get it down. And then I went to Mike Kirst, and I said, you're not going to believe this opportunity. And he said immediately, let's do it. Let's do it. I'll be your principal. I'll be your academic principal investigator. And we'll get Ed Hartle to be the technical director. And if we, and then EdSource can staff it, we can do this. And so not only was he a mentor to me in those early days and years, but we teamed up and started these large-scale studies with this team of people, which included researchers from WestEd and AIR, and we pulled it off. We just put in a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of effort and loved the activity and loved spending the time together and the project. And we met at least once a month, if not twice a month, for 8 hours and talked all the time in between and emailed all the time in between. And so by the time we were finishing up the last details of the second large study, that's when Governor Brown got elected, and Mike was asked to come and be president of the state board again. And he was shooting me emails before Christmas saying, give me names of people I can nominate. He wants names of people. Kept shooting me these emails. I was working on the final details of the study. And I was starting to get a little annoyed, frankly, because I'd sent him back, quite a few names. And at that time, I'd been thinking about leaving EdSource. It had been 19 years. I loved that organization, and I loved the staff. But 19 years is a long time, and I'd been thinking about leaving. So I finally said to Mike, okay, you don't like any of the names I've sent you, so what about me? And he said, no, are you crazy? You work all the time. You work 80 hours a week. You won't have time for this. And I said, I'm thinking about restructuring my job. Why don't you let me worry about whether I have time, and you just make the decision about whether or not you'd like to nominate me? And he came back and he said, no, I've decided if you're going to have the time, it'd be nice to have you come with me because I don't know anybody else that's being nominated. And this, it'll make my life easier if you come too. But he said, there's no guarantee. What Governor Brown will do, we won't know until the day he decides to announce it. And so that's my relationship with Mike. That's how a lot of years, and then we came on, and now we've spent 8 years. And one of the best things for me is the long history we had. We know each other, we trust each other, we trust each other's work, we know what we're capable of doing. And at EdSource, for 19 years, I was impartial, nonpartisan, non-advocacy, fact-based, and I lived in that part of my brain that does that kind of work. And then I came onto the board and turned into an advocate and an activist. And he let me be one. He let me be a more activist state board member than is typically usual. And the way I got to pull that off is that I just made sure he was informed about everything I was going to do and how I was going to do it. And if he knew it and said it was okay, that's all I needed. So I got to do a whole lot more and put a whole lot more energy into computer science and next generation science standards than I think I would have. And that you're allowing me to do that is what allowed me to stay my full 8-year term on the board. So thank you so much for that.
Bruce? Bruce Holliday?
Thanks. I won't go on and on about all my thanks because everyone has thanked everyone so many times, but I'll be brief, but I'll be sincere. Mike, thank you so very much. It has been an honor to serve with you. Deepest respect for all your accomplishments and all you've done. Thanks for letting me come along for the ride. Eileen and Sue, both of you have been such powerful leaders for this board in your own special ways. Thank you very much. You saved me from making a lot of mistakes. I made enough, but you saved me from making a lot more. To each of the board members, thank you so much for your support of my efforts and your willingness to work alongside me and your understanding from my perspective. I don't think people really understand how hard each of you work, how dedicated you are, and what a great job you do. Thank you so much. Staff, yay, staff. I love the staff. I love the SBE staff. I love the CDE staff. You've all done such hard work. You are selfless. You give of yourself all the time for the kids of California. And it's just been so inspirational to be here and to work with all of you. A special thanks to Trish. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't have survived all the charter items that came up. Yeah, so I really appreciate it. If you would indulge me just a moment, though, because I was so deeply involved for 6 years with the charter movement, I do want to just say a couple of quick comments about this. I think it's clear that over the last few years, we've seen a significant climate change in the environment of the charter school movement in California. We now know that many districts are experiencing greater challenges than they have in the past with this ongoing growth of charter schools. There are facility demands on districts. It creates uncertainties and long-term budget planning problems. We know that even whether district issues are real or perceived, the feeling is that districts somehow keep losing when charters are created. We need to hear what these districts are saying, and we need to feel their pain clearly. I do believe that it's possible to have thoughtful future legislation that can provide more structure to what has been a pretty free-form charter movement thus far. Structure that could create a landscape or a map for future charter growth that would not only reduce the challenges and the burdens that districts experience, but also create new opportunities for charters and districts to collaborate for the benefit of all students. I don't think that we've seen yet the full potential of the charter movement. All the possible innovations and future lessons that can come from the future charter development still lie out there. We also must not forget that over 600,000 students and their families who choose charter schools each and every year choose charter schools for very important reasons, a whole variety of reasons. And many of these reasons are very personal and very important to these families. So I hope that future leadership in California education will be very thoughtful and visionary about charter schools and their relationship with districts and how to find the proper collaboration and balance. I think it's important for California to find a way to promote the best outcomes from charter schools, but always support the excellent ongoing work of districts. Thanks so much.
Karen Valdez.
So thank you so much for this opportunity to serve on the state board. Little girl from Stanton, never thought she'd be sitting in this seat, and I have to say it was just a year prior to that I ever even came to a board meeting. I always heard about the state board, but I had never been in your company. So I feel very fortunate to have had a voice as a teacher, as a parent, as an educator, as a administrator, if you will. And so when I began on the board, I was an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction, and since then I've become an assistant superintendent for student services. So I really feel like I understand the needs of the whole child, and that we've gone, my position, my view, my perspective has been taking policy to practice. So I hope I haven't gotten too much down into the weeds. I know I've bugged some of the CDE staff questions that others might not ask, because I was like down there in the weeds and I had questions. So I always have appreciated your support for that. And sometimes you don't know until you know. And so when I came on the board, I remember calling Dr. Kirst and just like, I'm calling Dr. Kirst, and he just picked up the phone, and it was just amazing how genuine he was and how personal he was. And I just really appreciate that you've always celebrated diversity. That is just a hallmark, I think, of what you've been about, and that you've worked tirelessly to make sure that we have the best policies in place in the state. And you've asked the right questions. And every single time you speak, I am so impressed by your historical memory. You are unmatched in terms of, whether it has to do with changing land or whatever, you just have like, remember it was this and this is why. And so I think that's really helped. So you're remarkable. You've had a remarkable career, and I heard you had 3 different retirements, so I'm not sure where you're going next, but you did share that last night. You are a remarkable man, and we're looking forward to that next phase in your life. So my first job was working at a high school, was working at Disneyland, and I worked on the storybook ride, and I told a story. And so that whole idea of welcome to Storybook Land, everyone, but this board has told a story, and I think in some ways it was captured with the document that was given to you today. It's about collaborative work, and this is historic. And so again, I didn't know until I now know that this is unique, that the collaboration across the departments and across the board and through, the state superintendent and the governor. And so again, how lucky I am, and I didn't know until now I do know. So to the CDE staff, thank you so, so much. I couldn't have done it without you and all of your help and your patience with my schedule. I do appreciate that. To our parents that keep coming back, and they should, to the advocacy groups, to the professional organizations, the collaborative coalitions, continue what you're doing, because your voice really does make a difference. And if you don't feel it, just know that there is this thing called reflection, and your voice echoes in our heads as we're beginning to make all of these decisions and things. So your passion, your purpose, your perseverance, those that are staying will really continue to move California forward on behalf of every child. So I'm pretty emotional, but I do appreciate this wonderful opportunity. So thank each and every one of you.
Member Recker, your turn.
So I'm going to begin by saying, you remember when you were in high school and you got your yearbook and you went around and asked your friends to sign it? I'm going to pass my yearbook down the dais, and I'm going to ask each of you all to please sign that.
You are too good to be forgotten.
Have a great summer. Okay. Mike, yeah. Mike, yesterday I gave you a gift because I was afraid, I was afraid you might have to leave again for one of your important meetings and I wouldn't be able to hand that to you personally. So I want to take this opportunity to explain that gift to you. And for those of you who are doing the monitoring for FPPC purposes, it was just a button, probably didn't even cost more than $4, so it's okay. Bass Reeves was a slave freed by the 13th Amendment, and he was the first African American to be deputized as a deputy U.S. Marshal. He served in that role for over 32 years. He arrested over 3,000 people. Nobody would have known about him until 1933 when his story was introduced to the public on a radio station in Detroit in a program called The Legend of the Lone Ranger. My dad knew about the Black Cowboys and he used to listen to the stories and he grew up reading about them. So he was really excited to hear this radio program about the Lone Ranger. And it never mattered to him, and it was never important to him, the fact that the real black man who was the Lone Ranger, that fact was lost to Americana and to American culture. Bass Reeves was my father's hero, and like all cowboys in those movies, he wore a white hat. I grew up hearing my dad talk about these guys, the guys in the white hat. Hero's a word that we toss around pretty easily, and even I have done it. You kill a spider for me, you're my hero. But I can count, in truth, I can count on one hand the number of men in my life that I actually will call a hero. My life as a student and as an education professional was shaped by the legacy that's been crafted by the people who have sat on this dais. Mike in particular, who I am and what I have learned to do is either to your credit or all your fault. Mike, you are my hero, and for me, you wear the white hat.
Nikki Sandoval?
Well, I just want to express my gratitude to President Kirst and to Member Valdez and Member Williams and Member Holliday. I am so grateful to each of you for your leadership, your wisdom, the gifts of your experience. And one of the greatest things that I've learned about each of you that is probably most important to me is Kashcho Hapatuk. Your heart is good. Kakinash, thank you.
Member Ortiz-Lacombe?
I wasn't emotional, but now I'm feeling a little emotional. I also want to thank Bruce, Trish, of course, Mike, I'm going to have this a little special for you, but Karen, for your service. I think that, you know, we haven't always been on the same page, but we've always been on the same book. And I've learned so much from each of you, and thank you for your service. Thank you for the long hours. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for the pushback, because I think that we've all grown as a result. For Dr. Kurz, you are a walking institution. I learned about you as I was citing a lot of work around mayoral governance. And so every time I picked up an article, a book, it was Michael Kurz, right? So when I was appointed to the board, and I had to Google and find out where you all met, because I honestly had never really even been here. So when I was appointed to the board, I was most excited, and I'm going to be very honest. If I was an emoji, it would be the emoji with the little hearts. I was most excited about meeting you because I had a total intellectual crush on you. It was like, yes, you know, that Stanford shirt, talk nerdy to me. It was one of those, like, I just wanted, nerdy. I just wanted, N-E-R-D-Y. I just wanted to learn from you and absorb so much. And I think what surprised me the most, I knew you would be brilliant. Obviously, you were accomplished, but you were accessible and you were willing to speak to me, to hear me. And just your humility really surprised me. And so I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for being open to all the ideas, not only as it relates to me and fellow board members, but the parents, the students, the stakeholders that come in and really look to us to make California education a quality education so that we could really change lives. And I think that your legacy is part of that. So thank you.
Member Cardenas, Emma.
I haven't been on the board for very long, but even in my short time, I got to see a lot of what you have done for communities here in California. I mean, a lot of people ask me, oh my God, how's the state board? And some people expect the whole, oh, they're robots, oh, they don't do anything. But I tell them generally, no, like they don't understand, like students, right? And I'm just like, when I come here, you guys truly have dedication and passion for education. And for you, this position is just not a position to like a stepping stone for like power. For you, it's about, I want to create change for every student who doesn't have the opportunity to have an equitable education. But hearing the stories and seeing everybody, seeing the video, it's just like you guys have transformed education in such a huge way. And it's just amazing to see that. And as a young student who walks those hallways every day, it's just amazing to see that people care about students who are like me and that you guys will continue doing that work, because I'm pretty sure hearing that you've tried to retire 3 times is going to be very, I'm pretty sure I'm going to hear like in a few months, oh, President Kearse is doing this now. And so I really appreciate you all. I'm excited to see what you all do, and thank you.
Member Burr.
Thank you. I'm not good at this without getting emotional. So I just want to say to Bruce and to Trish and to Karen, Eileen did a wonderful job of outlining your specific expertise and your contributions to the board, and I would just echo those. And Nikki, I only wish I could speak as eloquently as she did, but you're all nice people. You're wonderful people to spend time with, and I so greatly appreciate that. And I think that those characteristics contribute to the kind of collaboration and success we've had as working together as a board. So going to miss you all greatly and really appreciate you being here. I had the opportunity last night to say a few things about Mike. At the risk of being redundant, not everybody was at your reception, so I'm probably going to repeat a little bit of it. I was asked to make a presentation to Mike last night on behalf of the governor, and the first thing that came across my head was, oh my God, I'm going to have some Greek phrases to use if I'm going to represent him well. And the only one I know, and I could actually find on Google, was e pluribus unum, which I think most of you know, according to Google, means out of many, one. And I thought, well, rather than that just being a joke, it really does pertain to Mike Kearse. Because he has been so incredibly effective in bringing together very diverse constituents behind what's been an unprecedented, single-minded effort to support our most vulnerable students. And I don't think we can thank him enough for that. As I mentioned last night, I've had the opportunity on many occasions, as has Karen, to see Mike interact with the governor. And he is the most effective sparring partner and intellectual partner you could possibly have. And I think that's part of, it's been key to the success of the work that they've done together. It's exhausting to do that with the governor, but unbelievably invigorating. And Mike has always held his own in that circumstance. It's been my incredible privilege to know you for many, many years, going back to the early 1980s. But especially during the past 8 years, as I said last night, you're one of the best bosses I've ever had, and certainly one of the best colleagues I've ever had. And similar to what Hema said, California students have been and will be enriched for generations to come by the groundbreaking policies that he's developed and implemented under his watch. So Mike, we wish you all the best.
Member Sung?
So I'm terrible with these things. So, and I have a hard time addressing each of you who are leaving, and I'd rather just write you a really long note, which is why I sent students to come sing to you, right? So, But I will say, having been a board member that came a little bit later in this process, about 3.5 years ago, and 4.5 years into a lot of the reform efforts that you've done, I think about a Chinese proverb: "When you drink, do not forget those who dug the well." And when I first came here, I got a really good sense of the well and how deep and how hard it was to start that. And so I just wanted to say to my colleagues, as long as that I have the honor and the privilege to continue serving on this board, I will not forget those of you who dug the well. And that includes the staff, the CDE staff, the SBE staff, as well as our stakeholders and all the advocacy groups have come and helped to take this effort. Oh. Okay. Okay, try that. Okay, very good. All right. All right. So, Dr. Kirst, on behalf of the State Board of Education staff and my colleagues, I would like to present to you an original art piece created by Colleen Matias, a senior at Natomas Charter School. Colleen was here actually yesterday as part of the vocal group, and it was especially commissioned for you. She did some research, which means she Googled you. Just kidding. All right. And and the work, she Googled you and learned about the work that you have done for the students of California. And from that, she created this piece called Spreading Hope. All right. So I want you to feel the weight of this. Just if you can come and just kind of feel it. It's pretty heavy, right? Yeah. All right, it's a heavy lift, right? Just like the education reform initiatives that you have done over the last 8 years. And to give you a context of the time, so when you first started back on the state board 8 years ago, Colleen was in 6th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. She's now a senior. So you get the passage of time. And this was Colleen's, in her words, her artist statement around this piece. She said, "I wanted to create an image that depicts Dr. Kirst's mission to ensure quality access to education for all people. Depicted is a child reading a book that represents the empowerment that comes with education. Butterflies are coming out of the book as a symbol of knowledge spreading." So this is for you, Dr. Kirst. And then, we have a little dedication plaque that will go with it. Okay, so. And this says, "Spreading Hope," presented to Michael W. Kirst, President, California State Board of Education on January 10th, 2019. This Dewey quotes from me: "If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday, we rob them of tomorrow. In appreciation of your service to the students of California, past, present, and future." And the artwork by Colleen Fred B. Matias.
So, Dr. Adams, on behalf of State Superintendent Thurman.
Sure. Just real quickly, thank you. Thank you for your service. I'm here. I didn't expect to be sitting up at the dais all today, and in fact, I was afraid if I was called on to speak, I'd have to revert to my old habits when I was here as the executive director of the IQC. And so forgive me if I address you as Chair Honig. So. But first, let me start with Karen Valdez. Just thank you for your support of CDE's efforts, and especially in the areas of migrant students and English learners, your questions, and then coming to our Accountability Institute and being a keynote speaker. Even at the last minute, you hung in there, so we really appreciate that. Bruce Holliday, thank you for your service. I remember the first time I got to work with you when we were making appointments to the IQC, and we were in a log jam about how to do it, and you came up with the matrix on how to make the decision. I knew from that point on, we got a very thoughtful member here on the state board, and it doesn't surprise me that you're ending your term with some very thoughtful comments on charter schools and their role in the educational system, so thank you. Trish Williams, you are science and computer science. And in fact, Stephanie Gregson has assured me that every time the cursor goes over the science standards or the computer science standards, your image will appear. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't say a big thanks from Barbara Murchison, because we knew the computer science implementation plan wasn't planning the way it was supposed to plan. And thanks to your efforts, you really helped us pull it out, and now it's really a model for other states. Yeah, thank you. And then President Kearse, you did mention, earlier today was mentioned how important relationships are in education. And I would say it was true in terms of your tenure here. Now, we had a superintendent, Tom Torlakson, and a governor, Jerry Brown, both coming from the same party. But that does not always ensure collegiality. But what was important is I often viewed you as the glue that kept education policy together. But earlier in the video, you mentioned how there really were no new ideas. It was just translating those ideas into action. So maybe you are the ultimate translator of education policy. But I think there's a bigger legacy here than just these policies. When California started off on this effort of being a standards-based educational system, it was very California-centric. And everything was, we were going to be unique and exceptional. And we weren't really interested in understanding what other states were doing. And what we have seen with the adoption of the Common Core standards, NGSS, computer science, and then ELD standards is that California has shed its provincialism and is actually discussing and sharing its ideas in education with other states, but also throughout the world. And so you've broadened the discussion and you've broadened our perspective, and not just because it's a cool thing to do, but because actually the more we learn about learning in other countries and how other children learn, the more we can bring it home and change that important relationship, as we know, the teacher and the student. So thank you.
So we're going to turn to public comments now. For those of you who may want to say something in this public comment part of this item.
Hi, Angela de Ramos and
Michael Flores Castaneda.
On behalf of CTA. As liaisons to CTA, our jobs are not just to come here and give you our 2 cents. It's also to bring back what we've learned in our actions for home to our fellow teachers. And there's also often a big disconnect between policy here and what it actually translates to in the classroom. But with Dr. Kirst and the board leading us through LCFF and LCAP and other innovations, the imprint is lasting and meaningful. And we can honestly go back to our communities and to our fellow teachers and say that what happens in this room is most definitely in the best interest of students and teachers and our communities. Your thoughtful discussions and questions belie the integrity with which you do this work. On behalf of the educators of CTA and our students, we thank you.
Good afternoon. Was that it? Yep. Jessica Sacco, California Science Teachers Association.
Echoing Member Strauss's summation of Member Valdez and Member Holliday in your participation on the board, CSTA appreciates the practitioner voice and the environmental education lens that you brought to the conversation. To Member Williams, on behalf of the California Science Teachers Association, I thank you for your service as one of 2 NGSS liaisons to the State Board of Education. Over the past 8 years, our members have come to know you as one of the biggest supporters of science education for all kids. And a true believer in the promise that NGSS holds for kids in the future. You have supported our positions from the dais, presented at our annual conference, attended scores of meetings held by the NGSS community, both here in California and nationally, facilitated the creation of the California NGSS K-8 Early Implementation Initiative, participated in more selfie photos than you probably thought possible, and been unwavering in your support of the California Next Generation Science Standards. In the past, CSTA has presented you with honorary membership and the inaugural Christine Bertrand Advocacy Award in recognition for your service and support of science education in the state. So today, I am simply here to say thank you and wish you well on your future endeavors and hope you will stay connected with our community. We will miss you on the state board. President Kirst, it is now my honor to present you with this certificate of honorary membership in the California Science Teachers Association. The certificate was actually presented at our annual conference this past December. Unfortunately, you were not able to participate. However, we did have the much appreciated participation of Dr. Strauss. But given the nature of today's events, we wanted to take this opportunity to present you with the certificate in person. CST honorary membership recognizes individuals who may or may not be science educators, and through their work and efforts contribute to the body of science knowledge and serve to ignite interest in science. CSTA has granted honorary membership to a select few individuals, including the Mythbusters Jamie Heineman and Adam Sadovich, 2 members of this state board, Trish Williams and Eileen Strauss, and former state superintendent Tom Torlickson. Dr. Kirst, over the past 8 years, you have presided over the board during every critical step that the state board pertaining to the adoption, implementation of the next generation science standards. During this time, we have come to know you as a careful listener, a thoughtful questioner, and a supporter of high quality science for all students. We thank you for your support and present you with this honorary membership.
It's going to be hard to follow that up. Didn't bring a certificate. On behalf of Children Now, I wanted to say thank you to Member Holliday, Member Williams, and Member Valdez as well for your service to on the board. It's been great for the past year and for a number of years with all of you. We thank you for your work and thoughts for our students in California. For Dr. Michael Kirst, thank you very much for all your time and effort these past 8 years, the 8 years that you did prior to I was born. It was, I heard great things about all that, and it really is showing today. The partnership with the governor that you had really allowed us in our state to implement a transformative finance system and an accountability system that is going to be the envy of the nation, as well as our rigorous state standards. So we're really excited about the work moving forward. I'm sad to see you go, and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Dr. Kirst, members Holloway, Valdez, and yes, Williams. So on behalf of Educate Our State, I'm Jennifer Bester. As a statewide, all-volunteer, parent-led grassroots organization focused on a quality education for all California students, 40,000 of us have lived, learned, and mostly learned to love LCFF and LCAP. Thank you. Your vision, Dr. Kirst, articulated 11 years ago in reforming California school finance, was for a more rational, more equitable funding formula that it's at its core linked district revenues to student needs and regional costs. It was prescient. Furthermore, it allows everyone to understand and some of us to explain California school funding. Thank you all for seizing the moment in chaotic 2013 to make it happen, to build a solid foundation for the future. I mean, some of you are probably right now thinking, but isn't this the person who handed us the letter about, yeah, we have to do the and regional costs bit? Yes, in part to reduce the agony felt now by our LCFF districts in high-cost regions. But you got us moving in the right direction. And I have to say, parents and students of California, present, future, thank you all.
Hello, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. To members Williams, Trish, Member Holliday, and Member Valdez, Public Advocates really thanks you for your service. We know that the work on the board is not easy. Keeping up with you is not easy. I can say that. To Dr. Kearse, thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you for keeping an open mind and keeping in mind and top of mind the interests of high-need students. With your continued or your combined 16 years of service on the board, you're one of the longest serving and most influential board president in history and in California's history, and we have been the beneficiaries of that leadership. I don't want to see you go. I would be remiss if I didn't share the thanks and praise from our community partners who are not here today, especially you, Dr. Kearse. You are known for being accessible and willing to listen, and their work to achieve student voice and access as parents, they feel would not have come about without your leadership. For that, I'm very thankful.
First of all, Mike, good luck with your family issue. We'll be thinking about you. So Mike has given me the honor of a lifetime, and Eileen has given me the opportunity of today. Eileen, my job the last 2 days have been here just to be present, to watch. Mike has given me the opportunity to be his biographer. And I've already had a chance to talk to some of the leaders here. Trish, I want to thank you for all of your wisdom and guidance and help in me crafting that piece that Source published about the commentary that I just did. So thank you for crafting that into something that was useful rather than something that was arcane and academic. I came forward because Eileen asked me to, but also because I have this extraordinary opportunity to be one of the last people to speak with Governor Brown before he departed on Friday. And the topic of conversation was only one thing, Mike Kearse. And so I thought I would just read to you answers to, they really were, he never gave answers to my questions, by the way. When my wife, who is also a researcher, heard me end the conversation with the governor, she said, well, how was that, Dick? I said, you know, I thought I was going to be interviewing Governor Brown, and I ended up interviewing Yoda Brown. So if you hear a little bit of fuzziness in these responses, it's not me, okay? It's the Yoda. So I have basically 3 questions. Why, what, and so what? Okay. So my first question was, why is it that you initially had Mike as your advisor, and why has he continued to be that advisor the last 43 years? And this is the most concise that he was. And so things just sort of got more brownish, you know, as we went along. He's knowledgeable. He's honest. No games. He's a good interlocutor, and he's a knowledgeable person in his field. And the governor had to explain this to me, which is education, one of the biggest items in the California budget. And I went on to ask him, were there any other advisors? And he named some. But what was most important was the thing that he mentioned 3 times in his very short mention. He says, I got to tell you this, I talked to Mike about education more than anybody else. And by the time he said that a 3rd time, I said, I'm really ready to go on to the next question. So just that, I think, was sort of the why. The what, by the time we got to the end of the interview, we were really, he had given me 6 things to read, including, this is vintage, the Teenage Liberation Handbook, how to quit school and get a real life in education. But one of the things I asked him is, what is over these 4 decades that Mike has helped you learn the most? And this was actually published in the At Source People piece. He said, I like to distinguish between people whose life is advocacy and those who live in inquiry. And yes, we've got to do a little bit of both, but you need a very strong measure of inquiry to take account of life and its many complexities. Mike has been a good partner in that endeavor. And finally, my so what question goes to some of the things that we heard about the last couple of days, which was, is there anything that you and Michael have done in California? And by the way, when we talk about Michael, we're talking about this entire board. You know, we know that this collaboration is what's really worked. Is there anything that you've done in California that you would like to be doing, being done in other states? And so that's sort of, you know, not only what are we doing for California and its kids, but what are we doing for outside of this? And he says that, well, these are again his own words. He said, I think we set in motion a recognition of the importance of the local and the teacher. That's why I've been really trying to get the teacher to be the quarterback. And this was what that left the most impression. I wouldn't say Mike and I have always agreed. I don't always agree with myself. It's part of learning and trying to find the right balance. California has gone counter to the trend of increasing centralization of education, and I appreciate all that Mike has helped me lead in that direction. So, board members, thank you so much. I thought you'd want to hear from his boss, what the boss thought of your boss.
He's a former student at Stanford, and we co-authored some articles, but he worked for the U.S. Department of Education. He started a residential school for low-income children in D.C., very unusual model, and he has been the headmaster of a major private school in the D.C. area, the Bullis School.
So good afternoon, Leangela Reed. A lot of you tease me offside about who am I representing today. And I will say on behalf of all of our clients at Capital Advisors, from excuse me, the Small School Districts Association to the county offices, to the statewide associations for the gifted, for our CTE organizations, for IB students, for our underserved students that within our areas that we so proudly represent. I'd like to say thank you to the members of the board who are moving on to different paths and projects, to those that we hope to continue to work with in whatever capacity possible. When since 2005, I have missed one state board meeting. It is a blessing and a curse at times. And I started doing that because I was working for the Senate, and they asked me to come and monitor what was going on at the state board, because the Senate, works with you on the confirmations and so forth. And there was a lot of frustration because folks didn't really understand what the board did, and it was a different mentality. And then I had an opportunity to go to Canada with Dr. Kirst and a few folks to look at weighted student formula there. And it opened my eyes about what's possible. I'd grown up in a family of educators. I saw what was happening at the local level, and I just saw a major disconnect. Because the attitude at times with some prior boards, not all, but some, was we have to monitor these LEAs because they don't know what they're doing, and if we don't watch them, they're going to get in trouble. And that changed with this board. It changed with this administration. All of a sudden, it was you became an entity that supported rather than policed. That didn't mean you didn't monitor, but you watched them, you helped them to grow. LCFF changed the dynamics for everyone. And in true educator fashion, you pushed us all to move to that uncomfortable place where we had to look at what we were doing and what needed to be addressed. and you all have made incredible contributions. It went from being a board of folks who were interested in education to folks who are intimately involved in education. Educators, policy experts, activists. And I want to just say thank you. It's been there were times in my early years watching the board where I'd leave with a stomachache and think, I'm so glad the public doesn't know what's going on. And now I'm so glad to share. So I want to thank all of you because in true Dr. Kerr's fashion, this often was more of a discussion hub than a board. It was a solicitation of ideas. We've never had stakeholder meetings like you've done. We've never had, we would always have more blues than whites out front. For those of you who know the last minute memos that we never see anymore. And it's amazing. It's an amazing change. And the involvement of the public. And you know, we always ask for more, but you've always tried your best to do that. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for what you've said, and we hope to continue the work you've done, and we wish you all the best. You've earned a good break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Carrick Ashley, retired Deputy Superintendent from Rancho Cordova. Bruce, Trish, Karen, thank you. Had a lot of opportunities to stand here to the podium and present, and there was never a board meeting or a board item or a moment of time in which I didn't think that the three of you were thinking of kids at the very heart of the issue. So again, thank you for that. Dr. Kirst, I can't honestly say that I've had a crush on you. But you have talked nerdy to me. In the fall of 1974, my hair was to my shoulders as I went to the polls and casted my vote for the very first time for Governor Jerry Brown. And I did so again 8 years ago. I haven't regretted either one of those votes because I know both of those led you to be here and the work that you've done for education for the kids of California. I can say the conversations that we've had, intellectually stimulus conversations that we've had about assessment and accountability has truly been a highlight of my career in the last 4 years. Your intellectual curiosity is something to be admired by all. And so I truly, truly thank you. It's been an honor to work with you.
So I have certificates for our outgoing board members. We have a cake that we're going to wheel in, and then we're going to take some pictures and take a 10-minute break. Okay, so let's get the cake first because I think it's really cool. You'll love what's on it. With Tom Torlakson, it had a runner, but did you see the arrow? It wasn't blue? It's a dashboard cake. It's so appropriate. I don't know.
It's a what? Yeah, right. There's no reds in there, right? No, don't put any reds.
Okay, so I'm going to present these to Trish Williams. So Karen, you want to bring that to Trish? And to Dr. Karen Valdez. To Bruce Holliday and to Michael Kirst. So these are actually signed by Governor Brown himself, one of the last things he did before he completed his service as our governor, in appreciation for your service to all the students of California. And I think for those of us who know this is purely a voluntary job for a higher purpose for the future of our this generation and our next generation. So on behalf of the state of California, on behalf of Governor Brown, and for all of us who've served together, thank you all so much for your service to the students of California and led by our amazing President, Dr. Michael Kirst. Thank you very much. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please join us for cake, those of you who are here with us. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the board back together. So just so you know what we have for those of you asking on our board agenda, I know there's some flights and things we have to do. So we have item 24, which is an update on accountability and continuous improvement. It has to do with our the ESSA plan, and then we have our board priorities. So we'll try to move as quickly as we can. We know we have some other deadlines and flights and things like that. So with that, item 24.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Shanine Coates. I'm the administrator of the Performance Planning Technology branch, and I'm happy to present this update on the implementation of the California State Plan for the Every Student Succeeds Act. You're used to seeing Margaret Reese, who is no longer with the department, or one of my other colleagues who are actually traveling to DC on behalf of the department. So I'm happy to be with you today to provide this update. This update is for information purposes only. There is no action required by the board. There are some elements of ESSA that require administrative action for implementation, and so those are the elements that I'll be presenting to you today. For the ESSA background, as you know, ESSA was signed into law by President Obama in December 2015. It replaces No Child Left Behind and ensures educational equity and opportunity for disadvantaged and high-need students, and it supplements our state programs. And just as a state plan update, as you know, California engaged in a robust stakeholder engagement process, and our plan was approved July 12th, 2018 by the U.S. Department of Education, and on November 8th, the state board approved recommendations to amend our plan for submission to the Department of Ed. So as I mentioned earlier, staff from the state board and also the CDE are in DC for an LP waiver hearing. You can look in the October memo for more information about our LP waiver, but California, with stakeholder support, has requested a 4-year waiver from the U.S. Department of Education to allow California to include recently reclassified fluent English proficient students in measuring the progress of English learners to achieve language proficiency and provide additional weight for long-term ELs. And so we did receive an initial determination of denial letter from the U.S. Department of Education. We resubmitted our request, and so now staff is there for a hearing. We don't have a date as to when we will hear back regarding the results of that hearing, but we anticipate it will be several weeks. So, as you know, our collective charge has really been how we move forward with one federal and state accountability system using ESSA, which is about 3% of California's education budget, to support our work that's grounded in the LCFF state priorities. This is a snapshot of some of the state plan implementation stakeholder outreach. It doesn't take into account the various other sort of small group meetings that we've had with a variety of advocacy groups and stakeholders. So I'd just like to ground the conversation of ESSA in the central components of our LCFF system. So when we talk about it, it should not be, as I've heard, in a silo or by itself. It supports what we're already doing through LCFF, and we're doing that through the Local Control Accountability Plan, the California School Dashboard, and the California System of Support. So our charge has been, how do we connect ESSA to what we currently have in place? So next, what I'd like to do is just provide an overview of the ESSA planning, identification, and assistance requirements, and then explain specifics of approved actions and current proposals to implement these requirements. But before I do that, I was asked to make one correction to the board item itself, which contains references to an educator equity plan. The Educator Equity Plan was a requirement under NCLB, and it is not required under ESSA. And so instead of that plan, the CDE will be preparing and submitting to the State Board an annual Educator Equity Data Report. Thank you for allowing me to go back and clarify that. So I would like to sort of note up front that the requirements can sometimes feel complex, and remind you that this is a function of the federal law enacted by Congress, not something that California created, but we are working very hard to make sure and find ways to make this information meaningful to our stakeholders and our LEAs and our schools that have to implement these planning requirements. So ESSA contains planning requirements for specific schools. That is, schools that receive Title I funding and therefore operate a school-wide program. In California, this was known as the Single Plan for Student Achievement. It is now known as the School Plan for Student Achievement because it's no longer based in the old state categoricals. And then there are also planning requirements for those schools that are identified as low performing. So we'll get into that a little bit more. And it is a bit of review, so we're moving along, but we just wanted to make sure that there's the context to have the conversation that we're having today. So that's for schools that are identified for comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement. So again, a school-wide program is designed to upgrade the entire educational program at a school, and a comprehensive needs assessment is required, which includes information on the academic achievement of students and any other factors as determined by the LEA. In California, we use the dashboard as well as locally developed data. The plan must include a description of the strategies to meet school needs and how the strategies will provide opportunities for all students, strengthen the academic program, and address the needs of all students in the school, particularly those at risk of not meeting the state standards. So later in this presentation, Jenny Singh will come forth and provide you with a more in-depth overview of the approved criteria for each category that we've discussed. But first, I want to provide you with an overview of the planning and assistance requirements, and then later we'll update you on the proposal for California. So in terms of planning for comprehensive support and improvement, I just want to sort of rewind back to yesterday. You had item 3, where Jeff Brashears introduced changes to the local control and accountability plan template. So the CSI planning requirements are directly related to that. So for comprehensive support and improvement, which is also known as CSI, the LEA develops the plan in concert with stakeholders. The plan must be informed by all indicators. It must be based on evidence-based interventions, a needs assessment, and include an identification of resource inequities. So the difference between the CSI plan and other plans under ESSA is that the plan must be approved by the school, the LEA, and the state. And it also must be monitored and periodically reviewed by the state. In terms of targeted support and improvement, the school develops this plan in concert with stakeholders. Again, this is a plan that, like the school-wide plan, must be informed by all indicators and include evidence-based interventions. This plan is approved by the LEA and is monitored and reviewed by the LEA. The requirements for additional targeted support and improvement planning are essentially the same as those for targeted support and improvement, except that this plan must also identify resource inequities. So what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Jenny, who will provide you with a brief overview of the SBE approved criteria for identification. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I have a question before you
Sure.
step away.
Yep.
Where are these, the ATSI and the TSI, where are those plans? Where do they live? Because yesterday we talked about the CSI plan.
Yes, I'm going to get to that after Jenny, if that's okay.
Okay, yes, of course.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jenny Singh. I'm an administrator in the Analysis, Measurement, and Reporting Division. And I am here to present on the SS School Identification Criteria that was adopted by the board. I'm not quite as excited as Melanie was about her presentation. Hers is a little more uplifting than mine, but we're going to go ahead and move forward. Although I'm okay with being in the second day, because since this is the last CDE presentation, I get to be a closer, and I've always wanted to be a closer. So let's go ahead and get started. So the identifications of, it's important to keep in mind that ESSA requires us to identify schools under multiple different criteria. So there's 4 different criteria that we have to use, or 4 different classifications of support that we are going to be using for the ESSA identifications. So the first one is the comprehensive support and improvement, CSI, and there are two categories under this particular category. We will have to identify the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. So schools have to be receiving Title I funds to get identified in this category. Then we will identify all high schools with a graduation rate below 67%. And I'll get into the details of that a little bit later on in the presentation. So what's important to keep in mind is that this identification process is required. We're going to be doing it once every 3 years. That's what is in our ESSA plan, and that's what was approved by the U.S. Department of Education. The first identification will, of course, be based on the 2018 dashboard, the dashboard that we just released. So what are the criteria that we are using to identify the 5% of Title I schools? It's schools with all red indicators, schools with all red but 1 indicator of any other color. This was something that the U.S. Department of Education asked us to put in as one of the criteria. They didn't want a school to have like 3 reds and a green and then not get identified. So that's why that criteria is there. Then we have schools with all red and all orange indicators. And then schools that have 5 or more indicators where the majority are red. This was another criteria that the U.S. Department of Education asked us to put in. This year, for the 2018 dashboard, high schools are the only schools that actually have 5 indicators. So the 5%, we are identifying schools, it's all schools, both traditional and DAS. So DAS schools are a part of this identification process. We're using the 2018 dashboard data. The identification is based at the school-wide level. So we're looking at all students. We're not looking at student groups. We're looking at all students' performance. And we will do the identification towards the end of January. It is our goal to make sure that we provide districts with notification before we publish the information out for the public, so that they have a little bit of time. Oops. All right. Always hit escape. It works all the time. So, for the graduation rate, we're looking at any high school with a graduation rate less than 67%, and we're using a 2-year average for this identification. So we're using the graduating class of 2017 and 2018. As we move forward with our ESSA state plan, and we have another year of the graduation rate with the new calculations, we will do a 3-year average, but this year it's a 2-year average. So again, all high schools, whether they're Title I, non-Title I, traditional, or DAS, are eligible for identification. And again, this is based on the all students' performance. So we're looking at the all students when we're looking at school-wide performance. Really important to understand that schools can only be identified for support under 1 CSI category at a time. Okay, so we have a hierarchy. And that hierarchy means that we're going to start with the graduation rate. We'll identify all high schools based on the graduation rate, and then we'll take all the remaining Title I schools to put in the pool to identify the rest of the schools for the 5% on the state indicators. Another category we have is the targeted support and improvement category, TSI. This is, again, for all schools, whether it's Title I or non-Title I. They can be identified. So we're looking at schools with one or more student groups. So this is the category where we're not looking at the overall performance of the schools, we're looking at individual student groups. So we're looking at one or more student groups that for 2 consecutive years meet the same criteria that we use to identify the 5%. So that means we're using a 2017 and a 2018 dashboard. And of course, in this category, a school needs to have at least 2 state indicators to be identified. So it could happen that some schools will only have 1 indicator. If they only have a color for 1 indicator, they cannot be identified for this TSI. Important also to know is DAS schools are not eligible for TSI this year. And that's because we're using 2 years of data, and you may recall that they did not have a dashboard in 2017, so they cannot be identified this year. Again, a school can only be identified support in 1 category at a time. So if a school is identified for CSI, they cannot be identified for TSI or ATSI. Okay? And then, of course, if a school can only be identified for 1 type of targeted support, either TSI or ATSI. So we're only putting schools in 1 category at a time. So for TSI, schools are identified on an annual basis. So this is something that happens every year that we're going to be identifying schools. And since I said that, I'm going to actually take that back now because you might recall that ESSA requires schools to be identified for ATSI, the additional targeted support, beginning with the 2018 dashboard. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and take all the schools that are identified as TSI and actually move them into additional targeted support. That means there aren't really going to be any schools under TSI. They're all going to be under ATSI. And this identification for ATSI happens every 3 years. And again, I'm going to take that back. Because you might recall in November, the board did approve a revision to the ESSA state plan and made a decision that in 2019, we are going to go ahead and identify another set of CSI and ATSI schools. That was done for 2 reasons. One was for CSI to align that identification process with the LCAP planning process, and to also be able to use the English Learner Progress Indicator, the status that we're going to be calculating, to do the identification of schools for CSI and TSI in 2019. We didn't want to wait 3 full years to come back and do that. And so then the last slide I have here is the exit criteria. So keep in mind, for CSI and ATSI, we identify every 3 years. For TSI, we identify annually, but schools can exit any of those categories on an annual basis, as long as they no longer meet the criteria and if the status for the indicators has increased. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over back to Shanine. Yes.
And I'm trying to find the slide where it talks about the hierarchy of identification. So just for my own clarity, we are identifying, for CSI purposes, we're identifying the bottom 5%, and we're identifying those that do not graduate more than 60, or graduate less than 67%. So we are identifying both sets. However, if a school happens to meet both criteria, we're only identifying them for the graduation rate.
That is correct.
Okay, so at what point do we address the other areas where they may not be meeting? So there's other indicators that have contributed to that. So now they're identified for CSI because of the graduation rate, and they're going to be receiving support, I'm assuming, for that and monitoring for that. And then do we come back to them and say, okay, now we've addressed that problem, we've addressed that indicator, but you were still identified for the bottom 5%? Or is it, if they're still identified and meet the criteria, then they get identified for the bottom 5%?
So the goal here is that when a school gets identified, this is for comprehensive support. And even though they only get identified for the graduation rate, they should be looking at everything on their dashboard. because it is for comprehensive support. They're supposed to be looking at all the issues that they may have. The reason why we are putting a hierarchy in here is because with the exits and entries every year, it's going to be extremely confusing for schools to figure out where they are. For instance, a school may exit CSI and they could then go into targeted support. So even though they exit for one category in one year, they could actually enter into another category. So we felt that for districts and schools to be able to somewhat track this, we had to actually limit which categories that they were in and put it to one category per year.
So thus far, we've reviewed the identification and the ESSA planning requirements. And so now what I'd like to do is just talk about how California plans to meet those requirements in a manner that's aligned to LCFF and the LCAP process. So Education Code 64001, which was effective January 1st, 2019, codifies our new SIPSA, or School Plan for Student Achievement requirements. Previously, the requirements for the SIPSA were actually throughout Ed Code, and so now they're mostly in 64001. So the development of the SIPSA shall include the comprehensive needs assessment that I spoke of earlier, and also what the process that the LEA will have for evaluating and monitoring the implementation of the SIPSA and the progress toward accomplishing those goals. The SIPSA must include those goals set to improve student outcomes, including addressing the needs of the student groups, the evidence-based strategies, services, and actions, and then the proposed expenditures, including identifying resource inequities. So there's one thing that there's some flexibility that 64001 allows, and that's that if we were to sort of just take the planning requirements on their face for ESSA, for example, if you were identified for school-wide, if you're a school-wide program, a Title I school-wide program, and then you were also identified for one of the ESSA improvement categories, essentially you may have been required to have more than one school plan. And so what this code does is allow schools that are identified for comprehensive support and improvement or targeted support and improvement, which includes additional targeted and support and improvement, that's a mouthful, to use their SIPSA to meet federal planning requirements, along with the LCAP as that's applicable. You saw this slide yesterday when item 3 was presented. And so so the question of where does the plan live? It lives within the SIPSA, but there are some accompaniments to the LCAP, and not specifically only for those comprehensive support and improvement plans, because those are the plans that are required to be approved by the state. So what's the rationale for this approach to CSI? As we discussed yesterday, our rationale is to ensure that the LCAP continues to be the strategic planning document of the LEA while using ESSA and school planning as a support. And I also wanted to mention here, in the last bullet there, you see it says, can connect to the accreditation process. So CDE and SB staff have been in conversations with WASC, which is the accrediting entity for California, over the last several years about really being able to bring accreditation into alignment with the LCFF and the LCAP process. And so WASC has overhauled its accrediting process to include the LCFF priorities within the LCAP, and also utilizing the SIPSA for planning. And so due to this alignment, there's really an opportunity that we can seize to say, if you are going through an accreditation, you don't also have to go through a separate school planning process. And so we've had several stakeholder sessions over the last 2 months where we presented a proposal to allow LEAs to use the accreditation cycle to meet ESSA school improvement requirements, and we didn't hear any concerns. So WASC encourages participation of the LEA or central office in their process. and ESSA requires the LEA to develop the CSI plan. So with the additional element there of the LEA being included, LEAs will have that option now. So to include that, to have that one plan. So we are working on details about how to incorporate this into the forthcoming guidance about the SIPSA, which will be released later this month, along with the school support file for all schools. So we'll also work with WASC to make sure that county offices of education and LEAs have the information that they need to make this meaningful and useful. So in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, there will be ESSA school identification. There will be an assistance file that will come out later this month, and we'll be in contact with LEAs prior to the public release of that file. There will be LEA and school planning tools and guidance released and also further developed. We really invite input from stakeholders, and we have been inviting, and we're using this as sort of an opportunity to continue to invite stakeholders. If you have ideas or know about districts and schools who are doing this work really well of incorporating LEA and school planning, we're looking to hear from you. And so we just want to say we're here to take that in, to make it a part of the guidance. And then this is the point that Jenny made earlier, which is essentially there will be another round of identification with the next dashboard. I'll turn it back over to the dais.
Do we have board member questions? Any clarifying questions? Ting?
So mine is specific to the WASC process, because I think I even jumped on one of the telephone webinars around the presentation of that. And my understanding was that WASC would be changing their template a bit, but we're going through an accreditation and it's the same WASC criteria. So do we still follow the WASC, or can we use our LCAP planning process? I mean, how will that really work, and what would be accepted by both organizations?
I was trying to call a friend, but there's no friend.
Okay, well, and that's okay. And that's okay. You don't have to.
I'll help Ting on this one too.
So that
Karen's going to.
Thank you, Karen.
This is a work in progress.
Okay.
And so we've been working with Barry Groves, who's the head of
WASC.
and Nancy Burnell, who you all know from
Yes.
being formerly on our staff. So this is a work in progress, but this is a really big goal of Mike's, because
Yes.
Sue will remember this. The governor was all over this. Bruce probably remembers this firsthand from working with the governor. All over this, that we have this outside process. We're doing all this work for alignment, and then they're just out there doing their thing, right? So they've been great partners. But some of that, and actually Tom Adams sits on their board, speaking of an expert, sitting with us.
Ah, okay.
But this is a bit of a work in progress still. So I doubt that since you're in the midst of it now, but it's a going forward kind of approach, that this would be a more integrated process.
Right, I get it, but our LCAP cycle is also coming up for the next 3
Yes, it
years.
is.
So it's actually a perfect year for us to do both. I mean, we can fill out 2 templates. It's the same work that we're doing that's going to feed both templates. Just
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so I don't know if there's I don't know, in the next.
We'll bring Barry and Nancy in and use you as the
right.
model.
All right.
Okay, so
Okay.
here's the example. How are we going to
Okay,
fix this?
that would
How's
be great. Love to talk to him about it.
Other board clarifying questions? Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have 2, Michael Flores Castaneda and Liz Guillen.
Good afternoon again, Michael Flores Castaneda on behalf of California Teachers Association. And I want to begin by thanking the State Board and the CDE staff for engaging the stakeholders in this process. I've mentioned before that I was fortunate enough to be at the table crafting the CTA response, giving that special ed perspective. However, with that, we do request that both the State Board and CDE make reference in their public documents that any state plan, school plan impacting wages, benefits, hours, and the terms and conditions of employment must be collectively bargained. And furthermore, that school plans impacting the learning conditions also require consultation with the local teachers association. So thank you in advance for considering our request. Thank you.
Hello, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I just want to underscore a point we made in item 3 yesterday, that with the state plan now will be requiring the state to approve the school plan for student achievement. And it's not clear to us how that's going to happen in this process, except it looks like the county offices of ed will be doing that work. And so because we've elevated the school plan now, and we want to make sure that the county office has the correct guidance, as well as the resources and training to make that happen in a way that we know that somebody is looking at these school plans. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I want to just take a moment and thank CDE and State Board staff. Shanine reached out to me a couple of months ago when she was looking at how at them putting together this process and how do we involve smalls and how does it look like with plan consolidation for this and for the site council and so forth. And it's really been a fantastic conversation. We've had a lot of feedback from smalls. They're very interested in working with CD. And I don't think that we would have gotten to this place without really this concentrated effort to coordinate with the feds and coordinate on all of these elements so that we really are using this as a plan and we don't spend all of our time writing plans and we're actually implementing them. And I think the work that they're doing with smalls really points that out. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to comment that and compliment CD for their extensive outreach to stakeholders on this, like lots of communication, really regular, huge outreach. And I think that's really helping us to move forward on this. So thank you very much. So on this item, there's no action on this item. So, oh, sorry, Karen, I apologize. Go ahead.
Two things. I love the outreach. I think it's wonderful, and I still don't think it's enough. And just because I was in a room with a lot of administrators, and they were all, by the time you got to ATSI and just the years and went in and went out, that's just a theme. I just still have caution with that. And then the other piece is with the school site or the school plans. I'm sorry, I have the old language. With the school plans, it's going to be really important to work with the parent groups because they're really going to be a pivotal component as you look at parity in terms of who staffs and what makes up your school group. We just really need to make sure that they clearly understand what it's about, why, and what are some really good recommendations going forward from the parent group, the representatives. Thank you.
Member Rucker.
And I just wanted to make sure I heard clearly that you said the guide for the school plan for student achievement is going to be available probably by the end of the month. It'll
Correct.
be reposted?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing I want to make sure I heard you say is that you're going to be continuing with work to do reach out to stakeholder groups and organizations. Let me just suggest, one of the things I remember very early on in this process, there was a chart that had been posted showing who all the stakeholders are in this ESSA process that the state had a purposeful plan for reaching out for. What I'm beginning to hear is some anxiety from stakeholders that as we move from planning to implementing the plan, that they're not sure where their role is in the implementation or if there is an equally clear and explicit expectation from LEAs as they go forward to continue engaging with stakeholders on the implementation side. So if there is some way to make sure as you continue the work from your division to move this into the field at the implementation level, to help them to realize they explicitly must talk to all of these stakeholders, the parents, the students, the educators, and I'm using the word educators, not just teachers, to include paraprofessionals as well, to make sure that there's an explicit expectation about the role of those stakeholders in all of those elements of the implementation as well.
Member Boer.
I just wanted to sort of repeat what I said yesterday, which I do really appreciate how we're trying to nest these federal requirements in our overall work. So I'm hoping that as you're doing your professional development and outreach, that's always sort of the theme, because I worry a little bit that once we identify these schools, the ghost of NCLB is going to be hovering over the LEAs going, oh my God, what does this mean? You know, something terrible is going to happen to us. And they could lose focus on all the great work that we talked about earlier this morning about the system of support. So I just hope, and I think probably this goes to Karen's comment, just the way in which we communicate and we reinforce that this is part of our overall approach, the California way. We just happen to be weaving in these federal requirements now. I want to make sure that message is loud and clear.
So one other comment I'll make just on closing is that we were very fortunate today to really highlight two serious areas that we're concerned about statewide, which was special education and mathematics. We had intended to address English language learners today, but our presenter who we wanted as part of it is not available till our March meeting. So I just want everyone to know that we'll have a pretty deep dive into English learners and address some of the issues of identification of that subgroup more in March. I just wanted to share that with everybody. Okay, so with that, I know it's been a long couple days and we just have a few really important things. So I'm going to move to reopen item 23. And first I need approval to the minutes of our November meeting.
Second.
Okay, so Member Holliday, second. Member Burr, all those in favor? Okay, so if it's okay, normally we go in alphabetical order, but I'm going to change the order a little because we have some airplane to catch. So Member Sandoval, do you want to go first on your liaison report?
Thank you very much. The California State Summer School for the Arts, the application for the 34th session is live and online. The deadline to apply is February 28th. And this extraordinary opportunity is unique to California, and it's supported the artistic and creative development of nearly 18,000 students. Each student who successfully completes this 4-week residential session at CalArts in Valencia earns 3 units of California State University course credit. So let everyone know about that, please. Special education. The Advisory Commission on Special Education last met in October, meeting again next month. And we all heard the update today and the state's annual performance report. And in March, we'll be reviewing specific improvement activities outlined in our state systemic improvement plan. And another quick note, last year, the Department of Rehabilitation initiated employment and training services for youth ages 16 through 21. And I met with the coordinator in northern Santa Barbara County, and I'm very pleased to see the outreach that's happening to schools, community-based organizations, Indian tribes, and businesses. We all want to see more students with IEPs enrolled in post-secondary education or becoming competitively employed, or both, within 1 year of leaving high school. So I'm really happy to see concrete movement in that area. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Member Burr?
Well, briefly, you heard a lot about the work of the California Collaborative this morning and the system of support, so I won't repeat that. Our next meeting for the Collaborative is February 7th. We're hoping that Superintendent Thurman will be able to join us for that first meeting. We will be we're setting our organizational goals coming up, so that'll be critical, and we'll be hearing about all of the work the Collaborative is doing around professional learning networks and our partnership schools.
Member Cardenas?
So the California Association of Student Councils will be having 2 conferences coming up. One that's occurring next week is the Student Advisory Board on Legislation and Education, also known as SABLE. And at SABLE, students are divided into small groups similar to SABE, and they're able to build a few recommendations that they actually present to the California Senate Education Committee. And this is the only conference in the nation that allows students to directly voice their concerns to the Senate and Assembly Committee on Education, and they have had a great impact. We have a lot of outcomes that have come out, including the preferential vote for student directors on local school boards. And so if students are interested, I believe that the application is still open. It is occurring on January 14. But yeah, and then there's the Youth Action Summit of California, also done by CASC, and this is happening February 15 to 17. And at the Youth Action Summit, this is more about students getting engaged and how to get engaged in the local level. And they also have the opportunity to like get involved with social justice issues and how to become, grassroots organizers. And it's a great opportunity to get involved in that way. And they also have opportunities to go through workshops and understand how to get involved with different organizations. Yeah, and then a few weeks ago, Obama discipline guidance was revoked, and this has created this was created to stop students of color from being more harshly punished than their white counterparts. And I've gotten a lot of concerns by students of color about this, and so a lot of them were sad, mad, worried. And so this is a really big sign for the State Board of Education to really send a message to our young people about we are committed to protecting our students of color, all students in general, and making sure that you guys are not harshly punished. And so my question really is, what can we do as a board to tell students we have your back and we are committed to stopping the school to prison pipeline? And so I really hope we could do work on that. And additionally, in November, I'm sorry, I'm like trying to talk fast because I know a lot of people got to go. Additionally, in November, delegates from the Student Advisory Board on Education, they presented about sex ed. And one of their biggest points was about consent. And as we all know, if you have been very active in social media, been seeing the news, there's been a lot of sexual harassment cases to women, especially women of color, Black women even more specific. And so it's really sends a message is that, we want to, sexual education is more than just, this is a menstruational cycle, yes or no, but talking about consent and how can we tell people that you cannot violate someone else's body, okay? You need to, and so really how to transform sex education into that to make sure that we protect everybody. And so, yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Member Holliday?
The environmental literacy team continues their important work to infuse classroom curriculums with environmental principles and concepts. The environmental literacy was featured at several major educational conferences this fall and winter, the STEAM Symposium, the CSTA Climate Summit, and California School Boards Association Conference. In addition, members of the California Environmental Literacy Initiative will be joining forces with the new Higher Education Committee focused on pre-service and in-service professional learning for teachers, with the primary goal of supporting beginning and current educators to empower environmentally literate high school graduates each year. And finally, the environmental literacy work is also growing at the County Office of Education level. The following County Office of Education have environmental literacy initiatives with staff dedicated to the project: San Mateo, Santa Cruz, San Joaquin, Shasta, Yolo, Santa Cruz, I said already, Fresno, San Diego, Alameda, and San Bernardino. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Ortiz-Lincoln?
I feel like I've done a lot, but I don't have much to report. Speaking of consent, the health framework does include the notion and conversation about consent, perhaps not as racialized as it should, and I think that will be up to educators to really make sure that they tailor their approach given their school context and the setting and student population. But that health framework is out for public comment, and the window closes tomorrow, Friday. So please do submit your comments. So that would be an opportunity for students to submit. We also, on consent, approved the appointment of members of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisory Committee, and I will be attending a meeting next month. At some point, I'll get info. But I'm so very excited about this particular liaison assignment because I think that for so many of our students, making sure that they succeed in school and feel that they are honored and their experiences are validated is really rooted in understanding that they have a history that is very tied to the school system, that is very tied to this country. And so I think it's important for us as we're thinking of developing civic-minded individuals and making sure that schools really look and honor student experiences and histories. This will be the framework, and I don't want to see it as an add-on piece because we don't elect to be marginalized, we don't elect to be who we are, although if I had to choose, I would be Latina 100% every time. But yes, so I will be giving you some updates on the ethnic studies framework. Thank you.
Member Rucker.
Okay, apropos of what we've talked about earlier today, the Significant Disproportionality Statewide Stakeholder Group will be meeting next Friday, January 18th. The meeting outcomes on the agenda include contemplating a strategy for monitoring disproportionate LEAs with small in-sizes. That would include COEs, charters, and court schools. They're also going to be working on producing an outline with status and recommendations as part of that overview. They're going to be updating on progress made towards addressing disproportionality in the state, and they're going to start the discussion of how to deal most effectively with incorporating monitoring for preschools on this particular issue.
Thank you. Member Sun?
The California Workers Pathways Joint Advisory Committee is meeting tomorrow. So yes, member Felisa Ortiz-Lagon and member Rucker and I bonded over the issue because we need a third more than you all do. So we will have that meeting tomorrow. We did also meet in December to review the current metrics for the CTIG grant and the Strong Workforce grant that was from the last budget that was passed along with the last budget. And so we did look at the current metrics for looking at CTE pathways under both of those grants and made some tweaks and recommendations. We anticipate that we will be looking at that more over this next year. And then we will be starting tomorrow in our first meeting of this year with 3 new community college representatives as well. So we're looking forward to the next phase of our work, which will be really on that Perkins grant.
Thanks. Member Valdez?
I attended the IQC meeting in November, particularly around the world languages portion, and I have so much confidence in the inclusive process with the direction of Stephanie in terms of building a team, and not only the IQC team, but the team members that will serve on the World Language Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee. And then in addition, I was invited to speak at the Accountability Leadership Institute for English learners, migrant and immigrant students. And Veronica and her staff, congratulations to them. They put on a magnificent conference. And the vision and the reality of the EL roadmap, I think, is alive and well under her direction.
Member Williams?
Okay, so my report is going to be shorter because I have no meetings coming up for the state board.
Oh.
But that said, I have some farewells to make at the same time that I do my priorities and what I've been doing. So I'll go fast because I know people have flights and other things. So on charter schools, what I want to say is that last month, Bruce and I attended the ACCS meeting, as we always do. But it was particularly poignant because even though it was a short agenda, just the one item, Bruce and I are leaving, and Brian Bauer and Curtis Washington are leaving service. So there were 4 of us leaving service. It's going to make a dent in the process, and everybody's a little unstable about it. But I want to thank Carolyn and Lisa for organizing a lunch for us. The commissioners came. We received certificates, all 4 of us did. I pulled together an award, Crystal Award, thank you, from me to Brian Bauer. I don't know, Brian Bauer agreed 8 years ago when I came on the board that he would stay on as ACCS chair as long as I wanted him to and the board would allow him to, and he made my life so much easier because I didn't know him when I came onto the board. I'd never met him, but we developed a friendship and a trusting relationship. And same is true for Bruce Holliday. Bruce, when he came on and took on the charter role, he made my life easier, and hopefully I helped make their lives easier, and it took us all the charter work was very difficult. It got increasingly difficult. So I have tons of gratitude for Brian. I have tons of gratitude for Bruce, and I have incredible gratitude for Carolyn Pfister for the charter support. She was key and instrumental and absolutely always there for us and always dynamite. On NGSS, a highlight of the board service for me has been working closely with the leadership, especially Jill Grace of the California Science Teachers Association, and also working in 2014 after we adopted NGSS with Kathy Durana, Phil LaFontaine, who used to be with CDE, and Stephen Pruitt with Achieve to create the K-12 NGSS Early Implementation Initiative, which is now in its 5th year. I think it has 1 more to go after this. I want to thank the S.D. Bechtel Jr. Foundation for funding that initiative and supporting it all these years. I'm so glad on NGSS that Eileen Strauss is going to be staying on the board. This is bothering me. It's somehow not quite right. Thank you. that Eileen Strauss is staying on the board, and to continue the focus on NGSS. I'm also happy and relieved that STEM more broadly is a priority for the new Superintendent Thurman and for Lupita Akala, and I'm counting on them to keep a sense of urgency around the need to implement NGSS, especially now that we have instructional materials, but we've only got another year or two until we have operational test results that become reported out in the state's accountability system. I'm going to move on to computer science. I want to thank Pam for supporting my attendance at the various computer science meetings and mediating when needed, when there were any kind of issues. There weren't like a lot of issues, but Pam always saw her role as putting guardrails around me if I was trying to color outside the lines. But we both had a sense of humor about it, and it worked really well. I want to remind you that we adopted computer science K-12 standards in September. Those are voluntary, and the guidance to the standards committee was to make them substantive guidance to LEAs wanting to bring computer science into their schools, substantive and flexible guidance. And so those are done, but we also had a computer science strategic implementation advisory panel, which was a very high-level panel, mostly appointed by the governor. And they developed a set of recommendations, which you've seen. The CDE is putting those recommendations into a plan, which will be a CDE plan for implementing the recommendations. There were a few kind of wonky parts to the statute that created this process, and that may create some things that need to be worked out. But the plan will be coming to you in March for your first look at the plan. If you're not comfortable with it, it can still come back in May. If you're still not comfortable with it or want changes, the deadline is July 15th. If the board hasn't adopted or approved it by July 15th, it cannot go forward to the legislature. Now that's the plan. The recommendations will be sent on their own to the legislature without a full plan by statute. That will happen this month. Why am I telling you all of this? Because it's a March agenda item and I won't be here, and I'm the only computer science liaison. So I'm trying to do due diligence and tie up loose ends and have a smooth transition. So I have met with both Eileen and Ting to explain this process and what needs to happen next and what some of the problems might be. I've sent them both detailed notes and links to all the documents that they would need to have so that they can at least, I don't know who will be coming onto the board, but at least these two will provide some continuity, hopefully going into that meeting in March. Looking ahead, again on computer science, there's going to be a great deal of advocacy that occurs this year with the legislature, with the governor, by the Computer Science for California group, probably by the nationalcode.org group. They will be, the focus seems to be, it may change, but it seems to be the initial focus will be trying to get computer science courses in every high school in California to start with a focus on high schools that serve the largest numbers of low-income students and students of color first to get it in. So they will probably be advocating at the legislature and with the governor and maybe with Superintendent Thurman support for funding for that. In addition, one of the things that I did over the holidays, or for the past 2 years, I've been working with UC Boers. I've been the board liaison to UC Boers, working on Area D and whether or not Area D, which is lab science for A through G requirements, you're all familiar with A through G requirements, working with them to, as they went through a deliberative process to determine whether they want to pull computer science and engineering courses and other science courses under Area D. So currently, Area D requires 2 years of traditional lab sciences with a third recommended. UC Boers has kept that recommendation, but they are deliberating and have made recent decisions that aren't public yet, and I can't, so they're not mine to announce, and they could get tweaked between now and anyway. They'll be announced this month on an expanded list of courses that will be eligible to be considered under Area D as long as those courses meet the goals and course criteria for Area D, which are tightly aligned to the NGSS 8 practices for science and engineering standards. I also was working with the College Board over the holiday because they have the Computer Science Principles AP course. Which is now, they piloted it 1 year, they approved it the next year, and they're going to be submitting it under Area D for consideration of approval. And so they were putting together their case for doing that. So that's it in terms of that kind of work. I want to thank the CS for California advocates for working with me on computer science. I want to thank particularly code.org, who took me from somebody that knew nothing about computer science 4 years ago to somebody that knows enough to talk about it or the importance of it. Whoops, hold on a minute. That's actually medication. It wasn't my timing for this. And I want to thank the Science Teachers Association, all the stakeholders that have supported me to learn and know and become reasonably articulate. I want to thank all of the board. You have mostly been fun. Some of the agenda items don't make it easy for us to laugh and have fun. But other than that, I have learned something from each and every one of you and have become friends with some of you who I'd never even met before, have found common areas of interest that we don't share with everyone, with some of the members, have had the best plane ride home from Sacramento to San Diego ever with Karen Valdez. Very, very much fun. You've all been terrific. I want to thank Karen Walters, the whole staff at the State Board, including Amalia and Lisa, who keep me organized with what's happening in the State Board and get my airlines tickets and all of that stuff. It's been an honor to have 8 years on this board and have the opportunity to do some work that has an impact on the state's largest K-12 student population. An absolute honor. And I thank all of you for working with me and us working together to do that important work.
So I'm going to follow. Thank you, Trish. I'll try to talk fast, which actually is not usually a problem for me. But anyway, and what I'm going to try to do is highlight some of the curriculum and leadership work I've been involved with as liaison that actually link to a lot of stuff we've talked about the last 2 days, which is actually reinforcing. One, the Standards Implementation Steering Committee. We had a retreat right after our last board meeting to kind of try to coordinate where are we as leaders in the state on standards. So I'm joined from State Board with Carolyn and Pam are on my team, and then Barbara Murchison and Tom Adams from CDE. And then from SECESA, we have Peter Birdsall, Dave Gordon, and then Shari Stab, who you saw, who works with some of the outreach collaboration. And then CISC, Jane Steinkamp and Christine Olmsted. And then from the collaborative, Michelle Magyar. So basically, we're the organization saying, okay, where are we in the state on standards implementation? And where do we want to go? So it was a longer meeting, and we tried to come up with some agreements, and Pam's working on some follow-up. But a shared vision, principals and other school leaders matter, taking a look at integrating into the system of support statewide, taking a look at special education and MTSS, taking a look at the role of county offices need to follow up consistently. Let's do something about principals. So I just wanted to tell you that from the state leadership, we want to move this forward, and there's really a commitment to do that. Secondly, there's an advisory committee with CSU UC on math, because math's such a big issue. We heard about it. I hope we'll continue to hear about it, but what to do about getting kids ready to be successful in mathematics in college and taking a look at the 4-year math pathway. I think most of us believe kids need to stay in mathematics and be successful in the courses that they take when they're ready to take them, but they need to be ready. And so there was a lot of talk at the CSU UC. You might know they're taking a look at CSU about getting rid of mediation and taking a look at what needs to happen. So there'll be more recommendations coming forward, but lots of recommendations about quantitative reasoning. And so I just wanted to share that with you as well. And then the Instructional Quality Commission met, and so we have such hardworking volunteers on Instructional Quality Commission, and Member Recker and I are the liaisons overall, and then all of us have different content areas, but we had a wonderful goodbye for 4 really hardworking commissioners who had no idea, I think, when they got into this, that they had to lead materials review and listen to hours and hours of history, social science testimony, like maybe 5 times what we heard at this board meeting at least. And so, and then we will be later this month month swearing in and doing an orientation for 4 new commissioners. So just be aware that that's coming up as well. The Education Commission of the state, so because we're in transition, it was Assemblyman Shirley Weber and myself who were in New Orleans for the day-and-a-half meeting. They talked a lot about the change in government nationally, like the number of governors and the number of state chief school officers who are changing, to expect in the next legislative session a plethora of bills and to be prepared nationally about what in education because of so many changes. A lot of focus nationally on improving K-3 quality education. So I know we're going to hear preschool and in early ed. We're hearing from our new governor, and I think that's an initiative of the chair of Education Commission of the States. They serve as a resource for us, and the Dana Center did do a presentation on mathematics. So I think as a member of ECS, we get the benefit if we call them and say, we need your research, can you do this? They're our research bank, and they have a whole team available. So we might want to think about using Education Commission of the States. I know they've helped CDE as well on some of our projects, particularly as we identify going forward this issue of equity and access and helping students get the best education. So it's a resource for us, and the state pays a membership fee for that. So, and then the Credentialing Commission is talking a lot about teacher candidates. And so it's interesting, the race and ethnicity of teachers in California is getting far more diverse, but we still have less than a third of our teaching staff male. So interesting enough as we think about it. Also looked at teacher competencies, both their subject matter and their competency and pedagogy. And that has a lot to do with some of our content discussion on mathematics, English language strategies for English learners. So our CTC colleagues are dealing with it through the credentialing process. The California Collaborative on District Reform met the beginning of December, and that's a team of big districts and researchers that Mike is part of and asked me to go because it was on mathematics. And so we heard about this continuous improvement process and where districts are starting to see success in mathematics improvement. And so some of our core districts are involved in this, and they have lots of some research that they lay for the foundation for the meeting. But listen to the continuous improvement, stability of leadership, how you use time, what the professional capital is, be a warm demander. I thought that was a really good statement as well. And that sustainability and the role of the principal really mattered in mathematics improvement. So I think we're going to hear, and that early adopters are important. So the struggles of mathematics are clear, and I think that should be going forward for our board, that we haven't solved the problem just by hearing how we're going to do a system of support on that. Finally, the math community of practice is January 23rd and 24th here in Sacramento, and the science is January 31st to February 1st. So that's when these 150 people get together from the regions and look at that capacity that Sue Stickle was talking about. So with that, I think it's been a busy year 2018 leading up to, but we have a lot of work ahead, and I just want to thank everybody who participated, but I think these things are all converging as you see going forward. So with that, I have to open up and see if we have anybody for public comments. One, please come forward.
Jennifer Bester.
To 5 minutes. I don't know who
to start because it's
Great.
1 minute, so please move as fast as you can.
Jennifer Bester, Educate Our State, all volunteer, parent-led. As a statewide collection of parents, we see financial pain everywhere right now. But that pain is particularly acute in the LCFF-funded districts of high-cost counties, the 6 Bay Area counties, Orange County, San Diego, Ventura, and Santa Cruz. How do you hire math or science expertise in the heart of the Silicon Valley at statewide funding rates? Please think about a regional cost supplement for LCFF. In San Mateo, Marin, and San Francisco counties, for example, by any measure, they're more than 20% more expensive than the state average. If our goal is to create poster children for inequality and higher taxes by ignoring regional cost differences, we are doing so. Equal is not equitable. I'd be happy to return with a formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other comments? Well, so on behalf of this board and the CDE staff who's with us and the state board staff that's with us, thank you for an amazing and really supportive work on our work to move the agenda forward for our students in California. I hereby close this meeting, wish everybody a safe trip home, and look forward to seeing you all very soon in the future. Thank you.